Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Fiance Dilemma, a novel by Elena Armas. Read by Brittany Presley and Zachary Weber.
To my readers, yes, you. Hi, babe. Your expectations are not impossibly high. Never let anyone make you believe you're asking for too much. Prologue. A little over a year earlier. Josie. The day you pick up the phone and a complete stranger says, "I'm your father," you know your life is about to change. I mean, look at Luke Skywalker. His existence turned all topsy-turvy after hearing those 4 words. And although I wasn't some guardian of justice about to be pushed to the very edge of evil, and the man on the phone wasn't a heavy-breathing galactic villain in a mask, my world went a little off-kilter. In the span of one call, I went from having a parent I'd known nothing of, except that his name was Andy, to entering the life of a man who happened to share one of those nights with my mother 29 years ago. And by that, I obviously mean the roll in the hay then never look back kind of night. Which is fine, really. Mom never talked too much about that, or the man she went all bam bam in the ham with. But she'd always told me enough so I wouldn't resent him or how I was conceived. That doesn't mean that a part of me never wondered. It did. But for the most part, I'd always been content with what I'd known. So what if it was just Mom and me? So what if that looked different from the other kids' families? So what if I had to fill the one side of my genealogy tree with my sea animal sticker collection, which led to being called jellyfish for all of 5th grade? They are stunning creatures, hugely underrated, and I owned it. Being brought up by a single parent wasn't that rare or strange. And like Mom always said, normal is what you make of the cards fate hands you. It turned out, fate had been saving a couple of jokers up its sleeve. Because after close to 3 decades of radio silence, my father was on the phone. And he had a first name, Andrew, not Andy, he insisted. A last name, Underwood. A zip code, Miami. And apparently, the mission to introduce me to a new family, a new world, a realm of life I never expected I'd belong to. I also had a sister. A sister. And Andrew Underwood, he was a big deal. And we're not talking he's done well for himself kind of deal. We're talking business mogul, multi-million-dollar corporation, name in headlines, definitely has a chauffeur, probably a helicopter too, kind of big deal. He owned an MLS soccer club for Pete's sake. Andrew Underwood had done more than well. He was thriving. And I knew not because he'd just rattled that off as an introduction, but because I'd heard of this man before the call. Just like all of Green Oak, the county, and lately most of the country. That's why I laughed. After the longest period of silence, I laughed. It was either that or hang up, frankly. Because this man was telling me, Josie Moore, mayor of my hometown, proud coffee shop owner, collector of all things shiny and enthusiastic fixer of broken pottery, that the man whose space I'd filled with a manta ray in my family tree was Andrew Underwood. Not only that, but that I was somehow also part of a complicated, wealthy world right out of an HBO drama centered on legacy. I didn't belong. I was a small-town girl. Proudly so. And sure, I'd been briefly engaged to a politician, and technically almost became a wag. But those were near misses. That was as close as I'd ever gotten. I couldn't be part of someone's legacy. Hence the laughing. "I don't joke, Josephine," Andrew replied, in the same stern voice he'd used to deliver the news. But, undeterred, I chuckled some more. That's when he brought up Mom. I can't remember what he said exactly. Just the words, Eloise, and "I'm sorry for your loss," or some other pleasantry. Later, I realized I'd stopped listening right then and there. There was something about someone's assistant setting up a call, some other thing about how Andrew would appreciate if I kept this conversation under wraps, and something about the press. But during the remainder of that call, everything slowed down and I went poof, nodding my head here and there and eking out monosyllables when the line went quiet. That night, I didn't sleep a wink. The fact bothered me. So much that I, gently, let one of my flower vases slip through my fingers so I could spend hours putting it back together and stop thinking. Or have the excuse to. I wasn't sure. I'd always thought of myself as someone who liked change. For the most part, change had been handed to me, but I could pinpoint a handful of instances when I'd chased it. I liked to be challenged. And change did that to you. I had no choice but to push through. And for a while, everything faded around the edges and all my energy went toward the one thing. Rising to the top. Overcoming. Change spiced up life, in my opinion. It kept you on your toes. But for the first time, faced with this new development, this new quest to embark upon, this new hand of cards fate had been saving for me, I didn't feel excited. It terrified me. Because after I'd lost Mom, I'd lost all hope of ever finding out who Andy was. To find those missing puzzle pieces that made me the woman I was today. Or to simply have the choice to decide if I wanted to pursue that search. There was not much of a choice now. Andrew had just landed smack bang in the middle of my simple life, throwing open a door right in front of me. The million questions I'd kept bottled up were bubbling inside me. I felt like a different Josie. Normal is what you make of the cards fate hands you. I think I knew then. That change was beginning. Chapter 1. Present Day. I plunged my hand into the jam jar. Come on, come on, come on, I murmured, watching some of the jam spill as I pushed further in, strawberry red goo covering my skin all the way up to my wrist. Don't do this to me, please. Come out. Nice and easy.
Moshi?
Grandpa Mo's voice reached me from the living room. I froze, the wiggling of my fingers coming to a sudden halt. Darn it. If Grandpa saw what was currently stuck around my finger, I wouldn't hear the end of it. Furthermore, if he saw me using all the jam after I'd promised I'd bake him a cheesecake, he would...
Moshi!
Came again. Yes?
There's a murmur in the arm.
I rolled my eyes. What? I asked, even though I'd caught some of that. I spoke toothless Grandpa Mo.
There's a woman in the yard,
he repeated, his speech now clearer, indicating he'd put his dentures back in. I sighed as I glanced down at my desperate attempt at getting that thing off my finger. I should have gone for the butter or oil, and I needed him distracted and away from the kitchen. How can you be sure she's not just passing by?
She's coming up the stairs of the porch. I don't like her.
Well, crap. There was someone coming? What did I tell you about being a jeeper creeper, huh? I said, sticking my hand out and pulling at my finger with my other hand. They can see you watching them like some... I exerted a little more force. Weirdo in suspenders. The thing didn't move an inch. I went at it again. I know you think you're on Neighborhood Watch or something, but... My finger slipped, my hands sliding away from each other and knocking my elbow into the jar, sending it crashing to the floor with a loud, strawberry red splash.
But what?
Grandpa Mo asked.
And what was that?
I silently cursed at the complete and absolute mess I'd made of the counter and floor and, well, me. Hands, robe, feet, all of it covered in jam, while I stood surrounded by glass shards. I just dropped something. It's all under control. The doorbell rang. Maybe not all. Grandpa Mo? I heard the creaking his chair made when he plopped down. Mopo? I called in my sweetest voice, wiping my hands on. Where were my kitchen towels? I used my robe. Would you be a doll and get the door for me?
She ain't here for me, he said, and I don't like strangers, or how she looks, and... He added with a pause. I'm old.
Being old is not an excuse for everything, you know. I picked up several pieces of glass before carefully patting to the sink and depositing them there. You can't use it to get the last chocolate muffin and not the door. A trail of angry mumbled words traveled from the living room as I collected more glass shards and waited for a sign that the man was on the move. None followed, pushing me closer and closer to the edge of losing it.
Mopo, are you?
The doorbell rang again, startling me. A sharp pang of pain in the middle of my palm made me wince.
Shoot!
I gasped.
Stupid silly glass and stupid silly...
The sound of the doorbell came a third time, and a fourth, and a fifth. I closed my eyes and let out a frustrated puff of air.
Maurice Antone Brown,
I gritted between my teeth.
If you don't get that door, I swear I'm gonna whoop your stubborn, stinking butt!
All right, he croaked. His chair creaked. Slow and heavy steps followed. Then the sound of the front door opening, followed by a,
"What can I help you with?"
Son of a monkey! He made me want to scream sometimes. A female voice answered.
"I'm sorry? What can I help you with?"
Grandpa Mo repeated like the absolutely insufferable man he could be. A part of me couldn't believe he'd popped those teeth out again. But why was I surprised? Grandpa was a certified grump, and ever since he'd had a mild stroke that had me immediately packing his things and moving him in with me, his grouchiness had been at max, even now that he'd recovered almost to 100.
The woman started again. "I'm looking for Josephine Moore. I'm certain this is the right address. Everyone in town I talked to confirmed it."
"And?" the old man had the nerve to say. There was a beat of silence. Then the woman said,
"And I'm never wrong. And I'd hate to waste any more time, so if you don't mind getting Miss Moore for me, I would appreciate it. I've been standing here for a long time, watching you eye me from the window. I don't know if that was meant to intimidate me, but it didn't work." A new pause. "I've dealt with a lot scarier than a toothless old man in suspenders." I groaned. Last time someone had called him old man, Grandpa Mo got us on the cover of the County Gazette. The black and white shot of him fighting Otto Higgins over a pair of oversized shears, with me standing in the middle, arms outstretched and panicked expression on my face, still haunted my dreams some nights. I'd always wanted to make it to the front page of the Gazette. I just wished it wasn't under the headline, "Pruning Warfare in Green Oak. Mayor Struggles to Keep Peace." As if on cue, Grandpa's chuckle drifted from the hallway. It wasn't a cute sound. It was his "I'm up to no good" chuckle. And jam and mess and robe, and yes, algae extract face mask too, be damned, that chuckle kicked me right into action. I rubbed my hands as clean as I could on my already ruined robe and sprinted to the door. 2 pairs of eyes blinked at me. Grandpa's lips started to move around a question I didn't want to answer, so I smiled and, gently, pushed the old man aside. Only to realize that there was a darker shade of red covering my hand. Blood. Definitely not jam. I shoved both hands in the pockets of my robe and whirled to face the woman. "Hi," I greeted her, widening my smile. "I'm Josie. Josephine Moore. That's me. I'd shake your hand, but... germs. How about an elbow bump instead?" I stuck my elbow out. "I hear it's all the rage these days, with the kids and young adults of the internet. Everywhere." The woman blinked, her eyes traveling up and down my body a few times, until a strange grimace formed. "Absolutely not. Nope." Her expression turned appalled. "What's—" She seemed to look for the right way to formulate the question. "Why do you look like you jumped out of a Pop-Tart?" "Oh, I was just baking," I explained with a laugh. I didn't want to laugh. I wanted this night to end and a new day where there was no ring stuck to my finger to start. "I'm messy. Messy bakers are common. I didn't catch your name, though. I'm Josie, but we've established that." The woman's grimace dissipated. Slightly. "I'm Bobby," she said with a shake of her head, her blonde bob barely moving around her face. "Bobby with an I. Bobby Shark." An awkward beat of silence followed. "Beautiful name," I offered. "Would you like to come in, Bobby?" Her eyebrow rose. "You're acting like this is the first time you've heard of me. You were supposed to be expecting me.
It was a good thing my face mask was hiding my frown, because I'd remember if I was expecting someone with a last name like Shark. But then again, it wouldn't be the first time someone showed up at my door at an odd hour demanding something. "Just like I tell everyone," I said, stepping aside and opening the door wider with my shoulder. My smile had never been bigger. "Come in and we can talk as long as you need about whatever you need." I shot a pointed look at the man to my left. "Grandpa Mo will head to the kitchen and get started on that little mess I left behind. Then he will prepare a cup of tea for us. Right, Grandpa?" He grumbled something, but to his credit, he turned around and headed to the kitchen. I returned my attention to Bobby, finding a woman with no intention of stepping inside. "Alternatively," I offered, suppressing a sigh, "we can chat here at the door. But in that case, we can forget about the tea. I don't think he's in the mood for delivery." My joke didn't land. I didn't think it even registered, based on the way she was scowling.
"You don't know who I am," Bobby said, "and you're inviting me in?"
I considered my answer.
"Well, I don't suppose you're a vampire, so—" "Nuh-uh," she interrupted. "Stop the cutesy routine."
My mouth clamped down.
"Okay, 1, you need to immediately stop inviting strangers into your house from this point on," she instructed in a shockingly serious voice. "And 2, she continued, sticking a hand out and waving it over my face and chest, whatever this is, it's not going to work. You won't open the door looking like this. You won't even glance out a window looking like this." She huffed out a breath. "Aren't you in politics?" I was lost, and I had no idea what was going on. "I don't like to think of myself as a politician. Sure, I'm the mayor of town, but it's just a voluntary role in a place this small. Most days, I don't need to do anything at all. Some other days, putting out a metaphorical fire shaved years off my life." Then, something occurred to me. "Wait, is this about Carmen?" Bobby's brows rose. "I'm sorry, who?"
I took in the woman in front of me, her silver gray wool coat and leather boots peeking out from under the hem, the spotless makeup, the perfect bob, the barely concealed entitlement she spoke with. Had the Clarksons taken the fence issue so far they'd hired some big-time city lawyer? "You're wasting your time," I told her. "It was just an incident. The Clarksons are wasting good money on something that can be solved with a civil conversation. It's no one's fault that Carmen escaped. Cows aren't the lazy animals everyone paints them to be. They can be stealthy, and Robbie Vasquez had no way of knowing what she was doing until he installed the security cameras around the barn. He didn't expect Carmen to be sneaking out, much less trespassing and getting a little frisky with the Clarksons' cattle. It's Mother Nature's call, if you ask me." Bobby, with an eye, blinked at me, like I'd just sprouted a second head. Or like she was thinking about how to chop it off and get rid of it. Oh, God. Was I about to be sued? Was Robbie about to be sued? A knot formed in my stomach. "Please don't sue us. I swear the fence will be fixed." Bobby's eyes closed. Then she muttered,
"This is my worst nightmare."
"Is that a yes or a no? Because I promise you, Miss Shark, there's no need to—"
"You," she interjected. "This. Cattle. Cows named Carmen. Fences. Barns. This weather. The fresh air. The fact that I haven't seen a Starbucks since leaving the airport. All of it."
My lips fell open, but she stopped me with a finger.
"You have no idea what's going on here or why I'm here, and I was assured you'd been briefed and were on board with all of it. I have written confirmation of it. I can show you the emails. I could swear you're CC'd on all of them."
The emails? An image was triggered, flashing behind my eyelids. A memory.
Bobby continued. "I thought my last relationship was toxic, but clients are worse than an egomaniac partner who thinks they're doing you a favor by gaslighting you."
She pulled her phone out of her coat pocket and began tapping the screen.
"He's going to hear about this. This is going to set us back a whole day, if not 2. Such a waste of time."
He's going to hear about this. He. I swallowed a lump of dread, my words all but croaking out of me. Who are you, exactly? The tappity-tap of her nails came to a stop. She gave me an impressed look.
I'm a PR strategist, an expensive one at that. You would know if you read the emails.
She seemed to think of something.
You guys get internet here, right? Like, I know this is remote and there's...
She looked around.
Trees and mountains and nature and, cabin core or whatever, but you guys get internet here, right?
I wished we didn't, if I were being completely honest. That way I'd have an excuse to feed this PR strategist who could have only been sent by one man. Him. Andrew Underwood. It would excuse me for blatantly ignoring Andrew's latest attempts at communication. Something other than, I was hoping to work out the courage to read those eventually, or something other than, sorry, I can't sit through one more Zoom call with you and your assistant while he pretends to take notes because we're just awkwardly staring at each other, or...
Your father.
Bobby's words brought me back to the conversation. Because I'd spaced out, and she'd been talking. Most likely about why she was here and who had sent her and why. A possibility crossed my mind. Wait, Andrew's here? Bobby waved a hand casually.
No, he's too busy to deal with stuff like this.
Stuff like this? Stuff like what? My head twirled with all the possible answers to that question, and
I don't think you're really listening to me, Josephine,
Bobby declared. She wasn't wrong.
So I guess I'm briefing you then, she said with a sigh. Again.
She touched her temple for an instant.
There's a problem. Well, actually, you are the problem.
I flinched.
You have a colorful past, she continued. I'm not shaming you for all those engagements, believe me. It wouldn't matter if you weren't Andrew's daughter. Or if you hadn't showed up at the worst possible moment.
He called me, I croaked. I didn't show up. If anything...
Adeline gave him no choice,
Bobby countered. My stomach dropped at the reminder of the ultimatum Adeline gave Andrew when she found out we were sisters. No one had known, much less expected, that the woman he'd sent to Green Oak on a philanthropic assignment would turn out to be my sister. Not Adeline, and certainly not me, as happy as I was to call Adeline a friend by the time the news hit.
He handled it all poorly, in my professional opinion. And now, 1 year later, in an attempt at redemption or whatever he's intending, he's made everything worse by talking about you in this place to Time magazine.
The piece had come out last week. I wasn't sure how he'd made anything worse, but I did know my name was included in a 4-page article dedicated to Andrew Underwood's life and business accomplishments. I also knew how the journalist who had penned it had referred to me. A misstep. Bobby continued.
And just like I said it would happen, someone was curious enough to dig around about you and turn this whole affair into the soap opera no one needed. It's not reflecting well on Andrew. It's a threat to his image, his business, and everything that's at stake with his retirement around the corner. She paused. You are the threat, by the way.
The words left me in a strange breath. I am?
You are Andrew's misstep,
Bobby explained, repeating the term that journalist had used. I paled under my algae mask, hearing those words spoken aloud.
He swept you under the rug for decades, which is not unheard of. You'd be surprised to learn about the children big personalities keep under wraps. But
I shook my head. I'm no one's nothing. I'm just his daughter.
And now everyone knows he abandoned you, Josephine.
Bobby answered with a certainty that made me flinch back a step.
This sweet, small-town girl who lost her mother at 17 and had to fend for herself while her dad made millions in Miami.
Her hand rose in the air again, now drawing a wave in front of me.
This sweet, small-town girl whose father's absence damaged her so deeply She's been relentlessly and fruitlessly searching for that love somewhere else. This sweet, small-town girl who's charmed not one, not two, not three, but 4 very distinct men who she dropped like sad, lame, lukewarm potatoes on their wedding day. Her tone went dry. It's like you were written in a room, really. I'm appalled at how such a clever man couldn't see how this would harm his image and threaten his legacy. Threaten his legacy? Now my cheeks flamed. My whole body did, the skin under my robe warming up by the second. That couldn't be further from the truth. Can't it? Bobby asked with a shrug. Maybe you should have a listen to a podcast called Filthy Reality, Season 3, Episode 12, Minute 18. They dissect the whole thing in detail. It's shockingly insightful. It's also the reason why I'm here. I blinked. What? The gust of air that came out of me cut the words off. What podcast? One with 2 million weekly listeners, she said, if you count all platforms, including video. My mouth fell open, and she shot me a glance I didn't understand. Would you move to Miami? I swayed on my feet, starting to feel dizzy. Seeing how tonight is going, I really think you should. You need me more than I thought you would. I won't help you pack, though, unless that gets us on the first flight out of this place. It'd be temporary, and the old man could come, although I'd prefer he doesn't. We'll put you in a nice condo and have you attend events and public outings with Andrew. Weather the storm. Show a united front. Bobby's voice turned into a high-pitched buzz, drilling my ears. I brought my hands to my head, my temples. I patted my cheeks, trying to feel whether my skin burned. But I felt nothing. Was I burning? Was this a fever dream? I felt so overwhelmed, so on the verge of doing something extremely stupid like pulling at my robe with a scream and darting in the direction of the woods, away from this conversation. Even if that would mean I'd be trail running but naked in the middle of the night. What's that? Bobby gasped, snapping back with a near shriek. Why did no one tell me about that? I blinked the PR strategist back into focus, following the direction of her gaze straight to my hands. Christ. It's just jam. Maybe some blood from a cut, but no, Bobby huffed. Not that. She pointed at my ring finger. That. Oh, I whispered. That's just my engagement ring. It's not. Why did no one tell me you're engaged again? Again? Because. Hold on, she interjected. Shut up. Wait. Her eyes closed, and then she did something I wasn't prepared for. Bobby cackled. She laughed. It wasn't a nice sound. It sounded rusty and slightly evil. This changes everything! I was so tired, so done, so... What does? This, she said, lifting my hand. Sucks for him, but this is excellent news. For us. You, me, Andrew, my job, this mess. My mind searched for a way to explain to this woman that this was nothing but a misunderstanding. That this was one of my old engagement rings that was stuck on my finger, not a new one. That sometimes I did silly things like trying them on again out of nostalgia, loneliness, stupidity, and that when I was stressed, my fingers and ankles swelled and, well, rings got accidentally stuck. But I was overwhelmed past my limit. I'd already been before she got here, if the jam was any indication of how bad my problem-solving was when I panicked. And now this woman thought I was engaged? Again? For a 5th time? And that it somehow changed everything. Oh God, I was going to be sick. I needed time to think. My attention caught on something behind her. Not something. Someone. A man. Standing at the end of the driveway. We must have caught his attention too, because his head turned. His hair was a disarray of shades of dirty blonde, and I could make out a pair of glasses resting on the bridge of his nose. He stepped forward, his face coming under the light from the street. Matthew? I heard myself say. Bobby glanced over. Who's that? Your fiancé? Great. He should be here for this conversation anyway. How do you feel about a big wedding? She continued, bending her mouth into a big smile. We'll make a splashy announcement. No expense spared. Out of Andrew's pocket, Daddy to the rescue. There's nothing people love more than a wedding. A reformed villain walking the bride down the aisle straight to her happily ever after, and boom! PR bomb deactivated. Father-daughter bond strengthened. Reputation saved. Crisis averted. Irritating podcasters silenced. No relocation of anyone anywhere. Bobby wins and returns to civilization undefeated. Time seemed to stop for a second. PR bomb deactivated. Father-daughter bond strengthened. Reputations saved. Crisis averted. Then something in me clicked into place. My hand rose in the air, and to everyone's surprise, mine, Bobby's, and definitely Matthew's, I yelled at the top of my lungs, "Hi, baby!" Matthew's head reared back, and I prayed he'd just go along with it. He knew me, who I was. "Love of my life!" I called even louder. "You're finally back!" As I said, I wasn't exactly great at problem solving when under stress. Chapter 2. Matthew's eyes widened. Crap. Then he frowned. Double crap. Play along, I mouthed. Matthew, who must have been caught in the storm that had just swept over Green Oak, based on his wet hair, glanced behind him. He pointed at himself. Me? I read on his lips. Okay, shit. This wasn't going as I'd imagined. But what had I been expecting? I hadn't planned this. Matthew was my sister's best friend, and I'd known that he'd be arriving in Green Oak at some point this weekend. But I didn't even know why he was here, in my driveway. Had he decided to stop by on his way to Lazy Elk? Had Adeline given him my address? Why was he carrying a duffel bag? Where was his car? I wished I had all those pieces of information. But he was Adeline's best friend, after all, not mine. Matthew and I weren't good friends. We were acquaintances, of sorts. If that's what you call two people who'd texted in a group chat but had never met in person. And I just called him love of my life. Out loud. Really loud. My eyes widened. I just called him love of my life. I swallowed, glancing back at Bobby. Dark eyes met mine, expectant, judging. Nope, I couldn't back down now. Absolutely not. She'd think I had issues, real issues, not the ones she accused me of having. I returned my attention to Matthew Flanagan, Adeline's best friend, and, as of minutes ago, my doting fiancé. The thought made my head spin again. But I could work with this. He knew it was me, Josie, his best friend's sister. He'll know something's up. Matthew moved, finally. His foot rose in the air and he took a step forward, in the direction of the porch. I let out all the air I held in relief. "Oh, boy, have I missed you," I said, still loud. "Did you miss me too, sweet baby pie?" Just like two light brown flags of uncertainty would, his brows shot up. "Oh, no need to answer that," I rushed out. "I already know the answer like it's tattooed on my heart. You've missed me a whole bunch, I'm sure, because we love each other, and people in love can't wait to, canoodle, smooch, make sweet love." Bobby groaned behind me. Matthew's step faltered for a moment. I didn't blame either of them. I was appalled at myself, too. With a shake of my head, I walked down a couple of steps, closing some of the distance that was taking my impromptu fiancé ages to cover, and ignoring the way my heart raced for all the wrong reasons. He stopped at the bottom of the porch before looking up, his gaze swiping left and right, as if inspecting, assessing. Then his eyes met mine. They were brown, big, and narrowed behind his glasses, still dripping with water. There was something in them, too. Something distracting that I couldn't read. Something that made me think he was still deciding what to do. I felt myself plead with him, even if silently.
The quality of his gaze changed, and I held my breath again.
"That's me,"
he announced, setting his boot on the last step of the porch with a wet thump.
"Baby."
He cleared his throat.
"And sweet baby pie, which we'll talk about later. Right now, I'm just glad I'm finally home. Ready for all that canoodling."
There was a beat of silence, and Matthew must have mistaken my staggering relief for confusion, because he shot me a glance and said,
"Now, get your ass here and give me some sugar."
Bobby sighed loudly before letting out an appalled ugh. Not me, though. Just as requested, I kicked into action, flying off the porch and landing on his chest like giving this man some sugar was something I knew how to do. I didn't, but my arms went around him either way, the top of my head locking right beneath his chin, and he was soaking wet. Matthew's clothes were sopping, including his leather jacket, and I could feel my robe absorbing the moisture. My skin cooling, I could also feel his body tense and stiff against mine. Why? A throat cleared. Bobby, right. I peeled myself off Matthew's chest with a murmured, "Thank you," that made him go even stiffer, and turned to the woman standing on my porch. "Sorry," I said with a smile. "I got carried away there for a second. We're still in our honeymoon phase, right, Matsy Boo?" Matthew remained silent, looking unsure again. Luckily, he shook it off quickly.
"Right. Absolutely."
His gaze shifted away, falling on Bobby.
"And I take full responsibility for that."
A strange chuckle fell from his lips.
"I'm Matthew Flanagan, and this is my home, and this,"
his arm swung over my shoulders,
"is my woman."
"Bobby," she said with a grimace. "Shark. I'm no one's property, nor do I own anything except perhaps too much cryptocurrency, thanks to questionable financial advice." "Yay!" I squeaked loudly. "Now that that's out of the way and introductions are made, how about—" "How long have you been engaged?" Bobby asked. Matthew huffed out a strange sound that I had to cover with an obnoxious laugh before answering, 6 blissful days! Bobby's eyes narrowed. "It was the most romantic proposal," I added. "My favorite out of all of them." I felt Matthew's gaze falling on my profile, drilling 2 perfectly eye-shaped holes. "Why do you ask?" "It's important information," Bobby said with a shrug meant to be casual. It didn't fool me. She sauntered all the way to the banister and leaned right beside one of my flower pots. "And how did he propose, if you don't mind me asking?" "Romantic picnic," I immediately shot back, feeling Matthew's arm tense around my shoulders. Bobby's brows arched. "At sunset," I offered. And the way she continued to look at me plucked every word that followed right out of my chest. "We drove to a sunflower field, an hour from Green Oak. I was wearing a sundress and he was wearing a white shirt, the flimsy kind that looks effortlessly great. It complements his bone structure." Bobby's lips pursed. "I know the type." "We were sipping rosé," I continued, unstoppable, "and eating cheese he'd cut into very thin slices, just how I like. And before I knew what was happening, he was kneeling in front of me and a teacup pig emerged from the sunflowers, tiny legs jogging in our direction. The pig stopped at Matthew's feet, a letter attached to a bow around his neck. I unfolded the note, my heart racing with the question I knew was written there. Then he said the words, 'Will you do me the honor of marrying me?'" Silence followed my very elaborate proposal story, my heart racing in the middle of my chest.
"What a lucky, creative man I am,"
I heard very softly beside me. Bobby's head tilted to the side. "Agreed," she quipped, climbing down a step. "Let's circle back tomorrow. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it looks like I might be acting as your wedding planner, too."
"Excuse me,
Matthew started, his arm dropping off my shoulders. I shot him a pointed look I covered with a smile. "You're tired and need sleep. And there's all that sweet love, remember? So how about we let Bobby go and we go inside and we sit down and chat? Alone."
"That's a great idea, Josephine,"
Bobby commented, now right by our side.
You should explain everything to your fiancé. And remember not to forget the part about the big, fat, small-town wedding. Daddy's paying, no expense spared. Words rose to my tongue, but the look on Matthew's face stopped them from coming out. His gaze took me in, up and down, quickly. Shock registered, then he paled. I looked down at myself, understanding what he saw. I keep forgetting about that. It's just jam, I explained. Matthew, who seemed a little taller and wider now that he was standing in front of me like this, wavered. And to my surprise, all he said was,
Josie?
I frowned at him, wondering why he was saying my name like that. Bobby patted Matthew's shoulder. Congrats, champ. Let's just hope this ring sticks. At least long enough for me to work my magic and fix this mess. But we'll work on the details and the media angle. Tomorrow. Oh, maybe we should have the wedding in Miami. Sleep on that. I will too. Now it's been a pleasure, but bye. Matthew looked at me, lips still pale, an expression miserable. Not shocked or baffled or even angry, but just crestfallen. My lips parted, but before I could speak, his hand was reaching out and clasping my wrist. He brought my left hand up, gently, slowly, his skin cold and clammy against mine as he turned my palm around. Matthew, I started. But that was all I managed to get out before Grandpa Mo burst through the door, hands clad in pink cleaning gloves and an apron lined with tiny yellow stars around his waist.
Absolutely not,
he exclaimed, arms in the air, effectively drawing the attention of every human and every animal currently residing within a 30-foot radius of us.
My Josie is not leaving for Miami, and I'm not leaving either.
Grandpa's eyes bore into the man who was still holding my hand.
Josie, why is that wet-looking shallot holding your hand like that? Yes, you, the one flapping his lips like some trout swimming upstream. You're not taking nobody to Miami.
Jesus, Grandpa, I warned, looking around for Bobby, but she'd vanished. Could you?
Do not Jesus Grandpa me,
he countered, moving to the banister.
Do you?
He stopped himself, his gaze moving behind us.
Otto Higgins,
he yelled.
Get your ass back into your house. This is nothing of your concern, you nosy wilted prune.
A silent curse left me under my breath. I didn't need to turn to check if my neighbor, and Grandpa's nemesis, was across the yard, sticking his nose in our business. Because of course he was. Of course. Something tugged at my hand. I refocused on Matthew, who was looking down, the little color left in his face draining. I followed the direction of his gaze with mine. My hand was still in his, upturned, and a cut was on my palm. It was barely bleeding, but some of my skin was smudged with a darker red than the one from the strawberry jam.
Josie,
Matthew whispered.
You're bleeding.
Oh, I said, retrieving my hand and wiping the cut with the sleeve of my robe. Don't worry, it's just a... I trailed off. Matthew? His eyelids were at half-mast, and before I could do anything about it, he dropped to the ground. Chapter 3. When Matthew came to, he did so with a startled gasp. I pushed a mug in his direction and forced myself to give him my warmest, most welcoming smile. He blinked at me. My lips fell. Please drink this. I'll be right back. I'm a fast changer, and Grandpa Mo will keep an eye on you. I couldn't blame Matthew for his confusion or reluctance to accept the mug. I couldn't blame Grandpa Mo for the complaint that left him either. But beggars couldn't be choosers, so the moment the tea was in Matthew's hand, I whirled around and sprinted upstairs. And the second I closed the door to my bedroom, I sank to the ground. My eyes closed, shoulders resting against the wooden surface. All the air in my lungs left me in a hissed, shit. No, I corrected myself. This wasn't a shit situation. It was a truckload of cow dung clogging all 5 of your senses kind of situation. Because tonight had been a lot. There were comedy sketches less far-fetched than what had gone down.
Grandpa Mo, screaming like a wolf had just sneaked into the coop and slaughtered half his chickens, had only been the cherry on top. I still wondered how I'd managed to keep cool when Matthew had plummeted to the ground. How we, and yes, I was bringing the old man with me on this, had made a 6-foot-something adult man collapse, just like it happened to my clay when it didn't hold its shape. 1 second he was there, strong and solid and seemingly safe between my hands, and the next turn of the wheel he was smudged all over the floor. Only, Matthew wasn't clay, or a project I could mold into the shape I wanted. He was my sister's best friend, a person with a life who I'd pulled into my mess. This wasn't something I could fix by stiffening him with a blow-dryer, as much as I wished I could. Actually, forget that. I shouldn't even be thinking of stiffening or blowing Matthew dry. I reopened my eyes, stood back up, straightened my back, and refocused on my task. Change, not digress. So I slipped into my ensuite to clean the algae mask off my face, making a mental note to throw the rest of the can away. It had bad juju, I decided. Once that was off, I scrubbed at my hands, put a Band-Aid over the cut on my palm, and slipped into the first thing I found lying around. Leggings, tank top, and a cardigan. Brushing my hair with my hands only once I was trotting my way downstairs. "Is the tea okay?" I asked, not even completely through the kitchen threshold. The man sitting on my pink easy chair remained silent, his eyes meeting mine as I came to a stop in front of him. "It's chamomile," I commented to fill in the silence. "My mom used to prepare it for me when I felt sick or had a bad day. I figured you'd had one of those, so I thought it'd help. Comfort you. It makes me feel like new." Matthew seemed to ponder his answer before giving me a curt, "Thanks." It wasn't exactly reassuring, but at least the color had returned to his face. It was a nice face, now that I could see it under proper lighting. Square jaw, straight nose, full lips, and brown eyes hiding behind glasses. I'd cleaned them up for him during the couple minutes he'd been out of it. They'd been a little stained from the rain, and it was the least I could do, all things considered. I liked them. His glasses. I'd never seen him wear them in pictures, or whenever Adeline had FaceTimed him and I'd been around to steal a glance or exchange a hello. They made him look different. More, I don't know. I suppose that hardly mattered anyway.
"Your hand okay?"
Matthew asked in a deep, raspy voice. "Yes," I admitted, relieved at the fact he was talking. I grabbed a stool and placed it in front of him before plopping down on it. "It was nothing, just a tiny cut," I lied. It hadn't been that tiny.
"You were bleeding, Josie."
"I was, yep, but let's not talk about that. I'm okay, and I'd hate for you to go all ghoulish again."
"It's fine,"
he commented, dragging the mug to his mouth.
"Can't remember the last time that happened. I think being caught in the rain didn't help matters, and my body just gave out for a moment there."
His hands lowered the tea to his lap. Brown eyes roamed across my face, then down, taking me in slowly, or lazily, or maybe tiredly, before returning back to mine.
"You really are a quick changer."
"It's one of my superpowers," I said with a chuckle. But it was short-lived. I hadn't been the only one in need of a change of clothes, and I hated the reminder. I eyed the damp jeans and even damper sweater on him. "We took off your leather jacket when we moved you inside. You muttered something under your breath, and I supposed it was about that." There was a new, awkward beat of silence. "It's going to take some miracle to bring it back to life. Sorry. Probably your boots, too, if I'm being honest. I didn't take those off you, but I wanted to. Ideally, I should have removed every item of clothing off you, but Grandpa Mo didn't let me." Matthew's eyebrows rose. "I obviously mean in a practical, medical way," I explained. "Not in a let's strip you to your underwear kind of way." The corner of his mouth tipped up. "I wouldn't undress an unconscious man," I assured him. "Not unless I was sure his life depended on being, naked, and yours didn't. You were mumbling stuff, so you were mostly fine, and it would have been really awkward to carry you inside naked." Matthew's lips fell flat. "Don't worry." I gave him a big smile. "Grandpa and I cart heavy stuff around on the regular. Well, Mostly me, because I don't really let him do that anymore, although I'm starting to believe those Pilates classes I've been taking are not toning my muscles as much as I was promised. Maybe I should have gone with my gut and given Krav Maga a try. I shrugged a shoulder. Oh, want to hear something funny? His only answer was a strange look. Adeline also fainted the day she arrived in town last year. I told him anyway. Under different circumstances, of course, although I'm pretty sure you know all about that already. But hey, isn't that a fun coincidence? The two of you just losing consciousness the moment you step foot in Green Oak? Based on the way Matthew continued to look at me, I didn't think he found it exactly funny. In fact, I noticed he hadn't said a word in a little bit, and I'd arguably said too many of them. I tend to ramble when I'm nervous, I muttered. So it would be nice if you said something. Just anything, really.
You're not what I expected.
He huffed out a laugh. It was short, a little tired, but it was one, so I'd take it.
And at the same time, you are.
A small smile bent my lips. A genuine one for a change tonight, even if I had no idea what Matthew meant by that.
He doesn't deserve that.
Grandpa Mo grunted, suddenly there beside us. He dropped a plate on Matthew's lap.
He hasn't earned a smile.
I rolled my eyes. Well, I believe he has earned more than a smile after tonight. Plus, I'll give my smiles to whoever I want to, Mo-Po. Grandpa Mo ignored that, pointing a finger at Matthew.
Grilled cheese. Eat. You were looking like some stale leek a few minutes ago. Something tells me you've skipped a meal today, so eat.
Grandpa means well, I told the blond man, crowding my favorite chair in the house. Matthew chewed diligently. And I promise he'll stop calling you silly names. I don't know what's gotten into him tonight. He's being extra grumpy.
I won't stop calling him nothing,
Grandpa countered.
And I don't mean well. I want him healthy and strong for selfish reasons. I still don't know if I'll have to whoop his ass.
I scoffed at the old man before turning back to Matthew. He doesn't mean that.
I do,
Grandpa Mo insisted, taking the plate off Matthew's hands just as he gobbled the last bite down.
That was fast. Still hungry?
No, sir,
Matthew answered, passing his mouthful down.
But thank you, sir.
I snorted at the two sirs. You can call him Grandpa Mo, just like everyone else in town does. Or at the very least, Mo. There's no need for formalities, I promise.
My name is Maurice,
Grandpa Mo interjected.
And how about he keeps calling me sir until I decide what to do with him? This is my home and he's not a guest.
I turned to look at my suspenders-wearing roommate. Your home? You're lucky I like you, or else I'd be kicking your butt and shipping you to Fair Hills Nursing Home. Mr. Nursing Homes make me feel ancient. Grandpa gasped, even though he knew I didn't mean it. He wasn't getting rid of me that easily. Not after his stroke, even if he made a good recovery. I shifted my focus back to Matthew. I'm so sorry,
He's right,
he said, the light brown in his eyes shining with a reassurance I probably didn't deserve.
He's just met me, and he's your grandfather. I did skip lunch today. And dinner. Seeing the time. That wasn't smart, and I'm sure it had something to do with me going down like that. So thanks for the food and the tea, and for taking that wet jacket off me and dragging my ass here. Thank you for not stripping me down to my underwear, too. As comfortable as I am naked, you're right. It'd make everything twice as awkward.
Twice as awkward. I'd used the word myself, but it bothered me that it was his choice to describe this too. Grandpa Mo grumbled something unintelligible before turning around and shuffling back to the stove, where I knew he'd be preparing more food for Matthew. He really was more bark than bite. Grandpa Mo is not really my grandfather, I felt the need to say. I thought this was something Adeline might have told Matthew. I don't think it hurts that I clarify it. Grandpa used to live next door, right beside Otto Higgins. Not sure if you remember him.
I do,
Matthew said.
Nosy wilted prune.
I nodded with a light chuckle. Grandpa would help around the house when I was little. Apparently one day I decided that he was my Grandpa Mo and not just Mo, and wouldn't call him anything else. It stuck, and somehow all of Green Oak calls him that now. I summoned a small smile. So please do that too. I promise he won't mind. Matthew's eyes took me in for a few seconds, contemplating. Then he leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice.
I think I'd like to be on the safe side and keep my balls intact,
he said with a wink. A wink. The curve of my lips turned genuine. Happy, even. This was a lot more like the Matthew I'd heard about. The Matthew I'd expected. From everything Adeline had said about her best friend, but also from the interactions we'd had. A while ago, Adeline had added both of us to a group chat with her and Cameron, her boyfriend and my friend, and it was impossible not to form an idea of Matthew based on his texts. Funny, clever, often playful, brutally honest. Matthew typed the most outrageous things, and I'd found myself laughing out loud reading his messages more than once. Which reminded me of the last conversation we'd had on there. So, I trailed off, tugging at the sleeves of my cardigan. How was the trip? He sighed.
Long, tedious, necessary.
Well, Chicago is not exactly around the corner, I commented. I knew you were coming, but I didn't know you were getting here tonight. His shoulders dropped, and he let his whole body fall back on the seat.
My lease wasn't up until Monday, but I couldn't sleep one more night surrounded by boxes.
You're staying at the lodge, right? I continued. It was vacant now that Adeline and Cameron had found a home closer to Charlotte, and the soccer youth club they had founded and now dedicated all their time to. Lazy Elk is great. You'll love it there, I promise. It's super cozy, stylish, and has the best views in town. It made it twice as hard for Adeline and Cameron to leave Green Oak. Maybe that was why they hadn't rented it out yet. Maybe a part of them didn't want to fully let go. Or maybe they just thought it would be good to keep it vacant in case someone visited. Or needed it like Matthew did. Neither my sister nor Cameron required the extra income from a potential lease anyway. Perks of being a hard-working boss lady and a retired professional soccer player.
I've heard,
Matthew said.
Adeline warned me it was shockingly hard to find, too, but I wasn't expecting my Maps app to keep rerouting me for a whole hour. I still don't understand how I ended up on some dirt road and drove right into a pothole.
So that's what happened? I felt my brows knot with concern. I knew I had no right to lecture him, especially not tonight, but... You should have stayed in the car, Matthew. You shouldn't venture out into a storm. And please do not ever wander into the woods. In fact, next time just call... I stopped myself. I'd been about to say me. Just call someone. Help. A tow. His eyes did a strange swipe over my face, as if surprised by my reaction. Then a light roll of laughter left him.
Battery was out after all that rerouting. I know how much of a cliché that is, but my Prius doesn't have a USB port, and I was supposed to be a mile away from the lodge. I didn't think I'd be soaking wet within a few minutes and get lost. By the time I realized my mistake, I just hoped the lodge was closer than the car.
I frowned at him. I didn't want to say it, but... You're such a man. He snorted.
Fair assessment. But you're right. It was dumb, and It's been a long day, Josie. A long fucking week, if I'm honest.
My stomach dropped at his words. The reason why he probably said that, besides his unfortunate arrival into town. I'm sorry, I said. I can't imagine how incredibly hard that has been. Adeline told me what happened with your job, and I'm sorry. It wasn't fair, I'm sure, and it sucks that you were laid off like that. I'm just... sorry. Matthew stiffened with every word that left my mouth.
There's nothing for you to be sorry for.
But there was, because he'd been fired, and he'd had to leave Chicago and was moving, temporarily according to Adeline, into Lazy Elk, and tonight had happened. We stayed like that, looking at each other in not an uncomfortable silence, but still not an easy one either. A plate clattered behind us, and I wondered whether I should excuse myself and go help Grandpa, whether I should continue to make small talk with Matthew, or whether I should address the topic I'd been avoiding. Matthew's head must have been in the same place, because I watched his gaze dip, falling on my lap where my hands were clasped. I'm not really engaged, I finally said, showing him the back of my left hand. I had a Band-Aid over the cut on my palm, but I still made sure to keep that facing me, just in case. Not to you, obviously. Not to anyone else, either.
Not now, at least.
So I didn't imagine all of that, huh?
His expression turned pensive.
I kind of hoped I had.
That stung a little, but I couldn't say I didn't deserve it. I made myself smile. You didn't. Every bizarre event you remember happened. I glanced down, bringing my hands back to my lap. The ring is from a previous relationship, and it's stuck. I tried to lubricate my skin with jam, which wasn't the smartest idea. But soap wasn't working, and I didn't want to wait around for butter to melt. I shook my head. So strawberry jam seemed like a good, sensible option. Matthew was quiet again, enough to make me look back at him. His expression was now blank, as if he was trying to keep whatever he thought of me off his face. So I continued. Bobby Shark was also real, I'm afraid. She was the reason I went into full panic mode, if you want to call it that. She works for Andrew, my father, and her showing up caught me off guard. And before I could process that, she was rattling off all these things about me and a PR crisis and moving to Miami, and suddenly she was talking about the ring, and you were there, and I wanted her gone, and I really didn't want to move to Miami, so I didn't think. I acted. Silence followed my very poor account of the facts. I grew even more restless. I know how hard that is to believe, but...
No,
he interjected.
It was clear that Bobby was a threat from where I was standing.
A gulp of air escaped my lips. So he understood then. Kind of. I wouldn't call her a threat, I said with what I hoped was a reassuring smile. It was a real one, too. But she's a little scary. Enough for me to see you and think, or hope, really, that she would help. I am your best friend's sister, anyway, so it's not like I was asking a complete stranger.
I didn't know.
My brow burrowed.
I didn't know,
he repeated.
I was trying to help, you're right.
He rubbed the side of his neck with his hand. His voice went down.
But I didn't know it was you, Josie.
My smile faltered. I didn't know it was you, Josie? That's all right, I croaked with a wave of my hand. Surely I couldn't be hurt by that. I was being ridiculous, and the sinking in my stomach meant nothing. It took me all of 3 seconds to know it was you, I continued, watching his face fall. Which is okay. It really is. I'm just really good with faces. Plus, there was all the... I pointed at myself. You know, algae extract and jam situation going on. So I wouldn't expect you to spot me in the distance with only a street lamp around and be like, hey, that's Josie Moore right there. We don't even know each other that well. I mean, who does that? Me. That was who. But that didn't matter now. Matthew hesitated, as if at a loss. But then he said,
I'm sorry.
I let out a snort. What for? There's nothing to be sorry about. I blinked at the new emotion entering his face and decided it was time. Now, time to stop tiptoeing around this thing. I inhaled, exhaled, then said, I think we should just do it. Matthew frowned. We should just finish what we started and pretend it's you, I explained, lifting my hand. The one who put this on my finger. Matthew's mouth hung open for an instant. Then he said,
What?
Let's pretend we're engaged, I told him, my skin heating under the cardigan. Just like we did at the porch. Bobby bought it. She thought it was real. Real enough to leave, which was the goal. She said it would fix the problem. The PR crisis that I was telling you about. I can get into the details, but your face is doing a really weird thing. It wasn't moving. Not a muscle in his body was. Are you going to faint again?
No.
Good. Great. I smiled a little, relieved. So...
No,
he repeated. His Adam's apple bobbed.
No.
No? I asked. Those are a lot of no's, and I only asked one question. A strange sound left his throat.
We're not doing anything. We're not.
He stopped himself.
We're not pretending we're engaged. No.
His back straightened, face serious.
Absolutely not, sweetheart.
I frowned. Sweetheart? He shot me a look. But
No,
he said a fourth time. His voice softened.
I can't do it.
I squared my shoulders too. Could we talk about it? Discuss, do a pros and cons list, whatever you need to.
I can't,
he interjected. My shoulders sunk. You can't? Or you won't?
Does it matter? Point is, what you're suggesting is crazy. Tonight was a fun anecdote. I'm sure we'll make Cam and Adeline holler with laughter, but we're not.
His throat worked.
Playing engaged. I've just gotten here.
That quick, albeit sharp pang of hurt returned. It'd be for a little while, I'm sure, just to weather the storm. She only mentioned a splashy announcement so we could hear Bobby out and then we reassess. He laughed again, but it was dark, humorless, bitter.
Do you realize how crazy this thing you're suggesting is? How ludicrous.
Now that actually stung. Well, from every single story Adeline has told me about you, it wouldn't be the craziest thing you've done. You're pretty ludicrous yourself, you know that? Matthew didn't seem bothered by the accusation.
Well, this is not a college party where you're daring me to stroll naked down campus, sweetheart. This is marriage, a wedding, the ring of some man on your finger.
Again with the nakedness. And the sweetheart. It's not marriage, it's an engagement, I corrected. And it's fake. We're not getting married. Matthew's mouth bent in a disbelieving smile. It wasn't a nice smile, and I didn't think he realized the face he was making at me.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. I can't even think straight.
He stood up, and I had to tip my head back to look at him.
I should probably get to the lodge. A
truck-like sound filled the kitchen, bringing Matthew's words to a stop. We both turned toward the source, finding Grandpa Mo sitting at the kitchen table a few feet away. His head tangled back, mouth wide open, a tower of grilled sandwiches on a plate in front of him. He was snoring. Cranky, sweet old man. He must have been exhausted from all that yelling. I turned to study Matthew's profile as he stared at Grandpa. My hand reached out before I could stop it. Matthew's eyes plunged downward, landing on my fingers as they wrapped around his forearm. His clothes were still so damp. Stay, I told him. You can have more food. Grab a shower and borrow some dry clothes. Then crash on the couch. It's comfortable and it's late. I'd feel a little better if you stayed the night. Grandpa will too. Matthew hesitated, brown eyes still fastened around my hand. It was my left, I realized. He was probably inspecting Ricky's ring, thinking how crazy and ludicrous I was.
All right,
he finally said. I released him and stood up, the tip of my nose almost brushing his throat with the motion. Warmth rose to my cheeks as I stepped aside. I'll get some blankets and a towel for you. You can get started on the sandwiches if you want. Then I whirled on my heels, deciding that what I felt in my gut wasn't rejection. Matthew couldn't reject someone he didn't have. It was just guilt and disappointment and exhaustion. Matthew was probably right. I was a little crazy. And my plans always were a little ludicrous. And we couldn't do this. An engagement wasn't a quick patch over a flat tire. It wasn't something you faked for the sake of a narrative or for a relationship with a parent that I didn't even know how to navigate. It was a commitment, a promise, a walk down the aisle. Although, that had never been the case for me. Chapter 4. Matthew slept like the dead, which didn't justify me watching him sleep for what had to be close to 15 minutes now. But what was I supposed to do? My living room stood between the stairs and the kitchen, and he was currently occupying my couch. And I liked to do something while I had my morning coffee. Gallons of it, after the night I'd had. So although I would have loved to give Matthew some privacy, it had been practically impossible to do so. He looked like a truck had run him over, frankly. His dirty blonde strands were a tangled mess. One of his arms was thrown over his head, while the other hung over the edge of the couch. And I could see a socked foot peeking out of the blanket. It was cute. If not for the fact that Matthew was bare-chested under the blanket, and Grandpa's borrowed pajama top laid on the floor in a heap of checkered flannel. I sipped at the tiny mug containing my 4th espresso. I'm a creep, I murmured, tilting my head from my post at the armchair. And this needed to stop. He was a guest, and I was ogling him, like a weirdo with nothing better to do. I cleared my throat. "Matthew?" I called. And when he didn't react, I said a little louder, "Matthew Flanagan?" I watched him for a few moments, but he didn't even stir. He left me no choice, really. "Matthew!" I exclaimed. The man sprung upward, producing his glasses from somewhere and slipping them right on. Wide brown eyes met mine. I smiled at him. "Good morning, sunshine." He blinked, sleep still tugging at his features and hair pointing in all directions. Also, the blanket had come down to his waist and I could see his very glorious chest. Golden skin, pecs, what had to be a seriously hard stomach. Holy shrimp, Matthew was ripped.
"Thanks,"
he said, his hand landing over his collarbone and scratching a spot. He yawned lazily.
"What time is it?"
My eyes widened a little as I tried to keep them on his face. I had really said that out loud. "It's a little after 9, I answered. "And you're welcome. And also, can you please cover yourself? That's a lot of man boob you're flashing." It was slow, but a smirk took shape around his mouth.
"That's why you were watching me sleep?"
A scoff left me. "I was not."
"Okay,"
he shrugged.
"But I wouldn't mind if you were."
I tipped my chin up like the liar I was. "Okay, Bella Swan, but I wasn't." I leaned down, snagged the checkered pajama shirt on the floor, and threw it at him. "I need to talk to you, and your nippies are staring into my eyes like 2 beacons of manhood asking to be acknowledged. So if you don't mind..." Matthew caught the shirt with a laugh. The sound warmed my chest, just a little.
"Never thought I'd have my nipples being called nippies,"
he said, slipping his arms into the sleeves.
"Or beacons of manhood."
He buttoned up.
"I can't wait to hear what you say when you realize I'm wearing no pants."
My brows shot up so high and so fast they probably left a mark on my scalp. I just lost my focus. My nerve, too. Because I'd had a plan. I knew I had one. That was why I'd been waiting for Matthew to wake up before I left to open Josie's joint, the coffee shop whose doors should have already been welcoming customers. I'd wanted to talk to him, yes, but it was a little hard to do that now. Why wasn't he wearing the pajama bottoms he borrowed? Did I leave the heating too high? Did he simply sleep in the nude? Was Matthew not wearing any underwear? God, how was I supposed to think, much less sound convincing now? I really couldn't catch a break, could I? All I'd wanted was to pick things up where we'd left them last night, to give him the full picture I had now, after researching instead of sleeping, which is exactly why I was on my way to a 5th espresso. The moment my head hit the pillow, Bobby's words had returned to haunt me. Maybe you should have a listen to a podcast called Filthy Reality. Season 3, Episode 12, Minute 18. They dissect the whole thing in detail. It's shockingly insightful. It would have been really stupid, or naive not to check, so I did. Together with every single entry Google had offered about Andrew Underwood. Even the ones I hadn't fully understood. The ones about stock value and personal scandals affecting business. As if hearing and watching 2 strangers who really had millions of listeners dissect my existence in a 5-minute section where they discussed unrelated A-list gossip wasn't enough of a blow. The memory brought goosebumps to my skin, as if I were somehow thrust back in time and I was lying in bed all over again. Headphones plugged in and wide eyes blankly staring at the wall in front of me, while the voices of 2 strangers curled around insecurities I didn't know I had. Interior, Filthy Reality Studio, Day. Sam. Wait up. You're telling me this is the same man whose daughter got into a brawl with that Miami team's mascot last year? The one who's with that retired soccer player from Europe? Nick clicks tongue.
"That's exactly what I'm telling you, Sam. He's Andrew Underwood from Underwood Enterprises or Holdings or something like that. He owns stuff like real estate and corporations. You know that if it's not tech, no one really cares.
Sam. More like you don't, but fair, I guess. Real estate is not as exciting. Unless it's being sold by hot people in full glam, and unless I can peruse the properties from the comfort of my couch. Nick.
We like what we like. Thankfully, the Underwood family is just as deliciously layered, like a real-life Succession episode you're seeing unfold before your eyes, with the drama, the money, the orphan who happens to be an heiress, the secret past, and all the trauma.
Sam. Which reminds me, I should really reschedule my therapy session.
Nick. Do that, Sam. Therapy is crucial. But you should also stop sidetracking me because this family has issues, as I was telling you. It really is like they're growing them on demand. Rich Daddy, for example, kept his origins a secret for decades. There's this piece in Time magazine where he admits being ashamed of coming from some tiny place in North Carolina and letting everyone believe he was in fact from Miami.
Sam. Ew, that's a big waving red flag.
Nick. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. This newly discovered daughter, Josephine something, who he also kept under wraps for decades, is from, brace yourself, that same tiny place.
Sam. The plot thickens. A nostalgic rendezvous?
Nick. It seems. And it more than thickens because she, whoa,
laughs.
I can't even say it with a straight face. I swear, I'm not making it up.
Sam. Spill it. I spend way too much time on the internet to be shocked.
Nick. She's a serial runner.
Sam. Disappointed sigh.
Nick. No, wait. This girl runs on men. On grooms. Her fiancés. She gets engaged and abandons the dudes at the altar.
Pause.
On their wedding day.
Sam. Wait, what? But how many are we talking about?
Nick. 4, for now.
Sam. Gasps, then laughs. Like that rom-com from ages ago?
Nick. The 90s was not that long ago, Sammy. Stop talking about millennials like we're ancient. But yes, just like Julia Roberts in that movie. And I swear I'm not answering who Julia Roberts is. I'm also not making this up. We've hunted for pictures of her and found one in some local newspaper. And as expected, she's a stunner. She also happens to be this wholesome, small-town girl with big blue eyes and cowboy boots. I didn't even know they wore those in North Carolina. But anyway, 4 times.
Sam chokes out a laugh.
Whoa!
Slow clap. Listen, I applaud. We love a bad bitch who can and will say no, even if it's giving trauma and I'm low-key a little worried about her.
Nick chuckles. I mean, I can't blame her, really. I would have big fat daddy issues if my father had ditched me in some town in the middle of nowhere to live it up in a mansion in Miami. Do you have any idea how nice my tan would be if I lived in Miami?
Loud exhale.
Now seriously, you know I occasionally have a heart, so drama aside, it's no wonder the girl is messed up. She apparently lost her mother young. We didn't find out when exactly. And Rich Daddy did nothing. Small-town heiress didn't even know she was an Underwood until very recently.
Sam groans. Now that's truly disgusting behavior. I feel sick, really. That's why I never get past a situationship. It's so hard to trust. The length some men will go to hide who they are, and this guy is the proof. Ponders with a hum. I wonder if we could do something in solidarity. You know, I'm a girl's girl.
Nick. I don't know about that. We are just 2 people on a podcast. But we could ask our audience whether they want to hear more. So, realiteers, let us know in the comments if you'd like that. It's been a while since we did a reality series, and I feel this one's layered.
The answer to Nick's question had been a resounding yes. I'd seen the comments myself. I also wished I hadn't just based it on the amount of unfiltered thoughts, opinions, and judgments some people felt the need to put into the universe. But regardless, I didn't need to be Bobby Shark to know this wasn't good. I could already tell that it probably didn't register in the spectrum of acceptable or manageable.
Josie.
Matthew tried.
You good, sweetheart?
I swallowed, refocusing on him. Sure, I said. I was just thinking. Thoughts. Of various types. Did Grandpa's bottoms not fit? Is that why you're not wearing them? Matthew tilted his head.
I'd rather talk about what's bothering you.
His gaze dipped in the direction of my hands.
What is it?
I knew what he'd just done. Checked for the ring. It was back in the box after it came off in the shower. But that didn't change or fix much now. I was just wondering whether you had any time to think about last night, our conversation, because I have, and I'd like to pick up where we left it, if you don't mind. A strange sigh left him as he rearranged his body, moving slightly forward and bracing his elbows on the blanket covering his knees.
Yes,
he admitted.
And I owe you an apology.
My whole body perked up.
I was a little harsh in my delivery. I was dead on my feet and cranky, and I wasn't myself. So I'm sorry. You were right. If anyone would be jumping headfirst, no questions asked, into something like what happened back at the porch, it'd be me.
My chest tightened with relief? Hope? Seriously?
Yeah,
he admitted with a nod.
That's why I want to be there next time you talk to this Bobby person. I involved myself in this when I went along with the lie anyway. So I'll be there.
I felt the corners of my mouth twitch, climbing up my face with a smile.
We'll tell her it was all a misunderstanding. Together.
And down it came. Oh, escaped me with a weak puff of air. A misunderstanding. That's what you meant. His chuckle was strained, as if he'd forced it out.
What else did you think I was going to say?
Every new piece of information I'd learned last night, every single thing that had been said about me and Andrew, swirled in my head, making me feel a little dizzy. It's no wonder the girl is messed up. How could I explain everything to this man? Should I just hit play on the podcast and make him listen? Watch his face fill up with pity in the best of cases? I'd always considered myself a strong, independent woman. But based on everything being said, I had never been. Not really. Not even remotely. I shook off that thought and stood up. I'd really lost my nerve. And that was fine. I'd be fine. Or you know what? I think I'll just tell her myself. I'll say it was all a mistake. It'll be like ripping off a really feisty and uptight Band-Aid.
You sure?
Matthew hesitated.
I could.
Oh no, I said, standing up from the armchair. I should really go open Josie's now. Grandpa Mo will drive you to Lazy Elk while we sort out your car situation. Matthew's lips thinned, and I averted my gaze, already moving. You're right about everything, so I'll fix the mess I started. Plus, it's just Bobby. It really isn't like I have to make some public statement, or worse, tell the whole town we're not, a thing. It's just a woman I barely even know.
So when's the wedding?
I was asked for the 4th time today. I'd been counting. Together with 5th time's the charm delivered a total of 3 times, and who's the lucky man? A chilling total of 8. 8! Because as it turned out, it wasn't just Bobby who thought I was engaged again. It was all of Green Oak. Or at the very least, every customer who had strolled into Josie's joint buzzing with the news of a new engagement. They always buzzed. With any news, but engagement news was the worst, or buzziest. And when you were allegedly engaged to a mystery man you'd kept a secret, the buzz escalated to an angry buzzing beehive. All thanks to snoopy and meddlesome Otto Higgins. News traveled fast in Green Oak, but this fast? Not even when one of the kids discovered the video of Adeline ripping the head off the Miami Flames mascot with her bare hands did the news spread overnight. It took at least a day for everyone to start theorizing. Not this time. It was barely lunchtime, and I'd already heard that I was engaged to some guy named Marcus or Maddox or Maverick, a cowboy from Tennessee. No, a wanderer named Martin, someone claimed. They'd spotted him roaming around the edge of town with a duffel bag and a cloak. A cloak! Sometimes I wondered how we, as a community, had survived this long without going absolutely insane.
We totally support you,
Gabriel said, bringing me back to the conversation.
I know you must have your reasons for keeping this from everyone. We're all a bunch of gossips, although we mean well. But now that it's out, I want to hear everything.
He smiled.
And see the ring. Let's see where this one ranks.
I loved Gabriel. We'd known each other since we were kids, and we were still good friends, even if we didn't hang out like we used to. He was a family man now. a dad to Juniper, a husband to Isaac. I knew all of this came from a place of warmth. But boy, if he squeezed me for any more details, I was pretty sure I was going to scream. "A ring's not here," I said with a tight bend of my lips.
"What do you mean the ring's not here?"
Gabriel's brows arched.
"Where is it?"
"At the cleaners. It needed a polish." All of them did, so I wasn't technically lying.
"If you say so,"
he said with an incredulous shrug.
"So what about my other questions? Who is he? How did you meet? What wedding theme are we going with this time?"
Wedding theme. Does any of that matter? Why can't we talk about Isaac? Or Junie? How is 5th grade treating her? Is Isaac coming to the Warriors game on Sunday, or is he stuck somewhere traveling? Gabriel frowned.
"Of course it matters. You're engaged, Josie. Again. After, Duncan, who, by the way, I've heard is, and I quote, facing some important challenges. My cousin Martha, the one who lives in South Carolina, told me she was keeping an eye on him, to keep us in the loop. And some lady in her book club is somehow related to one of Duncan's campaign managers and is feeding her top-notch information. Anyway," he pursed his lips, "can't say I'm affected by the news. If he was running for state senator here, I sure as hell wouldn't."
"That's kind of Martha," I interjected. "And you. But you know that whole anti-Duncan stuff never sat well with me. He isn't a bad man. He has principles which are rare in politics. Things just didn't work out for us, and that's not a good reason for anyone in town to judge his work or want to cancel him." Gabriel's eyes rolled behind his red-rimmed glasses.
"You're too honorable, Josie girl. A true unicorn."
I wasn't. I was a messed-up girl who was giving trauma. "So anyway," I said, readjusting my apron, "this is still a coffee shop, you know. You guys are going to run me out of business if all you want to do is chat."
"You know that couldn't be further from the truth," he answered with a snort. "Green Oak would cave into itself without this place, or your baked goods, or you. But okay, point made. I'll wait until you decide to open up about this Maverick guy."
"His name's not—" I shot him a glance. Gabriel's smile was sly.
"Ugh, so close."
Another shrug.
"Alas. How about you get me something special today, to make up for not telling me a single detail about this man? Does he have abs? Is he a generous lover? Is he really from Tennessee? Nobody knows, not even me, which I'm fine with, by the way."
I got to work on an extra-large, extra-sweet Josephino, decidedly ignoring Gabriel, as he debated the merits of dating a cowboy like Maverick, and continued to prod at my barely standing patience. "Cinnamon or cocoa?" I hit the metallic jug against the rack. Hard. Just as he said something about pitching bales of hay, shirtless.
"Cocoa,"
he answered with a roll of his eyes.
"If you please."
"Great," I said with a smile that I was sure wasn't reaching my eyes. Then I bent my knees and kneeled behind the counter with the excuse of reaching for a new cocoa powder shaker. But all I did was close my eyes, giving myself a moment and a pat on the chest. God, I was sweating. Rivers. I lifted my knit sweater and let some air get in, only springing up to my feet when I felt slightly better. "Here's your mother cracker!" Otto Higgins and his pug, Coco's, faces greeted me.
"Don't know who you're talking about, but I don't think I can take more foreigners in town. Green Oak's small enough."
"Good morning, neighbor," I said, hearing the unease in my voice, and the grudge I so wanted to hold against him. But that wasn't who I was, so I decidedly ignored that and glanced down at where Coco was sitting. "You know the rules. Furry companions are welcome, but no stinky butts on my counter."
"That's what I said," Gabriel muttered. "That's not the place for a dog's ass, Otto."
Otto grumbled something, reluctantly snatching Coco off the counter and holding her in his arms.
"My Coco doesn't stink."
I inhaled very slowly, then grabbed my disinfectant bottle and started wiping at the surface. "What can I get you, my sweet and cheery Otto?"
"So, where's this Mario?"
my neighbor asked in return.
"The blonde one? You sure made some ruckus in the middle of the night. Woke me and Coco up. You know she needs a rest."
"Oh?" Gabriel perked up.
"Mario, huh? Blonde.
And a ruckus. My so-called friend shot me an inquisitive glance. Color me interested, Otto Higgins. On a scale from 1 to 10, how ardent would you care to rate this ruckus?
Well,
Otto started with a thinking face.
I'd say...
There wasn't any ruckus, I intervened. It was a normal, ordinary, customary night.
There was quite a commotion on your porch, though,
Otto muttered, readjusting Coco's pink collar.
Can I get one of those puppy drinks you do? Coco loves them. I'll have a glass of water. They're both on the house, aren't they?
Of course, I gritted between a toothy smile. Both things were supposed to be complimentary with an actual order. But I'd give him anything to stop talking. Here, I added, grabbing 2 brownies from the display and placing them in front of the men. These are on the house, too, and they're warm, so I wouldn't waste any time if I were you. I'll be right over with the puppuccino and the glass of water. I turned, looking for the plain yogurt I got solely for the puppuccinos. Once located, I grabbed a container of pumpkin puree. Despite how warm it's been, it was fall, after all. Pumpkin season was in full swing, and that meant pumpkin beverages, pups included. I returned to my spot at the front, eyes cast down as I balanced everything in my arms. All right, so... A new face had joined the group. Bobby, I said, hearing the sheer exhaustion in my voice now, too. Hi, you're here. Great. Welcome to Josie's joint.
Don't sound so excited, she deadpanned. Why is this so busy? Oh, wait, don't answer that. There's no Starbucks around.
I suppressed an eye roll and smiled. So you've said. And isn't that wonderful? Local businesses have the space to thrive.
I didn't think you were listening all that closely last night, she answered, looking around with a strange grimace. And thrive away for all I care, but do it beside a place where I can order from my phone. This is my only vice, Josephine. This and late-night shopping. If you tell me there's no one-day delivery either, I might have a tiny stroke. She paused. You guys get one-day delivery here, right? Gabriel snorted. I opted not to answer. Otto frowned at our newcomer. You were there, too. Last night, in the ruckus. The 2 men seemed to perk up. But I'd had enough questions. I'd had enough everything. So I clapped my hands, grabbing everyone's attention. Otto, here's your water and a puppuccino for Coco. I placed the 2 cups in front of him. And Gabriel, let's catch up later, yeah? Give Isaac and little Junie a hug. Now bye, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, adios, toodles. Have a good day, and remember to bring your JJ loyalty cards next time, yes? I watched the 2 men and dog shuffle away, even if reluctantly, with a tight smile, before returning my attention to the PR strategist. Okay, small-town heiress, Bobby said in a seemingly impressed tone. You have a backbone. Good. Small-town heiress. That was what the podcast had called me. What can I get you, Bobby? A flight back to Miami? I thought. A shovel so you can help me dig the hole I want to disappear into right now? Her bright red lips pursed in thought, giving me enough time to ponder while acknowledging her attire. That beautiful coat from last night was long gone, and she wore something that looked a lot like a corset over a black flimsy blouse, paired with leather leggings. She looked stunning. And terrifying. She cleared her throat. Venti iced white chocolate mocha no whip sweet cream foam extra caramel drizzle. I wasn't an establishment prepared to serve that kind of drink. I smiled. Coming right up. Good news, finally, she said, throwing her hands up dramatically. I returned to my station and got to work on my Sharky, I'd decided to call it. So how's Blondie? Bobby asked. Good night's rest? Matthew's okay, I muttered. And he slept well. Like the dead, in fact. I think I prefer Blondie, Bobby replied. My shoulders stiffened. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I have nothing against him. I just can't take blondes seriously. I know I'm one before you point that out, but that's different. I'm a woman. And I'm me. I take myself and women very seriously.
She braced her hands on the counter, right at the spot where Coco's butt had been. I felt the tiniest smirk appear on my face.
We should move quickly with the wedding planning.
Whatever smugness I'd been feeling disappeared. Bobby continued.
Did you have a look online? Listen to the podcast, perhaps? You don't need to answer. I know you did by the way you're scrunching your face. Not so flattering, huh?
I occupied myself with my convoluted Sharky, trying to figure out a way to emulate the stuff I didn't have. I'm not scrunching my face.
You are,
Bobby pressed in a casual tone.
Naturally so. Having your dirty laundry and reputation aired like that would do that to you. I'm shocked you're here at all. I thought I'd have to pick up the pieces and put them together so we could talk. This stuff would break anyone. Maybe even me.
Dirty laundry. Reputation. I swallowed, hard. I'm not breaking. That's just gossip.
Is it gossip when they're speaking facts?
Bobby answered. I felt myself go cold. In an instant.
Good thing you have a way to prove them wrong. You've found love. Again. And I hear everyone in town just found out about your happy news. Color me surprised.
She waited, and I was sure the pause was very intentional.
Hey, I'm not here to pass judgment. I would be reticent to share that too, if I'd been engaged half a dozen times.
My cheeks heated.
It was only 4. 5, she corrected before tutting. Poor Blondie. You're leaving him out this early in the game?
That's not what I meant.
Not judging,
she repeated, inspecting her nails.
I have daddy issues too. Half the world does, and the other half deals with a partner who has them.
Well, that's not an issue I have. I don't belong to any of those groups.
Tell that to pro soccer player Ricky Richardson, Bobby countered. Or Senator wannabe Duncan Aguirre. Or Sean or Greg, whose last names and occupations are irrelevant. Wasn't Ricky so affected by you leaving him at the altar that his performance turned to shit and he was transferred to some team in Canada? Yikes.
My spine went as stiff as a stick. Canada is great, and he loves it there.
Wasn't Duncan close to ending his campaign because he was so heartbroken? Didn't Greg flee to Thailand after you hit the road?
My jaw clamped. I thought Greg didn't matter. And how do you know any of that?
I'd be doing a bad job if I hadn't researched you before coming out here, Josephine. And if I found out, don't you think Page 9 will? That podcast belongs to the main source of gossip in the country. Sam and Nick would love to pick apart such a varied collection of grooms that never were.
That's not at all intrusive, I commented. I shook my head, returning to the counter with the final product. And I don't collect them. Also, Greg now goes by Astro, which you would know if you dug deep enough. I also didn't exactly leave Ricky at the altar. And Duncan is fine, believe me. I'm also not the only woman on the face of the earth who's been engaged a handful of times. I don't know why everyone's making it such a big deal.
4 times. 5 now. And under the age of 30.
Bobby offered in a final tone.
It's a big deal when paired with who your father is. And please, don't tell me you're good friends with your exes. I thought you were smarter than that.
What if I am friends with them? How is that bad? Bobby blinked at me, her expression one of pure and utter outrage. This is not a sitcom, girlie. Wake up! She let out a scoff. This whole thing is giving unresolved childhood drama. It's giving off 90s rom-com vibes that haven't aged well. It's giving Ross Geller. Ross Geller is a divorcee, I argued, trying really hard not to let her words affect me. As if at a loss, Bobby picked up her cup with a sigh and brought it to her lips. A moan left her.
You know what? I'll marry you if you decide to give Blondie the boot.
I was flattered, but I took that for what it was. An opening. An exit, hopefully. So, about Matthew.
Look around you, Josephine,
Bobby said, dark gaze sharpening as it held mine.
Everyone's ecstatic with the news. I haven't seen this many smiles since my unfortunate visit to Barcelona's Wax Museum years ago, and these are not even that creepy.
I swallowed the strange lump in my throat and did as she asked as much as I didn't need to. Bobby wasn't wrong. The atmosphere in the small cafe I considered my second home hadn't been this animated since the Green Warriors made it to last year's Little League final.
Your father extends his best wishes too, Bobby continued.
My head whirled in the woman's direction. I braced myself on the counter. Andrew knows?
He does now, she confirmed after a beat. And he's thrilled you're open to letting him have a significant role in your life. He thinks the least he can do is pay for the wedding, all things considered. He's obviously thankful you'll do this at such a critical moment, too. This might give us the angle we need to fix this whole thing. Unless you'd rather consider the move to Miami. Blondie could come too, I suppose.
My stomach twisted, that sudden urge to scream or run or do something really silly rising again. He's thrilled you're open to letting him have a significant role in your life. I would have big fat daddy issues if my father had ditched me in some town in the middle of nowhere. He thinks the least he can do is pay for the wedding. I told myself I'd never go through that again. A wedding. Not after Duncan. Not after 4. I would have been happy to help organize Adeline and Cameron's, whenever they decided to tie the knot. But not mine. Definitely not a 5th wedding. And definitely not if I already knew I wouldn't make it down the aisle. Absolutely not to a man I barely knew, either. But that wasn't very different from any other time I'd told myself I wouldn't jump into a new engagement, and had done it regardless. It was Bobby who spoke, as if she was somewhat aware of my internal struggle.
I really am not here to pass judgment, Josephine. I'm here to help. It's Andrew's and your image being trashed. And I'm incredible at my job.
A pause, a tilt of her head.
I'm a good judge of character, too. I think you believe in second chances. I know you're a team player.
Her arm rose, pointing at all the tables brimming with people behind her.
I can see you care about your community, so I know you care about your family, too. Andrew is your family now. Families look out for each other. So I encourage you to put your pride aside and accept his help.
My gaze shifted behind Bobby, but I wasn't really looking at my patrons. Andrew is your family now. Families look out for each other. It was all I'd wanted for a long time. A family. Someone to stuff the gaping hole Mom had left in the middle of my chest when I'd lost her. I knew Adeline had somehow helped to do that, and I loved that, having a sister. But a sister wasn't a parent. And my relationship with Andrew had been unexpectedly different. Not as easy. Confusing in ways that made my stomach knot with the possibility that it might never work. It wasn't about pride, like Bobby had implied. When I'd promised Matthew I'd fix this, I only had to face Bobby. But it wasn't just Bobby now. It was everyone. The whole town knew. Andrew knew too. He thought I had the key to fix an issue I was responsible for in some twisted way I couldn't refute. I had also lied. It had been me making up a story last night. Without really knowing how, I now faced a dilemma. I had 2 choices. Tell everyone my engagement was a lie and snuff out all that excitement and hope. Or move with what I'd set into motion and break things off later, when the dust settled, and inform everyone of something they might already expect, that another engagement was no more. Both were equally terrible. The first one made me look like a liar. It cemented Bobby's and Nick's and Sam's and everyone else's accusations. That Andrew had messed me up. That on top of being a misstep on an incredible resume, I was also deeply troubled, a liar. The second choice did that too, in a way. But it fixed the problem for now. It gave me a chance to salvage something. Andrew is your family now. It gave us a chance. Coffee's on the house, I heard myself say. My treat to first-time customers. Bobby's smile was slow, and when it fully formed, I noticed it was the first one to reach her eyes.
Excellent. Thank you.
I cleared my throat. Of course. The PR strategist tapped the counter before stepping back.
Now go get your man. We have plans to make, and a little birdie told me that Blondie and Andrew have a past, which explains why your fiancé was somewhat reluctant to accept Andrew's help when I mentioned it last night. So, item number 1 on your list is prepping your doting fiancé. I want everyone on their best behavior, and that means Blondie, not my employer. She whirled around, and right before walking away, she looked over her shoulder one last time. Oh, and I think your ring might have slipped off your finger at some point last night, she tisked. Hope you retrieve it soon, Josephine. Details are important in PR. I looked down at my naked finger, wondering if a part of me had known last night, when Ricky's ring had gotten stuck. It hadn't been the first time this had happened with one of the 4 rings I kept in that box atop my dresser. But it had been the one time dread had filled me so overwhelmingly instantly. I supposed it didn't matter. Bobby was wrong either way. I had something more important than a ring to retrieve. A fiancé. Chapter 5. I pounded my fist on my fiancé's door. Yep, that was what I was calling him in my head, because for all practical purposes he was. He just needed to be informed of that fact. There was noise on the other side. A sort of bang. And a thump. Then steps. I leaned back and waited, relieved that Matthew was frankly alive. Grandpa Mo had joked about ditching him somewhere in the woods when I'd asked if he'd safely deposited our guest in Lazy Elk. I hadn't laughed. I didn't have the time to retrieve a man from the forest at the moment. The door to Lazy Elk Lodge opened, revealing a messy-haired, half-asleep Matthew. He was in sweatpants and a hoodie. No glasses, I noticed. He looked nice. Right out of bed, I'm hot without trying kind of nice. Which was unimportant. What took you so long? I asked in a single rush of words, stepping under his arm and coming inside. Looked like I was not waiting to be let in. I've been banging on the door for 5 whole minutes. Matthew turned around slowly, blinking at me.
Josie?
A strange sound left me. I wished it hadn't, but I hadn't been able to do a single thing to stop it. Not this again, I whispered. He opened his mouth, but honestly, now I was irked. I stomped in his direction, dropped the bags at our feet, and whacked him in the stomach. Hard stomach, by the way, just like I'd guessed, based on that peek I'd gotten this morning.
Christ!
Matthew complained, barely flinching.
What was that for?
I huffed. Something memorable enough for you to remember me, Dory. Matthew's lips twitched. The corners of his mouth went up momentarily. Then he shook his head, as if wanting to stop the smile from sprouting. It didn't work. He was grinning like I didn't know, like a blonde guy who had just rolled out of bed and was smiling for no reason.
My glasses,
he finally said.
I fell asleep on the couch and couldn't find them in time to get the door. Couldn't be sure it was you until you were close enough to punch me.
A strange wave of relief hit me. Of course, his glasses. I'd noticed the absence of them on his face, but hadn't put 2 and 2 together. I'm sorry, I don't know what got into me. I'm usually more thoughtful than that. He tilted his head.
You're memorable enough already. You don't need to resort to violence.
A part of me wanted to remind him he'd thought I was some strange woman on a porch the night before. You sleep a lot, and you should have said so before. I snagged the bags off the ground, then pushed them against his chest. You bring these to the kitchen. Or wait, you stay here until I find your glasses, and then we talk. I turned around, ignoring the question on his face. I'd really like you to see my face for this conversation. Matthew's smile fell, but I scurried into the living room before I could discover why, and got started with the search. I know Lazy Elk like the palm of my hand, you know? I called loudly, lifting up one of the cream-colored pillows before dropping it on the carpet. Before Adeline and Cameron left town, I was spending a lot of time here. And before you ask, I didn't mind third-wheeling. I've always been confident in my singlehood, as much as you might think the opposite, considering everything that has transpired. I stared at the pillowless couch, bringing my hands to my hips and calculating my next move. Anyway, I said, carefully unfolding and shaking blanket number 1. I think they'll want babies soon, I added, discarding the burgundy wool cover aside. They're spending New Year's in Italy, and that's a pretty romantic country to be, you know. I kneeled,
going down on my knees and checking under the couch. Have a little cheeky shag, like Cam would say. Not that he'd ever... Found them! I jumped back to my feet, glasses in hand, and a proud smile on my face. Matthew's tall shape was there, right between the living and kitchen areas in the cabin's open space. No bags in his arms. His expression was strange. Pensive with a touch of something I couldn't put a name to. Got your glasses, I told him. And because he didn't answer, I strode in his direction. His gaze seemed to follow me as I made it all the way to where he stood. When I reached him, that thinking face didn't go away. Not sure if I should do this, I told him, gently swiping the lenses with the cotton tee I wore under my sweater. But they were laying on the carpet, so... My gaze returned to his face, finding his chin tipped down to look at me. Matthew was tall, a few inches taller than me, which had me tilting my head back. Silence seemed to lazily settle around us now that I wasn't filling it, and he seemed to be waiting for something. Without thinking too much of it, I lifted my hands, the glasses rising in the small space between us with them. Gently, I touched the tips to the sides of his head. And when Matthew didn't complain, I pushed them forward, slipping the temples into his hair. His eyelids fluttered closed. In reflex or reaction, I couldn't tell. I only knew it made me a little bolder. Before I could stop myself, my pinkies were brushing him. The sides of his neck. It was nothing but a soft, feather-like brush of my skin against his, but I was close enough to see his pulse jump. He swallowed. A shiver curled its way down my arms in response. Matthew's eyes reopened, the quality of his gaze changing, the brown in his eyes sharpening. He glimpsed down at me, my face, my mouth. Something between my belly and chest took notice, and I stepped back. Matthew blinked, as if spat right out of a turning wheel. "Coffee," I said, clearing my throat. "Let's have coffee." My hand rose to my face, unconsciously patting my cheeks. They were burning. "And snacks. Fruit, I've brought everything. What do you say?"
"You lead the way,"
Matthew answered, moving to the side. Was his voice strange?
"I have no idea where anything is here."
He didn't need to tell me twice. In a matter of minutes, we were seated across from each other with twin mugs of freshly made cappuccinos and everything I'd brought with me displayed between us.
"I hate to be that person who looks a gift horse in the mouth,"
Matthew said, gaze swiping every single container currently on the kitchen island.
"But last time someone showered me with this many sweets, I was being bribed into taking my 2 sisters and 3 little cousins to Funtown Splash Town for a whole weekend."
Well, shoot. "I'm not bribing you," I exclaimed with a slightly high-pitched laugh. "No one's bribing anyone. This is just coffee." Matthew momentarily arched a brow, but brought his mug to his mouth. Unlike last night, or this morning, he seemed a little more easy, comfortable even, not so drained and perplexed. Good. That hopefully meant he'd be more willing, too.
"Holy shit,"
he said, looking down at his coffee.
This is fantastic."
You know I run a very popular coffee shop, right? I know it's fantastic.
"My apologies,"
he said in a joking tone.
"I should have expected no less."
He eyed Cameron's coffee machine on the counter.
"I guess I was fooled with my own experience. I bought my dad one of those last year for Christmas, and whatever we did with it, coffee never tasted like this, not even remotely close. And there was an embarrassing number of YouTube tutorials involved, trust me."
"It takes some practice," I pointed out with a shrug. "And I started years ago, if it makes you feel any better. With an older and less sophisticated model than the one Cam has here." My smile turned a little smug, but I couldn't help it. I was proud of myself. "There's always a trick for the foamer," I explained. "And the roast of the beans has to be right for milk-based brews. You have to go dark so you can still taste the richness of the coffee. And of course, the blend is also super important. 100% Arabica, naturally, but the origin, now there..." I stopped myself. "Sorry, I got carried away."
"So you're a coffee snob,"
Matthew said, ignoring my apology.
"Besides being a barista and a coffee shop owner, you're also a nerd."
His hand reached out over the island, settling on one of my mini eclairs.
Born or made?
Made, I answered easily, watching him chew and let out a tiny moan of appreciation. I was sure it had been unconscious. My smile widened. Someone taught me the basics and introduced me into the world. I went from there.
Someone?
He asked, taking a carrot cake square this time. An old friend, I said, studying his reaction as he chewed once again. He always dreamed of owning a coffee roaster with a small bar where customers could enjoy a cup while they're shopping or waiting for their beans order. Matthew licked the frosting off his thumb, a new sound of appreciation leaving his throat. When we broke up, I was too deep into coffee culture to quit it.
When you broke up?
Matthew asked. My eyes bounced up, leaving his mouth. Sorry?
You said an old friend got you into it.
I entertained the idea of making something up. But if I really wanted Matthew to do this big thing for me, and if he agreed, this would eventually come up. My exes. Sean, I explained. He was a friend first. Then my first love, then my fiance, then an ex. Sean and I had been high school sweethearts. We dated through our teens, and he'd proposed soon after graduation. Unlike me, he decided not to go to college. So I'd lived in Chapel Hill while attending UNC, and I'd go visit him up in Fairhill on the weekends. That didn't last as long as I'd hoped. Out of all my failed attempts at a successful walk down the aisle, this one had been the easiest to explain. We'd simply been too young, too naive, stuffed with too many dreams, too green and far from the people we were supposed to be. No one had judged me for leaving Sean the way I did. Not with Mom's passing so relatively recent, and us being so young. I didn't know if it was my wording that made Matthew ponder my words for so long, but he seemed as lost in thought as me. Only difference was, my stomach had closed at the memory, and he kept snagging more sweets. A second eclair, a lime mini tart, a white chocolate brownie, then a pistachio one, then raspberry, macadamia. Whoa, I decided to say. You're stress-eating my rainbow brownies like your life depends on it.
They're really good,
he admitted through a mouthful. Anything on your mind? His throat bobbed as he swallowed.
Nothing worth discussing.
Ouch. I couldn't explain exactly why, but that stung. So, I ventured, brushing whatever that was aside and focusing on what had brought me here. Our conversation. My dilemma. Bobby showed up at Josie's joint earlier today, and before I say more, I want you to know that she promised—
Don't trust a single promise that woman makes you,
Matthew said with a shake of his head. I sighed. I was getting really tired of being interrupted by everyone anytime I summoned the nerve to say something. Why not? Matthew averted his gaze, searching around the island that separated us. I hoped he wasn't considering going back to stress eating instead of elaborating. I was desperate, and I'd take the food away from him.
The short version is because she works for Andrew Underwood.
And the long one?
Because she works for your father.
That's the same answer, Matthew. His face hardened. That glimpse of the more playful, relaxed Matthew disappearing.
It's not,
he said.
Andrew Underwood is a powerful businessman with a multi-million-dollar portfolio. Your father is a selfish man who has his own interests at heart. You can have your pick, but Bobby doesn't work for you.
Bobby also said you'd be reluctant, I commented. She seems to be right about that.
There's nothing to be reluctant about,
he answered.
Because I thought you were clearing this up with her, telling her the truth.
Plans change. Matthew stiffened on his stool.
What changed?
Everything, I should have said. But I went with a simple, everyone in town already thinks we're engaged.
What?
He sputtered.
How?
My neighbor, Otto Higgins. People have been coming by Josie's all day, extending their congratulations and theorizing who the mystery man is. Bets are on some guy named Maverick. Matthew's eyes turned to plates. Believe me, I had no idea this would happen. I wanted to come clean, but I think that given the circumstances, the best course of action is that we do it.
That we do what?
I shot him a look. That we pretend we're engaged. That we let the town and everyone think we actually are, and let Bobby do her thing. Andrew knows now, too, apparently. He wants to be involved in the wedding, like Bobby said. Pay for it, show up. I shook my head. I didn't want to think of what that meant right now. Not yet. That's supposed to appease the gossip. Bobby's good at her job. She has to be if she was hired by Andrew. So I'm sure she'll fix everything before you have to wear a bow tie. I don't think we'll even get into the thick of wedding preparations. Just long-term surface planning. We'll just let them believe Andrew's part of it and act like we want to get married, while Bobby works her magic. I trust that she will do that quickly.
Josie,
he said. Just that. My name. He shook his head, a strange sound leaving him.
That's not pretending we're engaged. That's being engaged.
My cheeks flamed. Then pretend you're in love with me while we're engaged, temporarily, out of convenience. I'm not asking you to marry me. We'll break things off when all this PR stuff goes away. He laughed then, but it dripped with disbelief, bitterness.
Out of convenience for whom? Because this is not just posing for a couple of pictures with Andrew. Believe me, I know. I was there with Adeline. I've seen a version of this PR crisis happen already. You have too, when he shipped her here to shove her out of the way. So tell me, to what lengths are you willing to go to protect him just because some asshole with a bitchy attitude tells you to?
I flinched. This is different. It's not a silly viral video that will blow over. It's my life. Andrew's, Adeline's. My family's lives. One I thought I'd never have after Mom passed away. And I never seemed to get a relationship right. I've thought about this. I'm not just jumping on it because I'm told to. His voice softened, his tone almost turning careful.
Aren't you, sweetheart?
Sweetheart. It wasn't the word that bothered me. It was the way he said it, like someone who wanted to protect me, to spare me the heartbreak. Give me some credit, Matthew. I'm not some simpleton who's being tricked by the city folk. He immediately paled, and I saw on his face that he hadn't meant it that way. I also realized I probably shouldn't have said that, but it had to be said. I'm protecting myself, I insisted.
Josie,
he warned. Apologetic, honest.
I did not mean it like that. I'm trying to look out for you. You don't need to do this. You don't need me or a fiancé or anybody.
Maybe I don't, I said, done with warnings. Apologies. Honesty, too. I hopped off my stool. But that's unimportant, because if you really want to look out for me, then you'll help me. I might not need to do this, but I want to. Do you want to hear why? I rounded the island, slowly crossing the distance to where he sat, his eyes not leaving me as I moved.
Why?
Because, I said, reaching aside and coming to a stop. Without breaking eye contact, I placed my hands on his knees. Matthew exhaled as I turned his body in the swiveling stool so he'd fully face me, ignoring the way his eyes widened slightly. Because the idea of being a liability, I continued, stepping into his outstretched thighs, lowering my voice so it was nothing but a murmur. The idea of becoming a problem, I added, feeling his body start to gravitate toward mine. Only a little, only enough. The idea of being a thorn in a man's side, or anyone's flaw or weakness, much less my father's, makes me sick to my stomach. My words felt like a confession, and I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't know what to do with the way Matthew hadn't moved an inch, besides his hands dropping to his sides in fists, or the way I was standing so close to him. So much that I could smell things like his shampoo, or some faded traces of cologne on him. I didn't know what to do with how enraptured he seemed by my nearness, and how that made me feel. I'm doing this for myself, Matthew, I whispered. His eyes dipped down to my mouth, making me notice I was biting my bottom lip. Not because anyone is telling me to. I want to do this because I started it, and it's you I need. My hand reached up, but I stopped myself before it made contact with his arm. Just him. Not anyone else. So be my fiancé, Matthew. Please? Brown eyes softened and flared all at once. My stomach started to constrict, but I pushed that down. I didn't know what I was doing, but whatever that was, it was working. Hope swelled inside me as I watched him. A muscle in his jaw jumped.
Okay,
he finally said. My eyes widened, and I was sure they had to be sparking with surprise because just then, Matthew seemed to realize what he'd said. Perfect! I squeaked, stepping back from a confused Matthew. I started walking backward, making my way to the door. Meet me tomorrow at the Warriors Park, okay? 11 sharp. It's right across from Josie's at the end of Main Street. You'll find it on Google, too. I made sure it's there. I turned around, closing my eyes. Oh, boy, oh, man! What the hell had just happened? All right, toodles! It was only when I closed the lodge's entrance door behind me that the answer to my question seemed to form. I just proposed to Matthew. And for someone who had been engaged 4 times, I really sucked at it. Chapter 6. It was 11 sharp, and Matthew wasn't here for his hard launch. Not that he knew he was being hard launched. The man had no idea, which I solidly believed was the best way to go about it. If he showed up at all, that was. I waved a gloved hand at Gabriel, who met my gaze from across the bleachers. He returned my tense smile with a frown, and I pretended to get a call before he could approach and ask what had me looking like I'd sucked a lemon. See you around, I mouthed at him, pointing at my phone before bringing it to my ear. I dragged myself all the way down the bleachers, disconnecting my fake call and landing on the grass with a little jump. I greeted a couple of people here and smiled and nodded to a few others there. But for the most part, I was a girl on a mission, scrutinizing my surroundings for my fiancé. It was game day, and everyone currently filling the stands in Warrior Park, the new name for our local sports facilities, had showed up this Sunday with more than just an interest in the Green Warriors, our girls' ragtag soccer team turned Little League champions. They were here to be a part of the mayor's fiancé's entry into Green Oak society. And I'd been here in these exact shoes 4 times before. The end of summer lake barbecue with Greg, Green Oak's Christmas tree lighting party with Ricky, or our most recent tradition, the Easter extravaganza with Duncan. Even Sean, who was from town, had to go through the motions. I, Josie Moore, might act as mayor around here, but I didn't make the rules. And the longer I went without a man off my arm, the more restless every expectant Green Oak resident grew. It didn't exactly make the feminist in me sing, but one didn't blame a rabbit for wanting to chase a carrot you dangled in its face.
So, where's Marty?
Otto Higgins asked from my side. I was just thinking of you, I muttered, keeping my gaze forward and my smile firm. And not here, yet. That's also not his name. Chances were he wasn't coming at all. But being delusional enough to think I could manifest things was something I loved to do. Plus, I had no alternative. It wasn't like I could drive down to Tennessee and find some cowboy named Maverick to tangle in my mess. Believe me, I'd researched last night.
They're all the same to me,
Otto grumbled.
It's hard to keep up anyway.
Well, ouch. Excited for the game? I asked, keeping an eye on the entrance gate as people poured in. I haven't seen this many people since the Six Hills final last year. Do you think we'll win?
Can't say I care if we do,
Otto commented.
So, how long is Marshall staying? And what's with the gloves? It's scorching today. One could say we're in the middle of summer.
I chuckled, but it came out all strangled. Cold hands, I lied. Circulation problems. My hands and feet, always cold. That's completely normal stuff that happens to everyone. I cleared my throat, sparing him a glance. Coco was, as always, astride his hip. How about you go look for a spot, huh? The stands are filling up quick, and the game will start in a few minutes. Otto scoffed.
And miss this now that he's here? Absolutely not.
He's here? Matthew's here? Heart suddenly racing, I turned, following Otto's gaze. Matthew stood at the far end of the pitch, boots firmly set on the green grass, legs clad in dark denim and shoulders covered in a long-sleeve baseball shirt. Brown eyes, no glasses, I noticed, met mine in the distance. My thoughts stumbled. He'd shown up. Matthew was here, and that meant he was really doing this. We were really doing this. We were about to confirm the engagement. And as much as this was just Green Oak, and in the big scheme of things, it didn't matter all that much. The notion still had something in my stomach, mirroring the strange discord in my head.
Man, looks like this is the last place he wants to be,
Otto pointed out from my side, making me realize I was not moving.
Can't say I blame him, with all this fuss. He's not even wearing his hat. Isn't he a cowboy? Oh, isn't that Diane? He tutted. I wonder when she returned from her retreat. She doesn't look all that rejuvenated to me, if I'm allowed to say. Did you know that?
No time for gossip, I rushed out, finally leaving my neighbor and his pug behind. Diane was not only back, but she was also on the move, toward Matthew, and that meant I needed to get to him first, intercept my fiancé before she could. Otto Higgins was child's play compared to that woman. She was a human lie detector, and persistent, too. So I jogged, stealing glances at her. Diane did the same, picking up her pace the moment she spotted me. I broke into a sprint. Matthew's brown eyes widened, but he remained in position, his stance widening and his arms stretching slightly, as if readying himself for whatever was coming his way. He'd better, because Diane was close, and I hadn't run toward something this desperately since a raccoon broke into Josie's joint, trashed the Pie of the Month display, and refused to leave. "Hello!" Diane started, but Matthew's gaze didn't leave me in favor of the other woman. Good. Great. My legs ate away the last of the distance, and I said, just as loud as Diane, "Catch me!" Matthew's brows shot up. I lunged at him. It wasn't a swift, delicate lunge. Not even remotely close to the way I'd embraced him on my porch the disastrous night that put all of this in motion. It was a tackle, one that should have sent both of us tumbling to the ground, if not for Matthew's arms that closed around my waist in a strong vice, and my legs that wrapped around his hips. He muttered something that sounded a lot like, "Motherfucker," under his breath. My lips popped open with an explanation, but it was forgotten the moment Matthew moved. One of his palms landed at the center of my back, and the other shifted under my leg, my thigh. He rearranged me around him, and I realized then I hadn't thought this through well enough, because there were body parts, on body parts, of various types. "You caught me," I pointed out. Clever. A quick but deep chuckle left Matthew, falling right on my cheek.
You didn't leave me any choice.
Some warmth traveled to my face, but for the most part, I was concerned with the spider monkey hold I had on the man.
Josie.
Yes, I croaked. Matthew's chest rose and fell with a sigh against mine.
What's going on?
I extricated my head from his neck and finally looked at his face. Boy, he was close. So much so that I could see the brown of his eyes had tiny specks of green. How had I missed that before? It must be the sunlight, making them shine and...
Josie,
Matthew murmured, bringing me back. I summoned an innocent smile. Oopsie? Those eyes I'd been so caught on a moment ago dipped to my mouth, briefly.
Oopsie?
His gaze returned to mine.
That's your answer?
It was a little hard to think when I could feel the imprint of his palm on the back of my thigh, even through my jeans. Yes? I cleared my throat. Sorry, what was the question? And do you, want me to jump off? I could. Just say the word. His arms didn't loosen their hold around me.
Tell me who the woman you were racing is first. The one who's still circling us like she's waiting for something.
Was that why he wasn't dropping me on the ground? That'd be Diane, I explained. Let's say she's very enthusiastic when it comes to newcomers. That's why. I glanced down at the small gap between our chests. I did this. I'm protecting you from her. But don't worry too much. It's just Diane. Ignore her and she'll go away. Just let me know when you're ready for me to stop protecting you." His eyes shifted behind me for a moment.
I don't think it's just her.
"What do you mean?"
Every single person in the stands is staring. Do you have any idea why?
"Oh, right. So about that." I made myself smile. "That's because this is your hard launch as my fiancé. Yay!" We sat in the stands with equally stiff backs, pretending to watch the game. On a scale from 0 being a golden retriever to 10 being a rabid raccoon with a taste for pie, how mad about the surprise intro into society are you? I ventured. Be honest, please. I can take it. A long sigh left Matthew. He looked more resigned than mad to me, but for all I knew, he might have been secretly seething.
Do you think we should talk about this here?
I looked around. The stands were packed, and everyone's attention, as much as it had slowly shifted to the game, was still on us. Except for Grandpa Mose. He'd shown up just as my boots touched the ground and grumbled something unintelligible about a beetroot before heading for his usual spot in the front row. Since then, the cranky old man I loved to bits had gone to great lengths to pretend we didn't exist. It was my turn to sigh. That's a good point. We wouldn't want anyone to think this wasn't planned, or a trap to lock up my new man before he gets cold feet and flees town. I glanced to my right, where a head full of permed curls I knew well protruded from the sea of people. I'd always had my suspicions the perm gave Diane her super hearing powers, so I turned back to my newly and officially appointed fiancé, and I scooted a little closer to him. So, what do you want to talk about?
How about we watch the game?
Matthew offered.
The Grovesville Bears defense is starting to struggle.
My brows arched. So, you're not just pretending to watch?
They're disorganized,
Matthew commented, his eyes on the grass.
Communication is off, and they're giving the Warriors too much space.
I returned my gaze to the game and watched. Like, really watched for the first time. He was right. Wow. It really is like they've left the back door wide open. I stole a glance at the score. And that explains the 4-0. Oh my God, I clapped. Go Warriors!
Exactly right,
he agreed.
Bears coach is more concerned about yelling than tightening them up.
I could see as much. You know, I started, lowering my voice. That woman, the Bears coach, she got into a little altercation with Cameron and Adeline last year. During a game, while Cam was coaching the Warriors and Adeline supervised the team. Matthew glanced quickly at me, brows up, and I whispered, She called Cam a little bitch, and Adeline got all worked up. I chuckled. I swear, I knew then that she had it bad for him. Matthew let out a laugh with a shake of his head.
Unbelievable. Who calls Cameron Caldani a little bitch?
I watched him return his attention to the pitch, as if he didn't want to miss too much of it. But my eye stayed on his profile. So what I'd heard about Matthew was true. Baseball shirt, defense talk, man crush on former soccer star Cameron Caldani. He really was a sports nerd. So, why are you not working in something like this? I asked. And the question must have felt just as out of the blue for him as it did for me, because it stole his attention from the ball. Sports, I explained. Most journalists who are also sports nerds end up following a team around the country or landing some kind of position as a correspondent or anchor. But not Matthew. He worked for an entertainment and celebrity news outlet. Or had worked up until a few weeks ago. Neither Adeline nor Cameron had ever gone into much detail about his departure, and it hadn't been broached in our group chat. All Adeline had told me was that Matthew had been asked to write about Andrew after the Time article that had attracted so much attention, and that Matthew had refused. Adeline never said it had been to protect her and Cameron, but it seemed like it. Why else would he refuse? When he didn't say anything, I felt the need to fill the silence. I always wondered, that's all, but we don't need to talk about it. I can see it's not a topic you want to discuss, and that's fine.
Exactly how much time do you and Adeline spend discussing me?
Some warmth rushed to my cheeks, but I tipped my chin up. Don't let it get to your head. We talk about everyone, in detail. And we really did. I was simply curious because you were analyzing the defense strategy of some local team that consists of 6th graders, like we're sitting at Wembley and the Spurs are playing a Premier League final.
Spurs, huh?
He repeated with a smile. It was really small and lopsided, but at least it wasn't a frown. Tottenham Hotspurs, of course, not the San Antonio basketball team. No offense to the NBA, but European football is where it's at. That slightly bent corner of his mouth twitched.
Sounding like Cam there for a second.
Pshaw! I let out. A girl can know about the English league, you know. A girl who had also been briefly engaged to a professional soccer player. But I didn't say that, and I threw Matthew a wink. The brown of his eyes twinkled with surprise. But yes, I could sound exactly like Cam if I wanted to. He grumbles a lot at games, and I've picked up some things.
Mind demonstrating?
I cleared my throat lightly, then shot to my feet.
Oi, Tony!
I shouted in my best English accent.
Bloody get Rashford in! Can't you see the Bears' defense going to shite?
A few heads turned my way, the referees included. Sorry, hun, I told Tony, switching back to my voice. Please carry on and make sure to swing by Josie's joint for the after game. You're doing amazing, thank you. Matthew's whole expression filled with amusement.
The resemblance is uncanny,
he said, to which I responded with a little bow before sitting back down.
In fact,
his eyelids fluttered shut.
Oh yeah, I think I can smell shortbread and stale beer if I close my eyes.
You did ask me to demonstrate, I said with a snort. And that's what you think they eat at games? Shortbread?
I would,
he said, returning his gaze to the game.
Shortbread is great. I could eat it anywhere at any time. My sister smuggled the box in her suitcase last Christmas, and it was a life-changing experience.
I perked up with interest. Finally, a piece of information I hadn't been handed by Adeline. Was she visiting?
She lives there,
he answered easily, and his profile softened so much it made me pause.
Tay's in London on a tennis scholarship. It isn't a full ride, but it was her dream. Fell in love with the sport when we were kids, and my dad somehow won tickets to the US Open. She's been obsessed ever since. It's a good thing she's incredible at it.
I ignored the warmth flooding my chest at the affection in Matthew's voice. Oversharing was one of my love languages. It wasn't the best love language to have, but it was the way I was wired. I overshared, and in turn, consumed and filed all and any information that fell into my hands. This was the first thing I'd added to my Matthew binder on my own, and I liked that it had been about his sister, and that he'd looked like that while telling me. Those are the best things to fall in love with, I heard myself say. The ones we find accidentally. Matthew's eyes found mine. That softness was still there, but something else had emerged. It made me nervous, and it made me feel comfortable, too. Like I could say that kind of thing around him, but at the same time, like he wasn't just hearing the words. Anyway, I said, averting my gaze. It's good to know. This is the kind of stuff I should know if we, do this.
If?
I heard him ask from my side.
I was under the impression the deal was already sealed. Hard launch and all.
Otto said that you looked like this was the last place on Earth you wanted to be. And you were a little late, after all. So it crossed my mind that you were on the first flight out of Charlotte. You did look a little like you were entering one of those creepy mirror houses they have at fairs. I paused. Even though you agreed to this whole thing. A strange hum left him. It made me want to turn. But I wanted to be casual about what I was saying, so I stayed put, even when I felt his eyes intent on my profile.
Did I?
He asked. Did you what? I was holding the fort so well, I was proud of myself. Agree or look terrified?
Either. All I remember from those two instances is being immediately and thoroughly sidetracked. By you.
My stance broke. I glanced back at him. Matthew's expression was serious in a way that made heat rush up my neck, bathing my whole face. I'd done that. Sidetracked him. I'd used my double gaze stare on him yesterday, and I'd climbed him like a tree today. Well, that's not my fault, is it? I feigned indifference with a shrug. That's your prerogative as an easily sidetrackable man.
It really is,
he said. I frowned at him, my facade quickly dissolving. Why wasn't he joking? My stomach dropped with dread at the logical answer to that. I had done a little more than sidetrack Matthew. I had pushed him to do this. I had beguiled him into it even. And that didn't make me a monster, as much as it made me a desperate woman with only one way out of a mess she'd started. But I hated the idea of him feeling trapped all the same. Was that why his expression was so closed off and stern-looking? You can jump ship and say no, I told him. At any moment. Matthew tilted his head in question. Which kind, I couldn't know. I insisted. I'm not planning to shackle you to my wrist and drag you around town. It'd be a little awkward to do it here, but we could break up. Today. It wouldn't be my first public breakup, and it wouldn't be the first time a man dumped me, even though some podcaster believes I'm a heartless, damaged, evil witch with issues and a penchant for weddings.
They said that about you?
Matthew asked.
When?
I opened my mouth to answer, but he was pulling out his phone. His fingers swiped with a determination that drove me to peek at the screen. Page 9's Instagram was open. Matthew, I called, feeling a little apprehensive now. My hand crossed the few inches separating us, landing on his arm. The sleeves of his baseball tee were pushed up, and I immediately regretted having gloves on. Why are you checking? It locked into place then. You've listened to it. Filthy Reality, Page 9's podcast. I didn't tell you the specifics. That's why you're checking their page? A muscle in his jaw jumped when he looked up at me.
Yes.
I had wondered if making Matthew listen to it would have been a quicker way to have him agree. But a part of me hadn't wanted his pity, judgment. And it didn't matter how or when he found out about my past. It just bothered me a little that he had listened to it before. I could tell him myself? I could prepare? And what are you planning to do right now? I asked him, pushing all of that aside. Comment on some post like an outraged Karen?
I can be a great Karen.
I gave him a half-hearted smile. That's sweet. It was also unnecessary. Matthew hesitated, as if he was going to say something important. But I stopped him with a hand. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a perm moving in the crowd of heads, going 1, 2, 3 stands up, right above us, but to the left. Pug ears popped up too, then Otto's cap. Jesus, those two were like the Avengers of none of their business, assembling the moment anything important was picked up by the wind. Put your arm around me, I instructed in a low voice. All Matthew did was frown. Or do something. Anything you'd do to your fiance if you were watching a game with her, and she asked you something silly like, would you love me if I were a worm? Anything that's PDA and would keep people from interrupting us. Anything that... My eyes widened. No lips or mouth, I rushed out, realizing what I was asking might imply Matthew kissing me. But we'd eventually have to do that, right? Right? Oh, God. And that... Focus, Josie. Just do something now, please. His hand met mine in a swift motion. Warmth wrapped around my wrist, and before I could so much as process the gentle touch, my gloved fingers were being brought up to the height of his chest. Matthew's eyes met mine as he lowered his chin, his teeth closing slowly around the extra fabric around my pinky. He gave the glove a quick, gentle tug, and a breath seemed to get stuck somewhere between my throat and lungs. Then he replaced his mouth with his own expert hand, peeling the pink wool off my skin. Wide-eyed and frankly boiling hot despite the missing layer, I could do nothing but watch Matthew as he sandwiched my hand in his big palms and blew air into it. A warmth, soft like melted butter, spread, chased away by goosebumps breaking across my skin. My whole body tingled. The corners of his lips tipped up, his gaze roaming all over my face, in a way that told me he knew exactly what he was doing. "This," he finally said, rubbing my skin with his thumbs. "If my woman has cold hands, I'm going to keep them nice and warm." My woman. Nice and warm. Shoot. I'd just been Uno reversed. No words rose to my tongue, so I cleared my throat. All right. This was fine. I'd asked for this. It just caught me off guard, that's all. That is what the wobble in my belly meant. Surprise.
"But, sweetheart,"
he said a lot louder.
"Of course I would love you if you were a worm."
He winked.
"I'd build you a tiny box and carry you in my pocket anywhere I'd go."
That's cute, I muttered. Although it really was. It also felt incredibly nice to have my hand held like this. I dragged my eyes behind him. The gossip brigade is down. For now. Matthew didn't seem to care as much as I did. He was now preoccupied with turning my hand and inspecting my palm. His thumb caressed the skin, sending more tingles up my wrist.
"The cut is healing."
He lifted his gaze to meet mine.
"Do you still want me to kiss it and make it better?"
My brain tripped. Kiss it and make it better? That's... My voice broke. No lips or mouth. I think I said that. He shrugged. Casually. Way too much.
"Sorry. I really thought I mentioned having excellent selective hearing."
I narrowed my eyes at him, seeing the start of a smile tugging at his mouth. My lips opened, but before I could say anything, both our phones started buzzing. We frowned at each other, letting go of the other's hands to fish out our devices. "It's Adeline," I said.
"Cam's calling me,"
Matthew said at the same time. We both paused, and then it all clicked together. "Have you?"
"No,"
he answered with a shake of his head. He declined the call. "Whoa! Did you just hang up on Cameron Caldani?" I asked him in disbelief. "Do you not know the man?" Before Matthew could respond, our phones started ringing again. Only the caller IDs were switched. Matthew declined his best friend's call, too. "You're ballsy," I breathed out, letting my call go to voicemail. "And they are insistent, which can only mean one thing." I studied Matthew, gauging how this made him feel. "A part of me expected you to call Adeline yesterday, after I left. It's really okay if you did."
"I didn't,"
he said, brows nodding.
"You didn't tell them anything?"
I shook my head. "I was waiting for today, in case you called it off. And it would really be okay if you wanted to check with Adeline to see if she's comfortable with this. You've been best friends for years. And I'm Adeline's sister, but I'm new to her life. You get shotgun on the conversation if you want to reassure her. And them first. Or make sure I'm trustworthy, or..."
"Do you really believe that?"
I didn't want to ask him for clarification, so I didn't. Luckily, the perfect distraction came in the shape of a trail of notifications making my hands ping. Adeline.
"We're not mad, just surprised and happy. Why are you not picking up? We know you're together. Someone texted me a picture to say congrats."
Cam.
"Oh, I'm actually mad."
Adeline.
"Ignore him. There's nothing to be mad about. Except maybe you guys not telling us earlier. But we are happy. My best friend and my sister. I have so many questions. But please know, there was no need to hide your relationship or your engagement."
Cam.
"That's exactly why I'm mad."
Cam.
"Also congrats. Happy for you. Now answer the bloody phone."
Adeline. "Please?" Smiley face. I stared at the screen, all kinds of emotions rioting in my stomach. They were all mixed, and they took up all the space in there. Probably more than that, judging on how heavy my whole body felt. They're not questioning if it's real, I heard myself say. They're not asking us if we're together, just assuming we hit it. Do you think that's good or bad? I wasn't expecting someone to text them. I thought I'd have a little time to think about how to tell them. And what to tell them. If you hadn't already, of course. God, they must be so hurt, disappointed. Although Adeline doesn't sound super hurt or disappointed. Do you think that's weird? We need to tell them the truth. Unless you think they'll freak out, convince us not to do it, I mean, let's face it, Cameron hates anything that has to do with the press or media. And Adeline will go all overprotective on you. You're her best friend. She'll probably get into a fight with Andrew over this. And Bobby. Maybe even me. The whole PR drama is already bad enough, and they've been under so much stress with the club. It's only 1 year old, and I know they're getting a lot more attention after Andrew mentioned it in that Time article, so how... God, I think I'm getting a little sweaty. Dizzy? Do you think they're on their way here? I don't know if I can face them, or tell them the truth. Oh, God, just the idea is making me... Matthew's hand fell on my forearm, bringing my gaze up.
Deep breath.
I inhaled deeply, holding his gaze, immediately realizing I hadn't done that in a minute or two.
We don't need to tell them,
Matthew said. We don't?
Not if the thought of it is giving you a goddamn panic attack, no.
I'm okay, I whispered. I wasn't, but the noise in my head had quieted with that deep breath. Or Matthew's words. I'm fine, and this shouldn't be my call. You shouldn't be pushed to lie to your best friend just because I'm a wreck. It should be your call.
You're wrong.
My only answer was a frown.
It's not my call,
he insisted simply, matter-of-factly.
And I don't get shotgun on anything. Me getting that based on some strange seniority of friendship? It's bullshit, Josie. She's your sister.
He paused as if to make a point.
You get to make the call. Or at the very least, we do. Together.
My head worked out his words, but it was all chaos upstairs again. I didn't know if I could trust myself. My decision-making capabilities had been really off lately. It was selfless of Matthew to say that. It made me feel good. Worse. Relieved. Shook up. My voice came out weird. You're talking like we're in a relationship.
Are we not?
Then a little louder.
We're engaged.
My eyes widened at first, but then I realized. We were in the stands. Still. I swallowed, trying to get a hold of my thoughts. We are. Matthew nodded, as if that was all he needed as confirmation.
I'll return their call after the game. I'll handle most of the initial heat on why we kept it hidden from them, or why I proposed so fast. You have enough on your plate with Bobby, and I was planning on bringing this up with you anyway.
My throat worked around the air stuck in my throat. Matthew had thought of this? It didn't matter if for a day or a few hours. He was far better than me at problem solving, and that made me feel a way I wasn't able to fully grasp. Guilty, selfish, grateful, relieved. Maybe all of those things. Before I could look too much into it, he was slipping the phone back into the pocket of his jeans and plucking something else out, distracting me. Everything inside me halted at the sight.
You should have this,
Matthew said. With a shaky breath, my eyes inspected what was held between his fingers. A moss-green pouch. My heart resumed, whipping about, thrashing against the walls of my chest. My words were a whisper. Have what?
This,
Matthew said, sending the struggling organ to my feet.
Your hands weren't cold,
he added.
Makes no sense in the 70-degree weather. You were hiding them, weren't you? You can't wear the ring from the other night. From your ex. So have this one instead.
Every word had sent me further into shock. I couldn't find my thoughts, or words, or reason. I couldn't find anything. So I asked again. Have what instead?
My ring.
Chapter 7. Bobby Shark drummed her nails against her arm as she stood in front of us. She was making my ass cheeks sweat, frankly. The flush covering my body like frosting over a birthday cake had nothing to do with the strange heat wave hitting Green Oak in the middle of October. I'd been sweating since last night, when Bobby had called for a meeting to strategize. The woman appraised us some more, gaze bouncing from me to Matthew, then returning to me. We were sitting shoulder to shoulder on twin chairs, lined up right in the middle of Josie's joint, which I'd closed at noon just for this. On a weekday, by the way. So not only was Bobby making me lose precious bodily fluids, but also good rush hour income.
Fine,
she finally said. Fine, I repeated, carefully, and feeling like I was talking back to the principal after being called to her office. But what do you mean exactly? Is it a fine or a fine not fine?
Fine means fine,
she countered. I know what it means, I said, but what do you mean?
I mean fine,
Bobby said again. But a fine, I started. Matthew's palm fell on my leg, the contact severing my speech. The warmth of his skin seeped through the thin fabric of my silk skirt.
Neither of us are mind readers,
he said.
Thankfully. So how about you explain to us what exactly is fine? Or why we're here? Or the objective of this impromptu meeting you've called?
You two,
Bobby deadpanned.
You look okay together. I'd make some changes, but not many. Would you consider Botox?
Oh, God. I don't think... I started, but stopped myself. Why was I so frickin' nervous? And were my wrinkles so bad? That's not really...
Neither of us needs Botox,
Matthew interjected.
Next topic.
I all but slumped in my chair, relieved he'd taken the lead. Matthew tapped my leg with a thumb, and some kind of reflex or code I couldn't crack, and then he retrieved his hand. The patch of skin where it had been felt strangely cold. But that was good. Great. For the best. Bobby resumed talking, and I crossed my legs and arms in an attempt at giving her the impression I was chill and not a nervous wreck. But it was hard to pay her any attention when I felt so off, so fidgety, as if I couldn't stop turning and twisting in my seat. I returned my 2 feet to the floor and clasped my hands in my lap. Something sparkled under the light, and I immediately glanced down. The ring. Matthew's ring. Mine now, for all intents and purposes. The ring was on a strange loan, whose length hadn't been discussed yet. Or terms. Which reminded me we should after this, and which didn't change the fact there was a ring on my finger. It wasn't the first time I'd worn one, or the second, or even the third. It was my 5th, and yet it felt like all that experience counted for nothing. Matthew's ring was without a doubt beautiful, unique, and so different from any other engagement ring I'd ever been given. Distinct in that way only a piece of jewelry with personality and soul could be. I wasn't a fool. I'd known the moment I'd pulled it out of the pouch, after recovering from the shock and saying a very loud, "Thank you for picking it up from the cleaners, baby," that it was a Claddagh ring. It bore some modifications to the original design, but it had been obvious enough for me to recognize the crown and hands clasped around a heart whose space was replaced by a stone, and topped by a crown lined with much smaller ones. Even if the detailing was minimal, and the elegant band was thinner than the typical one. The ring begged too many questions, starting with, why did Matthew have one around in the first place? Or, in what way was Matthew connected to Irish symbology and tradition? And ending with a long list of other unresolved mysteries that revolved around him giving me his ring instead of getting a new one, which was what I'd been planning, eventually. Bobby cleared her throat. Cheeks flushing, I ripped my eyes off my finger.
"Earth to Josie,"
Bobby said with an unimpressed grimace.
"I know all you want to do is stare at your hand, show the girlfriends, daydream of Blondie in a tux, handwrite your vows into perfection, or, I don't know, scroll down Pinterest to create the perfect wedding board. But we have ground to cover. And I'm going to need your full attention."
"I scrapbook," I countered, out of anything better to say. "Scrapbooked for my other, projects. I like manual labor far more than staring at a screen, in case you're wondering."
"I wasn't." Bobby's lip curled. "And you won't need a scrapbook for this."
Bobby produced an iPad.
"You're going digital. That's why I need both your iCloud addresses. I'm syncing you to Bobby Shark's Ultimate Wedding Planner. You need to treat this as your new Bible. And before you ask, no, there's no printable. And yes, you're welcome for bringing you into the 21st century. Just remember this moment when I give you that last push down the aisle and you think, damn, I wish I could marry Bobby instead. She frowned. Although with your track record, you better not think of any such thing. You walked down that aisle, not up. A shout came from behind us.
For the last time, there's no pushing nobody down nowhere. Matter of fact, there won't be any aisle at all if I have a say in it.
I didn't need to turn around to know that Grandpa Mo, who had insisted on fixing a non-existent problem with the window lighting while I was closed, was holding some tool he didn't need and glaring at us.
Does he need to be here?
Bobby asked me.
I'm changing a bulb,
Grandpa Mo complained.
With a hammer?
Bobby said.
I'll change bulbs however I please to,
he huffed out.
And this is my Josie, and this is her shop, so I'll stay if I want to. And there won't be any aisle pushing unless she wants it. Is that understood?
We all stared at the man, face serious and chest heaving. Guilt and concern surged deep in my belly. Grandpa had lived through all my previous engagements, and it hadn't been fun for him to watch me navigate my way out of them. This was in many ways worse than a conventional engagement, because he knew the truth about Matthew and me. He was the only person who did, and he was doing a poor job concealing it. I summoned a reassuring smile. How about you go back to work, Mopo? I promise we have it handled over here, and if at any point we don't, I'll call out for you. That seemed to appease him enough to give me a nod and return to his alleged work.
Back to iCloud details, Bobby continued. You can give them to me or I'll get them myself. I have my ways and asking is just the polite approach.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Matthew shake his head. A whiff of his cologne hit me in the nose. Cedar, and a touch of something I couldn't catch. It was nice, and I liked it. It was also unimportant that I did, so I rattled my details off before I was sidetracked again, and Matthew followed my lead. In seconds, our phones pinged with twin notifications.
Excellent, Bobby said. Now, this is not just any calendar. This is BS's Ultimate WP, which is what I prefer to call it. I know it's unusual for a PR strategist, but I'm also your wedding planner. She grimaced. Apparently. Everything is linked to a checklist, log, diary, record, budget, which is only a reference so we can go higher, and everything you need to know.
She flipped the screen, tapping quickly in different spots.
Here, 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 and here. Your homework is to go through it, read it, process it, assimilate it, and embrace it. You'll have to sign an agreement to confirm you understand and concur with everything disclosed. Nothing strange, considering I suggested an NDA that Andrew immediately shot down. So, questions?
Huh?
All of them. Why do we need a... Awesome, no questions. She cut me off, her fingers decidedly flying over the device again. Now that that's out of the way, have you settled on a date?
Matthew grunted something unintelligible, shifting in his seat. Something clattered to the ground from Grandpa's corner.
A date?
I repeated, my stomach swooping.
For the big day, she countered. I've set a temporary one in the planner, one that suits us, but I'm open to discussion.
My body turned to, well, stone. Not ice because I was still sweating. Either way, I went very, very still. It really amazed me how I jumped into this without thinking things like rings or wedding dates would obviously be discussed.
No date, I croaked.
Bent my lips upward.
Let's stick to the temporary one for now, please. Music to my ears, Bobby declared.
Crisis averted.
That's December 1st.
And back to Crisis Land. That's less than 2 months away, I rushed out. My ears started ringing, and I was almost sure I was between 1 and 3 seconds from dropping to the floor. Bobby's eyes narrowed, and suddenly Matthew's arm was there, resting on my back. You'll fix it, right? The press situation? The narrative? I found enough strength to say. Before we get to that day, I'd rather avoid rushing this. It's supposed to be a special day. Although the truth was that I couldn't chicken out. Not after convincing Matthew it was all fine and having us lie to everyone. That's what I said, isn't it? Bobby countered, her head tilted to the side. You can stop panicking. The news that you're happily engaged, and Andrew is part of it, will probably put out most of the fire. I let out some of the air that had been squeezed in my lungs. Okay, I said, focusing on the slight reprieve, and not on the fact that Matthew wasn't speaking. He was probably fuming. This wasn't what we'd talked about. Bobby continued, unbothered. Now, speaking of putting out fires, I'm going to need you to set your socials to private, and I want access to all the pictures you two have together. Dates, weekend trips, mirror selfies, domestic shots, anything but nudes. And most importantly, your proposal shots. Well, crap. No, she tutted. I don't like that face. Please don't tell me all you have is mirror selfies. No one actually wants to see that. I blinked at the woman, realizing with urgency that I'd definitely miscalculated and underestimated this whole thing. Anxiety blossomed, and I did what I do when that happens. I smiled, big and wide. What is your mouth doing? She asked me. Matthew's hand returned to my leg, which was bouncing. But before I could begin to process the weight or the warmth of his palm, or how the fidgeting had stopped under it, he said, No. Bobby's brows arched. Pardon me? The tension thickened in an unexpected way, and I didn't think. I just acted. It was time to get the control back. We lost them, I said, to hackers. We were hacked. You know, as careful as one tries to be, they're sneaky. They tricked me, and before I knew it, my gallery was poof, gone. It happens to the best of us. All the hard copies were lost, too. In a fire. It was horrible, and
we're private,
Matthew said, fingers squeezing my knee.
We're not giving you access to our memories, just because you ask. That's what no means. We don't want to, and it's our decision. The only reason Josie was not telling you this is because she has manners. I don't. I say shit like it is.
Bobby's expression was strange, as if she wanted to fling her iPad at Matthew. But she was also impressed. All right, Blondie. But don't forget, Andrew's putting a lot into this, and you're getting a free ride on the wedding of your dreams. So you get to draw some lines, but I'm still in charge. A pause. You'll take new pictures. That's my compromise, and I'll forget about that hacking story, or why Josephine has been looking like a deer in headlights since taking a seat. Had I? I turned to look at my fiancé, as if looking for the answer to that. But Matthew was busy holding the woman's eyes. For a long time. He squeezed my knee. Oh. Yeah, okay. I let my hand rest on top of his, sandwiching his fingers against my thigh. They twitched, tapped. New pictures sounds like a reasonable compromise. The atmosphere in the coffee shop relaxed with my words, and when Bobby's phone rang and she excused herself with a, I'll be right back, before moving to the back, it improved exponentially where tension was concerned. Ugh, I said, turning to look at Matthew. Thank you for that. He sat back on his chair, letting his shoulders fall, but keeping his hand exactly where it was. On my thigh, under my palm.
Place is cute, he said. Really charming and cozy, he added with the tiniest smirk. Very Josie.
Very Josie. Did that mean he found me cute? Charming? Cozy? They weren't the worst things to be. Of course it is, I muttered. I'm in charge and I have excellent taste. His lips twitched.
Cocky. I like that too.
Too. I tipped my chin up. Not cocky, just confident. Cute and charming decor is in my skills repertoire. He dipped his head only slightly, his voice lowered.
Unlike lying. Hackers? A fire? I feel like I should have been warned about this.
The tips of my ears warmed. Those green specks in his eyes were there again, flicking under the fluorescent light and staring right back at me. Our faces were once again too close. Our shoulders touched, and the gentle pressure his palm exerted on my leg, as it remained in place, seemed to scream at me. I feel like I should have been warned about this, too, I murmured. I glanced down at the ring on my finger. The stones around the crown reminded me of the beautiful specks of green. Matthew's voice was nothing but a hush.
You don't like it? You didn't say.
His thumb moved from beneath my hand to swipe at the ring. It was merely a brush, but the small gesture sent a truckload of memories cascading down my head. Flashes of men's faces, first dates, proposals, bouquets of roses, candle-lit dinners, rings that were now stored in a box atop my dresser. They all seemed to belong to a past life, like they were never really mine. It doesn't matter if I like it, I heard myself say. Because it was this ring, the one that didn't belong to me, even when it seemed to occupy all the space in my head after wearing it all of one day. But it's beautiful. I glanced back at Matthew, a question at the tip of my tongue. There was a question in his eyes, too. But before we could voice any of that, Bobby was back, face grim and words even grimmer.
We have a problem.
Interior. Filthy reality studio day. Sam. Why are you vibrating with excitement? Laughs. Nick. Screeches.
That's because I'm in a complete tizzy.
Sam. I can't wait to hear what you brought us today, then. Nick. Pause, then rushes out.
Everyone has been blowing up our comments section on all platforms, demanding to know more about a certain girlie and her daddy, so without further ado, I am pleased to bring you Sammy and our Realiteers, our new Filthy series. Oh wait, can I please get a drum roll? Do we have audio effects? Is that a...
Drumroll sound. Nick.
Oh wow.
Chuckles.
I didn't know we had that. Look at us being so fancy. Or the opposite, maybe? That was a little too radio for me. All right, anyway, let me get back on track. Drum roll, please.
Drumroll sound. Pitch increases.
I'm honored to present you and our listeners our new series, The Underwood Affair.
Sam.
Shocker.
Claps. And you didn't tell me any of this? Rude. Nick.
Keeping the secret almost unalived me, believe me, but it was so worth it. Because we've got lots of newsies, and I get to see your face while I tell you about them.
Calculated pause.
And you do too, by the way. Remember to check our pod recordings in vid format on any platform if you haven't. And subscribe for the love of Harry Styles. Click that button.
Sam. Thanks for that, Nick, but for context, we're talking about Small Town Princess, right? Abandoned by rich daddy on her quest to serve revenge, one heart at a time. Tally is high. Which we support, by the way. We support women's rights and we cheer for women's wrongs. We don't support men, for the most part. Specifically, Andrew Underwood. And excluding all our short kings. Nick.
That was an excellent summary, and yes to short kings. But we're calling her small-town heiress, not princess. Which brings me to the newsies. It's taken us a lot of work, but one of our little birdies has confirmed that, brace yourself, our baby girl is engaged again.
Sam.
Shut up! This makes it the 5th.
Nick.
That we know of.
Chuckles.
And apparently in a shocking turn of events, Rich Daddy is paying for the wedding. We don't have all the deets, but our source said there seems to be a rekindlement of the relationship, and both are,
lowers voice,
blessed to plan and celebrate such a special event together.
Sam.
Sounds like PR BS to me.
Clicks tongue.
And rekindlement of what? Was there a relationship?
Nick.
I know, right? That's what I thought too.
Sam.
Huh. I wonder how she feels about this. I wonder if he'll just throw money at it from his mansion or actually get involved. Have we?
Nick.
Found her socials and messaged her? Yes. No response, but we're persistent. And you know what was the strangest thing?
Sam.
That it wasn't set to private?
Incredulous chortle.
Nick. Besides that, I mean, someone should have advised her a little better, I guess. But the strangest thing was that there was no trace of her new man. Just farm animals, pottery, shots of sunsets, and a really cool picture of her doing yoga. Girlie has the moves, FYI. What I suspect she doesn't have is a lot of interest for this new man if she hasn't posted him at all.
Sam.
Are you thinking the same thing I am?
Nick.
You know I like conventionally ugly men. They put in the work. I'd show them off. And the bigger the nose, the better the man, by the way.
Sam hums. You aren't wrong. But I was thinking, why would she have him up anyway? It must be so annoying to delete old posts that include the fiance of the year. Messes with the aesthetic. Oh, speaking of that, do we have names of the fiance and the exes? Besides the one we talked to. Derek, Dawson, and... Oh my God, could we bring them to the pod? That would be...
Nick. Wouldn't that be amazing, sweet Sammy?
Secretive chuckle.
For now, I'll just say that you and our listeners will have to wait until the first episode in The Underwood Affair to find out. This was just a teaser. And as always, let us know in the comments what you think. Not that you need any encouragement to speak up, you filthy creatures.
For the 5th time in my life, there was a man on his knee in front of me. It was like the sickest kind of deja vu, because he wasn't proposing. He never had. But we were engaged, officially. To the town of Green Oak, but also to the world now. The internet, the gossip sphere. Something I never thought I'd be part of. Not even when I was with Ricky or Duncan, and they both led lifestyles that related to the public eye. Apparently, it had taken a little more than professional soccer or politics to launch this small-town heiress, not princess, into the gossip sphere. It had taken a different kind of man. My father.
And cut!
The 2 words echoed through the Vasquez's property, startling me and the man at my feet. Bobby stomped in our direction, moving gravel as she went.
What are you doing?
She asked when she reached us. Matthew released my hand and went up on his feet.
You need to hold that. You're standing right here.
Bobby put down the bullhorn she'd been using to order everyone around.
Happy? Elated.
Matthew deadpanned.
Thank you.
Bobby rolled her eyes.
So, what exactly are you doing? Discussing the weather, talking about the economy, the real estate market, all of the above? Because that would explain why all the pictures are giving off funeral instead of happily engaged. Yay! Maybe,
Matthew started, but Bobby tisked.
Nuh-uh. We're not postponing. And if we want to catch the sunset, and we do, you need to start acting more lovey-dovey and less the milk in my pumpkin spice latte went sour.
She seemed to think of something.
Is that what's happening? Do you need caffeine?
The bullhorn rose in the air.
Roberto! Roberto Vasquez!
She turned around in her heels.
The angry? Oh, there you are. Coffee and a matcha latte. Pronto. Thank you.
If looks could kill, Bobby would already be 6 feet under Robbie Vasquez's land. She faced us.
Where were we?
Matthew snatched the bullhorn out of the woman's hands and crossed his arms.
Hey,
she complained. That's mine.
I'm doing you a favor,
he told her.
Believe me. God, why is everyone in this town so touchy?
Bobby huffed.
All right, let's regroup while Roberto gets to work on those drinks. The kneeling is not working, so you, Josephine, you are going to stand there.
A perfectly manicured finger pointed at a fence.
And you, Matthew, are going to... let me think.
Bobby pulled her phone out of the chest pocket of her tweed vest, as if that's what thinking equated to, and started tapping away. Matthew shifted by my side, his head and voice lowering.
Can't wait to see the matcha latte Robbie brings her.
His voice was amused, and that made me purse my lips in question. Why?
If I were him, I'd definitely get creative with the ingredients.
I snorted. I don't think he was that irked. He's also a dad of 2, a stand-up family man, a widower. He wouldn't go around pranking anyone with drinks.
She told him how she loved that farmers would just wear anything,
Matthew countered, brows up.
And then proceeded to order him around his farm with a bullhorn. That drink is arriving contaminated, sweetheart.
Sweetheart. I no longer knew how I felt about the way he let that sweetheart out so often. I wondered if he called everyone that. Usually people who used it like Matthew had did. I think you need to call me something else, I told him in a low voice. Something other than sweetheart. And should I be concerned about you going around town corrupting beverages? You do seem an expert on the topic. Matthew's lips twitched, and for some reason, A mental image of a younger version of him, blonde hair and mischievous smile, popped into my mind. I bet he was so much trouble. I bet he'd broken many hearts with those sweet brown eyes that made the hard angles in his face look soft. I wondered why he didn't wear his glasses more often, too. His head went even lower, his chin almost reaching my shoulder. When he spoke, his voice was nothing but a rumble.
I hope to corrupt far more than beverages, sweet cheeks.
Sweet cheeks, I whispered, my focus flicking between the sudden closeness of his face and his words. Is that meant to compliment my butt or my face? The chuckle that left him fell against my cheek.
Yawn.
We turned to look at Bobby. Her brows were bunched up in disbelief.
I was letting that go on in the hopes that the flirting would turn into dirty talk, so you'd get a little worked up and make this photo shoot a little less painful. But I'm bored out of my mind.
Flirting? Flirting? We weren't flirting, I huffed out. A scoff left Matthew, and I decided to take that as a sign of agreement. Bobby's lips, however, tipped down in question. I know what flirting looks like, or how to flirt. I'm excellent at it, and that wasn't it. Plus, if we were flirting, we wouldn't do it with you right there.
I would,
Matthew said. I turned toward him, slowly arching my brows.
I would,
he shrugged.
Even if my game seems to be a little off.
I also decided to ignore how that sent a tiny flutter down my belly and return my attention to Bobby, whose lips were pursed in thought. She tapped her chin with a fingernail.
Are you open to something a little less country, alpine, outdoorsy, etc., and a little more boudoir?
No, I croaked. Why?
One, because you ignored my request, left your socials public, and now there's nothing to do about that except act normal, she answered, and my cheeks flushed. The fact that Blondie doesn't have any is a blessing in disguise.
Her gaze sharpened on Matthew.
Unless you tell me there's a burner account with boy shit, and if that's going to come up, it better come up now. What is boy shit exactly?
He asked nonchalantly. Bobby's jaw clenched in a way that had me intervening before she could speak. How is a boudoir picture going to fix that? Not that I'm not open to that kind of thing, but maybe for something else. I felt Matthew's gaze on my profile. Not for this. Not with Matthew. Not if it's all insincere. Not if...
Breasts have the power to fix almost every issue,
Bobby countered, bringing my thoughts to a stop.
I don't make the rules. If I did, we wouldn't be here, on this farm, breathing in the scent of manure, trying to show two random prattlers with a podcast that you're actually in love with this man.
Ouch. Nick and Sam had pointed out that I had no pictures of Matthew anywhere. And while that was a good point, it was also dangerous enough for me not to resist Bobby's impromptu photo shoot. I don't even post that much. That's why I haven't shared pictures of us, and...
You're a private couple, the hackers, yeah, whatever.
Bobby shook her head.
At least, thanks to that, the focus seems to be shifting away from Andrew being rich and selfish. As if those were bad things to be. Either way, that whole Underwood affair thing needs to be contained. Andrew is concerned.
I stiffened at the mention.
He doesn't...
Matthew interjected.
How about you just tell us where you want us? You don't need to brief us on Andrew's feelings, yeah?
Her hands braced on her hips.
The fence. Stand by the fence. And look like you're in love this time around. It can't be that hard.
She met my gaze.
You've done it a few times, yes?
I smiled at her, giving her my best accommodating face before walking toward the fence. But I kept thinking about that comment she'd made about Andrew. Matthew was right. I didn't need to be briefed. The idea of being informed about how concerned my father was made me want to crawl out of my skin. Even when a part of me wondered why he hadn't gotten in touch. Directly, not through Bobby. Was it because I'd ignored his latest attempts? That seemed a logical explanation. I'd be irked too. Before I could really notice how, I was turning around and Matthew was there, right in front of me. His lips parted, but whatever he was going to say was silenced by Bobby's annoyingly amplified voice.
Will you consider wearing a cowboy hat?
Christ, I murmured. Not the bullhorn again. Matthew's head turned slightly over his shoulder.
No.
I leaned my back on one of the posts, arms crossed a little awkwardly over my chest. I hate to side with Bobby, but you might break a few hearts by not wearing one.
I'm from Boston,
he countered, stepping closer. The tips of his boots, Chelsea boots, not cowboy ones, brushed the tips of mine.
And how would I break any hearts?
I thought of how half of Green Oak was still convinced I was engaged to Tennessee's Maverick. Just a hunch. There was a glint of interest in Matthew's eyes, as if he wanted to ask more. But once again, Bobby's voice was filling the Vasquez's property.
Less chatting, more touching.
I swear I'm going to. Matthew's hands braced on the wooden rails, his arms suddenly caging me in.
You're going to do what?
I cleared my throat, telling my brain to chill, telling the pounding in my chest to calm the heck down too. These were just arms, and Matthew was just a man. Blonde, tall, a little more built than I'd expected, but still a man. Only now it seemed very important to find out whether he worked out regularly. Or what he did as a workout. Strength of some kind. Weights, pull-ups. The image of him lifting himself up to a bar. I stopped myself. This wasn't helping. It was also terribly inappropriate. I wanted to keep this as practical as possible.
Sun is setting,
Bobby warned.
Tick-tock.
That wasn't helping either. I blew some air out of my nose. I'm going to have very vivid dreams of me and that bullhorn in one of those rage rooms where you can smash stuff with a bat. The corners of Matthew's lips tipped up.
Do I get to be there too?
In the smash room? Of course. Matthew leaned forward, his head coming to the side of mine. I went very, very still. His breath tickled my ear.
Anywhere in those very vivid dreams you're telling me about?
Somewhere in my head a bell went off, but both my brain and nervous system were busy, all of me tingling with awareness, the closeness of him, the waves of body heat his arms and chest gave off, feeling like a blanket over me, the brush of his chin on my cheek. "Matthew?" I whispered. "Are you flirting with me?" The chuckle that rumbled out of the man's throat was brief and deep and extremely inconvenient. I was genuinely trying to figure out if he was.
Yes,
he answered, simply. Why? Matthew's arms closed in on me, his stance widening and his boots moving until his legs enclosed mine.
Sun is setting,
he repeated.
Less chatting, more touching.
Oh, okay, good. Because that was good, yes. So, where do you want me? Another of those short-lived chuckles toppled on my skin. My temple this time.
You tell me, sweetheart.
One of his hands left the fence, landing on my waist. My breath hitched.
I have never done this before.
Pictures? I asked him. My voice came out husky, off. His palm over the waistband of my dress was all I could focus on. And I thought we were past the sweetheart. I felt him start to say something, but the contact of my hand on his shoulder brought that to a halt. His whole body stiffened for just a moment, so brief that I would have missed it if we weren't standing this close, or I wasn't this determined to notice this much. He eased into my touch.
Engagement shoots,
he said. And to my surprise, he grasped my wrist softly, then rearranged my palm so it'd rest higher up. My hand wrapped around the back of his neck, fingertips tingling against his skin.
Sweet pea.
The word was nothing but a breath, yet it made my belly flop, flutter. I don't think that's working either, I admitted, the strange quality of my voice even more prominent. I think... My left arm rose, my hands meeting behind his neck. I think you should look at me. I swallowed, tongue feeling like sandpaper. That blanket of awareness covering my skin thickened. I think we should look at each other. Gaze into each other's eyes while we touch. It's what engagement shoots are about. What people in love do. Matthew's eyes were immediately on me.
What else?
Maybe lean a little closer, I instructed. He did. And boy, it was really hard to focus on anything but him with his face so very close. Matthew's expression grew serious, the line of his brows determined, and I swore I could feel the tension hanging off that pair of shoulders I seemed so caught on.
Now?
Maybe smile a little, I told him. Whatever control I was grasping at in the situation slipping with every inch lost between our chests. You have a handsome smile. Matthew's hand at my waist flexed, his thumb pushing softly into the purple fabric.
Enough to make you proud? Enough to make you want to show me off?
I immediately knew what he was referring to. Sam and Nick's speculation about why I didn't show my new fiancé anywhere. They aren't wrong, I whispered. And I didn't know why I said what I did, but the words simply came out. It's a little tedious to clean up your life when something ends. Social posts included. His hand shifted, sliding across my waist and resting at the small of my back.
Good thing we're a private couple,
he said, letting more of the weight of his body fall on me. Our hips clashed. Matthew swallowed.
And you can have all this for yourself.
Breath officially lost to the heaving of my chest. I tried my best to speak. I thought the purpose of this was the opposite. My voice came out hoarse. And your game's not off. If you're... My fingertips stumbled upon those short strands at the nape of his neck, the feel of them making me lose my focus for an instant. If you're flirting with me... His gaze roamed over my face for an instant. A muscle in his jaw ticked.
I could still do a little better. A little more. If you need me to.
His tongue made a pass of his lower lip.
Do you need me to?
Yes, I thought, please. But I said, only if you're comfortable. Are you comfortable with this? My fingernails grazed his scalp as if to make a point of what I meant. Matthew's weight fell a little heavier, a little nicer.
Do I look uncomfortable to you?
He didn't, but I was pretty sure it was a rhetorical question. I always liked this part, I heard myself say, of a relationship. It's what I miss the most.
That's a dangerous green light you're giving me.
I watched him, waiting for more of anything. But Matthew didn't say how or move to show me, and with the press of his thighs against mine, and the heat of his palm on my back, and the cocoon of intimacy that had somehow formed around us, I felt the need to speak. I would post you, everywhere, if this was real. The brown in Matthew's eyes sharpened as his gaze held mine. I'd be very happy to show you off, just so you know. Matthew continued to watch me, and I continued to study his face in return. He seemed to be thinking of something. Hard, as if he was trying to make up his mind. It intrigued me, what he was debating or what conclusion he would reach. His lips finally popped open, and I wasn't going to lie. I held my breath a little.
Josie.
And that's a wrap!
Bobby hollered through the bullhorn again.
Hallelujah! Finally something we can use! Good work. You're giving horny. America is going to love that.
That breath I'd been holding left me, and I suddenly felt dazed. Matthew must have too, because it took him a beat to step back.
Hallelujah,
he repeated. I frowned at that, a little lost as to what the stiffness with which he'd said that came from. Matthew wasn't Bobby's biggest fan, which would explain it, but a part of me wanted to ask, and I would have if I hadn't seen the woman turning around and walking away, with her phone that contained the pictures we hadn't even seen. "Bobby!" I called, walking around Matthew.
Wait up! I didn't like leaving Matthew behind like that, but there was something a little more pressing than dissecting why my fiancé was still frowning down at me, lost in thought. Why was America going to love us? And how horny exactly did we look?
Chapter 8. You look incredible. We did. We also looked horny, like two people who had incredible chemistry and who were ready to jump each other's bones, simply put. Which was a little funny in a way. Under normal circumstances, I would have totally framed that picture and had it displayed somewhere in the house. But these weren't normal circumstances, and it was hard to laugh at how my sister's best friend had put that aroused look on my face when I felt so horrible for actively lying to her. Face to face, even if through my phone. You don't think so? Adeline asked. Is that why you're frowning? Or is it because the picture is on a page with 2 million followers? I forced my eyebrows to chill. Well, seeing our picture on page 9 makes me a little woozy, but it's fine. That wasn't a lie. I wasn't all that rattled by the photo. It was a great photo, even though it was a hoax. I just wish I'd thought out my outfit better, I guess. Am I showing too much cleavage? Grandpa Mo said I should have worn a scarf. He's sweet, she answered with a chuckle that made her dark eyes spark with amusement. But absolutely not. Your outfit is perfect, and you are glowing. What did Matthew think? I'm sure he had plenty to say about that dress. Or the fence, really. Once more, I felt that gut instinct to switch topics, deflect. And once again, I suppressed it. A week had passed since the game and Adeline and Cameron finding out. We'd talked to them separately, Matthew going first like he insisted. So this feeling of betrayal would surely go away. I still believed it was best for Adeline and Cameron not to know the truth. Adeline would go bananas on the whole thing if she knew, and she'd probably try to become my personal bodyguard. Less involvement meant less stuff shoved on their plates. Her plate. Bobby had been sent to deal with me anyway, not Adeline. She'd had enough. Plus, neither Adeline nor Cameron questioned my supposed relationship with Matthew anyway. I guessed that was based on my track record with relatively quick engagements and my tendency to get carried away by the moment. He said we look great, I lied. Lies, lies, lies. He hadn't. Matthew hadn't said anything about the picture. Nothing specific when Bobby shared it with us, and nothing when I posted it to my socials. I didn't even know for sure if he'd seen page 9 using it too. Adeline's brows arched for a moment. Then she sighed. You can tell me what he really said, even if it'll gross me out, because you're my sister and he's very unfiltered and inappropriate. I racked my head for a Matthew thing to say, but came up empty. Adeline shook her head. Is this why you thought you had to keep your relationship a secret? These kind of things? I won't react in a weird way. We can talk about private stuff. She made a face. Like sex or dirty talk. Can we? I asked her, genuinely surprised. Maybe not, she said. Not yet? I don't know. We both laughed, even if a little awkwardly. She trailed off for an instant. You make an incredible couple, and I love you both. I think I've already said that, but I don't know how else I can reassure you that I'm okay with you two being together. Her expression sobered, and it was so hard to keep my arm up, holding the phone in place, when I felt there was a but coming. But I'm still disappointed that you felt the need to hide it. It's not just directed at you or Matthew. She sighed, and the sound was so sad it broke my heart a little more. I'm sorry. I know we've gone through this already. It's the stress of everything. Life has been a lot lately. Building the youth club from the ground up hasn't been easy, and I think I need a vacation. That felt like a punch to the gut. All of it. Several punches I deserved. I'm so sorry, Adeline. It was never our intention to hurt you. Or Cam. Do you believe me when I say that all I did and do is with the best of intentions? so you wouldn't worry about unnecessary stuff.
Of course, she said quickly. I know that. And Cameron knows too, even if he still gave Matthew the 3rd degree.
He did?
I croaked.
When?
Matthew drove down here and came by the club the other day. He was dying to see the facilities after hearing us going on about it for months. We showed him around, and before I knew what was happening, Cam had him sitting down in one of the meeting rooms. She huffed out a laugh. He got really graphic about how well he knew every muscle and bone in a body, and all the ways he could inflict damage on them. A snort left her, with only a boot, or a ball. He wouldn't even need to get his hands dirty. More laughter followed. Wait, Matthew didn't tell you? I blinked at the screen for a second before groaning.
Oh, God, no, he didn't. And now I feel horrible, awful.
Don't, Adeline reassured me. I'm sure Matthew was trying to spare you feeling bad. And honestly, I think he secretly enjoyed it. He kept trying not to smile, and Cam kept trying not to be aggravated by that. It was cute. I didn't think it was. I also didn't understand how Matthew hadn't said a word. Is Cam angry at me? Her head tilted, shoulder-length dark waves moving with the gesture. Cam's just protective of you. I think because he was there when you were engaged to Ricky, and because he knows enough of the rest. You're also the reason he moved to Green Oak, and therefore the reason why we met. So I think you'll just have to deal with the fact he's not going to back down. Once he makes up his mind, he's immovable. And in this case, that's promising retribution if you're hurt. Right, I said, feeling my throat work around a lump. I'm so lucky to have them, so scared to lose them, so determined to spare them any unnecessary hardships. Flattered. And I think I deserve the 3rd degree, too. Are you going to break his heart? Adeline asked. The question caught me so off guard I stumbled. No! Because no hearts were on the line. Only an engagement that wasn't meant to last. Okay. That was it. You're overwhelmed, Adeline finished for me. And I get it. The attention is a lot. If anyone gets it, it's me, I swear. I've been a meme in the past, and Cam has been in the spotlight enough time to get it too. That's why we're offering our support, from any distance you're comfortable with, and in any way we can. I frowned at her choice of words, but she was quick to add, I just hope this doesn't ruin the excitement of the engagement. It doesn't. I'm just a little overwhelmed. You're right. And no, if anything, I just hope the timing of the news has the opposite effect and it makes everything a little less bad. Or makes them go away. Like Bobby said. I don't like that she's putting that pressure on you, and I could take Bobby Shark, Adeline offered. Her expression was serious, very bodyguardish, just like I'd feared. If she gives you trouble, you know I could. I can take Dad, too. I know he's talking about being part of the wedding, but if you... It's okay, I interjected. I swear. You already have so much on your plate. And I really didn't want to discuss Andrew, or Bobby, or any of this. Are you still struggling with the development programs? Adeline pursed her lips. We are. It's hard to cater to so many different age brackets with the workforce we currently have. We had a big influx of sign-ups from out of state since Dad's timepiece. Dad gave us a shout-out we didn't expect to get. And it's a blessing and a little bit of a curse. We're trying to accommodate as many... She tapped on her phone screen. 1 second, it's Cam. Go, I told her. I'm sure it's important, and I need to take these. I lifted the basket I'd placed on the co-pilot seat. Muffins, to Robbie, as an apology. And tomorrow I'll give another basket to Bobby, also as an apology. Adeline arched her brows in question, dark eyes filled with curiosity. There was an incident with a matcha latte. I'll tell you some other day. I'm running a goat yoga class in 10 minutes anyway. Okay, she said with a small smile. I would press for that story, but I really do need to go. Cam only texts when it's important. I nodded my head, already throwing the driver's door open, when Adeline said, Hey, Josie? Yeah? I'm really happy about the two of you. And I get it.
why you hid it from me. It hurts a little, but this whole sister thing is new for me too. I've never had a sibling before, and some days I don't know how to have one. I would have definitely freaked out at the possibility of ruining things with you. A weight seemed to lift off my shoulders, though for the wrong reasons. Adeline didn't mean it the way I wished, but I chose to believe that when the time came, she'd remember her words. I love you. Give Cam a hug. Good luck.
You didn't have to,
Robbie said, taking the basket off my hands. I learned early in life that a basket of freshly baked mini-muffins would always smooth out the sharpest of edges. Liz Moore's had been known across all the county, and mine weren't that far from Mom's. Or at the very least, they'd never failed me. I think I really do.
I should be the one apologizing. I lost it for a second there.
He shook his head.
I swear I didn't do anything to the latte. I did consider it, though, which is just as bad. That woman. She's something else. And Maria has been picking up on everything lately. She's no longer my baby girl, I'm afraid.
She really wasn't. The kid had always been sharp and mature for her age in her own way, which I knew was a product of losing her mom so early in life. The weight of which I could see right now in Robbie's gaze. You know Maria is her own person, I countered with an easy smile. Even if she is 11 years old. There's nothing you could have done to stop her if she thought Bobby deserved a matcha latte with a pinch of Tabasco. We all but invaded your property, so the muffins are the least I could do. Bobby's my responsibility. He sighed.
You're not responsible for her actions. Don't put that on yourself, Josie.
He stole a glance at the group of people behind me.
Anyway, how was the class? Did any of the goats give you a hard time? The new kids have been a complete nightmare, and I was hesitant to have them out today.
No hardships to report, I said with a little salute. I love those furry monsters rolling around the mats. I threw him a wink. And the baby goats, too. Robbie laughed in response, and I felt an ease, a sense of normalcy I'd been missing these past few days. This was one of the things I loved about my life in Green Oak. The apparent simplicity I was always working on spicing up. I ran activities like goat yoga, or Green Oak's Goat Happy Hour, as it was advertised in our pamphlet. Pottery night, pre- and post-game get-togethers, no matter if the Warriors won or lost, and seasonal fun events like the Haunted Pumpkin Patch, the star of our Fall Fest. Mayor or not, I adored doing all of that. It was my way to show up for my community, just like I had today with the muffins for the Vasquezes after Bobby hijacked their farm. Change, as I loved to think, challenged you in a way not much else would. But I'd had enough of that this week. A girl still needed something to hold on to when the road bent and turned a little too much. Yoga, muffins, baby goats. All right, I tugged at the towel around my neck. I should probably let you get back to it and throw a hoodie on before I cool off. I'm so Lips brushed against my cheek, just as a warm and solid body gently eased against my back. My spine stiffened with surprise.
Hi, baby cakes,
was murmured in my ear. Matthew, my mind screamed. Fiance, engagement, ring. Hi, I croaked. Matsy Boo? Matthew laughed easily, and before I could grimace at myself, his arm snaked around my front, palm slipping under the towel and setting up camp over my collarbone. I felt myself flush, toes to the roots of my hair.
Robbie,
Matthew said in acknowledgement before switching his voice back to his fiancé voice.
Did I miss the class? Damn, I was hoping to make at least the last few minutes. I would have loved to watch.
My lips twitched a few times, dazed by everything, really. That that voice, the feel of Matthew suddenly there, everywhere. Much like during the photo shoot, when we'd been against a fence, and he'd been... I stopped myself. Boy, I said with an awkward-sounding chuckle, you missed nothing. Just me sweating like a glassblower's arse, like Cameron would say. I really did grimace then. Cameron had never said that.
Cute,
Matthew said, and I swore I could hear the smile on that word.
And sweaty. Just how I like.
A laugh seemed to be strangled out of me before I blurted out a, "Yummy!" Yummy? Robbie shot me a worried glance. Fair. I couldn't understand how, but that kiss on the cheek had made me short-circuit, which wasn't good. I loved PDA, and everyone in town knew that. Under normal circumstances, I would have lit up and turned in Matthew's arms, planting a kiss on his mouth. But I was pretty sure I'd collapse to the ground if I did that, which was worse than bad. Maybe we needed rules, guidelines, a plan, too, after Adeline asked me if I was going to break his heart, and Matthew getting the 3rd degree from Cameron. This engagement needed a terms and conditions. Yes.
Do you mind if I steal my fiancé?
Matthew asked the other man, snagging my attention back.
She's been out all day, and I'm a needy man. Absolutely,
Robbie said with a smile, already walking off.
I'll put these in a safe place before Maria runs through them in the blink of an eye.
I nodded my head, watching the man leave in the direction of the house.
Hi,
Matthew said after a beat, as if he hadn't done all that cheek-kissing and arm-wrapping and suggestive commenting about my sweat. He moved, coming around to face me.
Was that a basket of muffins?
The sight of the sun shining on him, surrounded by the greenery of the farm and slopes beyond, disarmed me. You're wearing your glasses, I heard myself point out. Surprise registered in Matthew's expression. Okay, that had been a little out of the blue. You hardly ever wear them. They're nice, and they momentarily distracted me, I guess. Matthew's smile was hesitant at first, but big and smug once it fully parted his face.
You're wearing a pretty distracting workout set yourself, shortcake.
I hoped the slight flush that his words brought back to my skin wasn't as obvious as it felt. I don't think the cake thing is going to work, I commented with a shrug. And thanks. I'm feeling exactly how tight my clothes are. I also knew he could be referring to the blinding shade of pink of the leggings and top, and not the way my body looked in it. But what did that matter in the big scheme of things? Those were my apology muffins in Robbie's hands. And you kissed me on the cheek. I think we need rules for things like that.
Things like you calling me Matsy Boo?
It was the best I could do, I countered. You caught me off guard.
With my kiss, on the cheek, that we need rules for.
I could see the amusement in his eyes, so I shot him a glance. With your presence, but yes. Did Bobby send you, or are you here to talk about page 9? His brows arched.
I'm your fiancé. I'm here to walk you home.
My chest did a weird thing. Odd enough for me to know that it wasn't only about the nice gesture. Strong enough for me to know we really needed that conversation about rules and a plan. A walk home sounds great, I said. I'll just have to let Robbie know that I'm leaving. Goat happy hour runs for another hour, and I usually hang around. It's mostly the kids petting them and hanging out, but baby goats can be a bit of a handful.
Let's stay then,
Matthew offered. I glanced at his clothes. Worn jeans, those Chelsea boots I'd seen a few times on him, and a basic tee under a corduroy overshirt. I'd hate for you to get all messy, or your clothes covered in goat hair. I never minded having to do a little extra laundry, but the last time I'd brought a man to something like this had taught me that not everyone did.
You underestimate how much I love a good mess.
My silly mind took in that glint in his eyes and ran with the implications of it. A different part of me, too, based on the questions that rose to the tip of my tongue.
Let's go,
Matthew insisted. Was that genuine excitement in his voice? He nodded his head toward the group gathered around the furry little monsters, setting his palm at the small of my back.
Let's hang out with the goats. Then I'll walk you home.
Matthew hadn't lied. He loved a good mess. He hadn't even blinked at the mud stains on his white tee, or the grass and goat hair scattered all over his jeans. Even when Maria had approached with Pedro, a teacup pig and the newest addition to the Vasquez family that had inspired my proposal story that night on the porch, Matthew hadn't hesitated to snatch him up in his arms. Based on how my lower belly had perked up at the sight, I seem to be into glasses-wearing men holding tiny farm animals. Which shouldn't be surprising. I loved tiny farm animals. I'd just never felt this invested in a pair of arms holding them. Much less arms belonging to a blonde man. I didn't think I'd ever date a blonde. Not that I was dating one now, I was probably ovulating. That had to be the explanation for why I couldn't stop gaping at Matthew like I would at a celebrity doing one of those puppy interviews. Only this wasn't a celebrity. This was my fiancé, Matthew Flanagan, who was blonde and who I was not technically dating, sitting on the grass with a mini pig called Pedro Pigscal.
You should snap a picture.
My gaze bounced from Pedro's pink snout to Matthew's eyes. What?
Just saying,
he offered, rearranging Pedro in his arms.
That way you could stare at it. Me and little Pedro. Whenever you please.
He winked.
And whenever you need.
I snorted. Or tried to. He really was good at this whole flirting thing. I shook my head. I think I've had enough staring at a picture to last me a few weeks. Matthew sobered up.
How do you feel about that?
That. Page 9. Us on it. It's a good picture. It could have been a lot worse. I brushed back a lock of hair that had come out of my ponytail, tucking it behind my ear. It's very believable. And I wondered what his family, friends, anyone who knew him thought of it. But the question was getting stuck every time I tried to summon it.
You looked beautiful.
My breath left me, and I had to get my head in check with the way my heart had skipped a beat. We looked flustered and horny. Like Bobby said, I wouldn't exactly call that beautiful. His head tilted.
It's a beautiful look on you.
Another beat was skipped, and then there was a beat in which we just looked at each other. Me, flushed, again, and Matthew, easy, casual, as if he hadn't just complimented me again. Thanks, I finally answered.
You haven't told me how you feel.
You didn't tell me Cameron gave you the 3rd degree, I threw back at him. Over this, us. His smile was slow and bashful, a nice surprise.
That's because it wasn't a big deal. And I kind of enjoyed it.
That's what Adeline said, I admitted. And God, there were so many things I could or should have said then, but I didn't. I didn't jump straight to the conversation we should have been having either. Smile bigger for me? I asked. And before he knew what was coming, my phone was on his face, and I was snapping those pictures he'd mentioned. Matthew pursed his lips.
I thought you were done with that.
Bobby would love this, I said with a shrug. I went up on my knees and scooted closer, pointing the camera at him from a new angle. I schooled my face into a blank expression, trying to imitate her. Domestic pictures, chop chop, tick-tock, more stroking, less chatting. And can you look more hot and less depressed? Matthew narrowed his eyes at me. Not hot enough, I reported after checking some of them. You look like Pedro peed in your...
Get over here,
he said. And suddenly, I was dragged down onto the grass by a strong arm and planted right beside Pedro Pigscal, on Matthew's lap. I swallowed at the unforeseen change, at what I felt at my back, at the fact I was sharing a lap, my fiancé's, with a teacup pig. Giggling came from our left. Maria Vasquez and a few kids. A few people stared, too. Robbie, who was back, smirked to himself. I cleared my throat. I hope you don't try this with Bobby.
Jealous?
Matthew asked. But I could hear the amusement in his words. I could also feel those words rumbling in his chest. Bracing my hands on his legs, I rearranged myself and snatched Pedro so he'd rest more comfortably on my lap. More like intrigued at the idea of whether she would snap you in two like a twig if you did, I said, at which he chuckled. Now, if you don't mind telling me why I'm sitting on you?
Domestic pictures.
One of his arms came around my waist, his hand latching onto my side. I went very still, only my chest moving with the breath I took.
Is this okay, Josie?
It wasn't. Not really. But it was in the way he meant it. Yeah.
I wanted to make sure.
he offered. His head came down a little, his voice growing closer.
You didn't seem to appreciate that kiss on the cheek.
Thing was, I had. How do you want to do this? I asked, decidedly ignoring that. I felt Matthew's hum against my back, and I realized in that instant that I was spending a lot of time in this man's arms lately, and a lot more was to come. So maybe it was time for me to stop acting surprised. Hold on, I said, before Matthew could suggest how to approach the task at hand. I tugged at my hoodie, slipping it off over my head. Now, I didn't splurge on these yoga clothes for nothing. Two things happened at the same time. Matthew's hand went back to its place on my waist, only now, thanks to my crop top and the missing layer, that was my skin. His fingers spread, and a murmured word I couldn't make out dropped from his lips. My belly fluttered, then dipped, and I had no choice but to bring my phone up in the air just so I wouldn't think of that. Matthew's free hand wrapped around my smaller one. The warmth of his palm, his skin against mine, once more overwhelming me. I watched as his thumb changed the settings of the camera, and he turned around the phone. He snapped a couple of photos, and not satisfied with that, he shifted the angle of our arms and took some more. When he brought both our arms down, I felt so warm, sandwiched between the animal in my arms and the man at my back, and so dazed by how nice, how natural, how confusing the last minute had felt, that I didn't even know if I'd smiled at all.
I think those will do,
Matthew murmured, his voice deep and almost startling in a way I didn't even mind. I took the opportunity to elegantly slip out and return to a spot on the grass, at a safe distance. I tapped on my gallery and studied the results. Hot freaking damn. We looked so hot. So absolutely real, too, with Matthew's eyes peeking down at me and the corners of my lips parting my flushed cheeks. There were also a couple of shots of him looking up at the camera, while my gaze stayed cast down on Pedro, and one where he was openly checking me out. My cleavage. I pursed my lips to hide my delight. I had been very serious about splurging on athleisure. This was the least he could do. Bobby would be proud, I told him, as casually as I could. You really seem to know what you're doing, too, with the selfies. Should Bobby be worried a Hinge account is going to pop up? Should I? A strange chuckle left him as he placed Pedro back on the grass and patted his jeans with his hands.
I've never been a big fan of dating apps. I'm a little too blunt for them.
He braced his arms on his knees and met my gaze.
I manage socials at work, just for a while. It's a savage world that makes you learn fast. I picked up a few tricks from the guy they brought in, though, and it was from watching him take the selfies. Definitely not me.
I wanted to ask him so many different things about that I didn't even know where to start. What exactly had he been doing? What was his plan now that he was unemployed? How long had he managed socials? I'd been sure he'd been doing something else. Something that had to do with writing. Was he applying to anything now? And if so, where? But how did any of that concern me? How much prodding could I do without intruding, or him closing off? Could I help him in any way? Make up for everything else? And why had he shut down the 2 times I asked? I could pay you, you know, I blurted out. Matthew frowned. For this, I said. For what we're doing. He seemed as surprised by the offer as I was appalled by my poor delivery. A strange laugh left him.
What are we doing exactly?
I shot him a bland look.
Why would you want to pay me?
He asked, sobering.
What happened to, it's you, I need to do this, be my fiancé, oh Matthew, please?
My cheeks warmed. I knew what he was doing, as serious as he looked or sounded. I never said, oh Matthew, please, like that. I swallowed, and the quality of his gaze changed. And I'm offering because you deserve to get something out of it. I didn't think of that when I asked you for help, but it's the least I can do. You should get something in exchange. I'm asking a lot of you. Having your picture on the internet, your time and energy, that must have a cost.
You're making me feel like an escort, sweetheart,
he told me. But his tone wasn't harsh or hurt. His words seemed resigned more than anything.
I can freelance until I find something else. From here. That was the plan anyway.
His jaw clenched for an instant.
It's sweet of you to offer compensation for the hardship of touching you, kissing your cheek, or pretending I have the right to pull you on my lap just because I want to. All of which I agreed to do, by the way.
Okay, I said with a nod. That's fair. I just wanted to make sure you didn't think I was taking advantage of you.
You aren't, Josie.
Do you want help with the job hunt?
It's all right.
I could really help. His only response was a small smile. A bitter one. Or a sad one. I wasn't sure. I was scared to push him for more, and of him saying something I didn't want to hear. Like how he might have already found something and already had a departure date. Or how I couldn't be taking advantage of him when it was me who needed his help. We should talk about the terms then, I told him, lowering my voice. The plan, the rules of engagement. We never did with how fast everything unraveled, and I think we should.
What about them?
The brown in his eyes flared, so I averted my gaze. My eyes fell on one of my hands as they rested on my thighs. We're not getting married, I said. The ring caught the light of the sun, making it impossible for me not to look at it while I spoke. I just want to appease whatever fear you might have. There won't be a wedding on December 1st. That date just serves whatever narrative Bobby wants to create. We're more than a month away, and a professional is handling things. Gossip is fickle. That stuff dies out quickly. People can't possibly be invested in someone like me for long.
Why not?
I glanced back at him. Because there are more important or scandalous things in the world than some small-town girl who happens to share DNA with a powerful man and who never gathered the courage to say I do.
Is that what happened? With your exes?
Yes, but also no. It was a complicated and convoluted answer I didn't have the heart to give him right now. Or the courage. We'll wait a sensible amount of time and break things off, I said, noticing the way he sighed when I deflected. It'll be a clean, friendly breakup that will allow us to continue to coexist. We're both in Adeline's and Cameron's lives for the long run, and neither of us wants to hurt them. So we do that, and soon enough, it'll be like nothing ever happened. I remembered Adeline's words. No hearts will be broken anyway, so it'll be fine.
Okay,
he said with a nod. My brows furrowed. No remarks? I know it'll be a little awkward to be friends after that, but we'll be fine. I'm friends with almost all of my exes. Matthew clasped his hands as they hung between his knees, glancing at me over them.
All right. What else?
Kissing, I croaked. It's obvious we're bound to kiss eventually, so let's not fight it. On the cheek, like earlier, should be fine. I straightened my back, squared my shoulders. On the mouth only if we must. No one died over lips on lips, but unless it is really necessary. He huffed out a chuckle I didn't understand.
Next rule?
We're obviously handsy. My face heated up, leaving my exposed arms and section of my belly running a little colder. I know I am, and I think you are too from what I've seen. It's working in our favor, so I don't think we need rules about this. Touching is not like kissing. It doesn't need to mean anything. Unless you're groping my ass or something. You could, but that needs a reason and a warning, maybe? We've touched plenty already, and we're fine. A strange shiver ran down my arms. Right?
Right. We're fine.
I waited for him to elaborate, and when he didn't, I shifted in my spot. I waited, crossing my legs and giving Matthew time if that was what he needed. He didn't add anything. You are awfully agreeable for someone I had to seduce and trick into this. No remarks, no demands, no rules that you want to add? A gust of wind picked up, hitting my skin and making me wince a little, just as he finally looked like he wanted to add something. He came up on his knees,
Arms up,
he said. I frowned at him, and he moved, coming closer and snatching up the hoodie I discarded when we'd taken the pictures. He held it in his hands, positioning it above me before I could take it from him. The gesture was sweet, and exactly what everyone around us would expect him to do. Without complaining, I raised my arms and met his gaze, waiting for him to slip the sleeves around them. He did, and in one gentle and determined tug of pink fabric, it was going over my head.
That's all?
Matthew asked, only when the hoodie was secured around me. I noticed how he didn't deny that I had to seduce and trick him into this. But that was fine. I could own that bit.
Those are your 3 rules. We don't get married but stay friends. We kiss if we must. We can touch.
That was a very condensed version of them, but... Except uncalled for ass groping.
We touch, except uncalled for ass groping,
he repeated. Yes, I said, tempted to correct him again. We can touch, not we touch. But I didn't. All right, great. I feel a little better now that we've talked about this. Phew. Matthew didn't say anything for a few moments. Then one of those chuckles left him with a breath.
I'm happy to hear you feel better.
A pause.
My ladybug?
I wrinkled my nose at him, hiding how relieved I was that he'd said that. Nope, I told him. You're going to have to keep trying. It was slow, maybe a little too small, but Matthew gave me a smile.
I will persist then.
And just as my lips were bending to return it, my phone chimed with a message. Bobby.
Urgent. Call me. She can wait,
Matthew said. I looked back at him and found that smile gone.
Let me walk you home first.
Let me walk you home first. First, before what? I should have asked. But I didn't. It didn't matter. So I ignored the message and let Matthew bring me to my feet after he stood up. I could deal with Bobby later. Now I wanted to bask in the little normalcy today had brought, and the way things seemed a little clearer between us. Plus, I'd been looking forward to that walk back home with him, even though my truck was parked outside the farm. Chapter 9. The Sharky I'd been drinking almost left me through my nose.
Josie?
Gabriel asked from the other side of the counter.
You good, honey?
I patted my chest, then appeased both my friend and the concerned glances from my customers with a wave. Yes, I rushed. Sure. I just got a text from Adeline.
Oh, nice. Gabriel smiled. What did she say?
I glanced down at the notification. Adeline. Did you know Dad is coming? I trailed off. Just some random stuff about the club. Gabriel's brows arched.
That's exactly what I mean. You were never this guarded and secretive, Josie. And I'm starting to get a little worried. Not about having to read or hear all the details about your life on some gossip page, but about whether this whole thing is starting to get to you.
I nodded my head slowly. My brain still hung up on that text. Can you give me a sec? My friend huffed out a, sure, and I tapped on Adeline's message. Josie. What do you mean Andrew's coming? Adeline. He's on his way to NC. His assistant just emailed. My knees buckled under my weight for a second, making me stumble against the counter of Josie's joint.
Whoa!
Gabriel called.
Are you okay? What was that? Josie!
I stopped him with a big, bright smile. I'm perfect! Just tripped over a milk carton. You know I get clumsy when I'm hungry, and it's almost lunchtime. Do you want something to eat? I think I'm going to switch on the jumbo sandwich grill. Get us 2 nice big sandwiches. Gabriel stared at me for a long moment.
Okay.
Awesome, I chirped. Now just give me a sec. His lips popped open, but I was already turning around, phone in hand. Josie. On his way now? As in today? Or on his way as in maybe soon/eventually? Adeline. He's already boarded the flight and will land at some point this afternoon in Charlotte. A strange sound escaped me. Or maybe it didn't. I was almost sure I had stopped breathing. Shit. Shoot, crap! I brought my hand to my forehead, feeling a little faint. Andrew was on his way. To North Carolina, to Green Oak, and I switched chats, purely on automatic. Matthew's opened. There weren't any texts. My fingers moved over the keyboard. I didn't know why or how Matthew could help, but a very specific part of my brain was in charge, and it was the one typing away. I hit send. A new notification popped up. My sister. I switched back to her chat. Adeline. Are you okay? Do you want me to call you? Adeline. Do you want me to drive up to Green Oak? I can be there in an hour. I'll stay with you. Josie. No. Shoot. I'd hit send too fast. It sounded so harsh. I took a deep breath and told myself to chill. This was just Andrew, my father, coming to my state and my town. I didn't need to make a big deal out of it. Josie. I'm good, I promise. Smiley face. Josie. It just caught me off guard. I had no idea he was coming. Just as I typed that, I realized the reason why I probably didn't. Bobby's text. I'd never answered or called her back. Not last night after Matthew walked me home or this morning. I'd been meaning to, I'd just put it off a little longer. Last time there'd been an emergency, I'd found out I was a chess piece in some new internet series two strangers were recounting to the country. Josie. I'll talk to Bobby. Adeline. How about you call Matthew instead? He should be with you right now. Promise me to lean on him when things get heavy with Dad. There was so much weight behind Adeline's text. Unsaid things. Like how we both knew this was the first time Andrew was returning to Green Oak since he'd conceived me. Since that trip almost 3 decades ago. We both knew this would be the first time I'd see him in the flesh, and not through the screen of my laptop. My belly felt like it had just filled with wasps. Josie. Already done, smiley face. I'll catch you later, okay? Josie's is packed. I stared at the screen of my phone, debating whether to call Matthew or leave it at that text I'd sent. I swapped chats. My message had been read. He'd seen it, but he hadn't answered. That was fine. It was a little jumbly. It contained stuff like exclamation points, question marks, a few words, and an SOS. He probably thought I was being dramatic. And what I felt in my chest probably wasn't disappointment. Or hurt. It was concern. Because Andrew was on his way. To Green Oak.
Josie?
Gabriel called from behind the counter.
You've been standing there for a few minutes, and I'm wondering if I should come get you, or just give you more time to sieve through whatever you're going through. Can you let me know so we avoid having to get Grandpa Mo? His grumpy ass is unbearable lately.
I squared my shoulders, and when I turned around, it was with a smile. Wedding drama, I said as an explanation. I knew from experience that could excuse almost anything. Adeline was checking some things for me, things that have to do with the guest list.
I thought you said it was club stuff,
he countered with a frown. Shit. Well, I can't have the entirety of a youth soccer club sitting at my wedding now, can I?
I guess not,
Gabriel commented. His face transformed, and he was suddenly beaming at me.
Wait, does that mean you guys have a date?
I thought of Bobby's temporary date, December 1st. I also thought of our new rules. We don't get married. Nope, I quipped. Oh, hey, that's our Green Warriors coming into the cafe. You know what that means. After-game smoothies. The group of kids in green and black training gear made their way to their usual spot, all but Maria and Juniper taking a seat at the table. The 2 kids approached us. Hi, Miss Josie, Maria quipped. Hi, Mr. Gabriel. Hi, Dad, Juniper said, planting a kiss on Gabriel's cheek. Hi, Miss Josie. I pushed away from the counter, welcoming the distraction. Hi, girls. I was just texting Adeline, and she says to give the 2 of you a hug. She misses you and the team a whole lot. Maria beamed at the mention of my sister. Oh, I miss her too. I'll make sure to send her a selfie of me and Pedro Pigscal, and all the photos I have of him with Brandy. She scrunched her face. I can't wait to introduce her and Coach Cam to Pedro. She pointed at my cup. Oh, can I get one of those? That's going to be a no, I answered with a laugh. Way too much caffeine in it. And other stuff that's not good for you. You guys need to rehydrate. I'm 11, she complained, as Gabriel and I shared a glance. I'm not a kid anymore, and Dad lets me have a sip of coffee every once in a while. I arched my brows. Fine, she relented. When he's not looking. It tastes like monkey butt, honestly, so I thought yours would be nicer. Adults are weird. She shrugged a shoulder. So how's Mr. Matthew? You know what I was thinking the other day? That you should get married at the farm. Wouldn't that be amazing? We could have a petting zoo for the guests, and all the space in the world to dance. Dad keeps all the things from the fairs and markets in the old barn, so we could even hang the Christmas lights. Oh, and use the turkey float from last year's Thanksgiving parade. Gabriel braced an elbow on the counter.
That would be amazing, actually. I always wondered why you never tried to get married here in Green Oak.
Tried to get married. My brain seemed to get hung up on those words. I don't think the petting zoo is a good idea, Juniper commented, earning a glance from Maria. But we could have a tournament. The two kids beamed at each other. That way I wouldn't need to wear a dress. The two girls then launched into a debate about whether one could play soccer in a dress while at a wedding. I cleared my throat. How about I get the smoothies going and throw in a chocolate chip cookie for everyone? Deal? Both their faces told me we had a deal. Perfect, I concluded. Give me a min. My words were brought to a halt by someone bursting into the coffee shop, shoving the door open so hard that it almost sent the bell atop it flying. Everyone in Josie's joint froze. Silence, thick and heavy, settled around the place. Matthew? I croaked. My fiance's saucer-sized eyes caught on mine. He didn't say a word. I didn't think he could, with how heavy he was breathing. Concern surged, and my gaze dipped, as if searching for whatever was wrong instead of asking. It was a reflex, something one does when alert. First inspect, then ask. Look for any signs of bodily harm. Last time someone had burst into Josie's like that, they'd had a garter snake hanging off their calf. Only there was no snake. There was skin. So much golden, smooth-looking skin. Arms, big, toned, and muscles that peeked out of one of those sleeveless tees you saw men working out in gym vlogs. I knew those well. And Matthew was standing there at the entrance of my cafe, looking like one of the men whose thirst traps I pretended not to save. I blinked. Or maybe I didn't. I couldn't be sure. I didn't think I'd ever been this dazed by a shirt whose sleeves had been ripped off.
Now I get it,
Gabriel whispered from my side. I turned my wide eyes to him. He was smirking.
I would want to keep that just for myself, too.
A gurgly-sounding scoff left me.
Good afternoon,
Matthew said, snatching my attention away from the other man. Just in time to catch his arm drawing a wave in the air. Every barely concealed muscle moved.
I apologize for the dramatic entrance. I was in what seems like an obvious rush to see my Josie, my fiancée Josie, who's standing there looking beautiful and definitely not in distress or in any kind of life-threatening emergency that would have me sprinting here in slightly inappropriate workout attire, based on the looks on everyone's faces.
He met my gaze.
Can we have a word? Sugar snap?
Every head turned in my direction in one single-joined motion. I should have cared, probably. But it was funny how my brain was very selectively picking apart Matthew's words and focusing on very specific ones. My Josie, my fiancée Josie, who's standing there looking beautiful. Beautiful. Some measure of heat climbed to my face, and those rounded shoulders he was flashing half the town must have done some damage to my brain cells, because all I could think of was that I couldn't recall what I'd thrown on this morning, or if I'd done my makeup. I only remembered braiding my hair. I glanced down to check myself. Right, my palazzo pants and silk blouse. My ass looked very nice in these. But I was standing behind the counter, so he couldn't possibly know that. I dragged my attention back to the front, somewhat aware that it was my turn to say something. So love really makes you silly, huh? Maria observed. Should I tell Mr. Matthew everyone can see his boobies, or will you do that, Miss Josie? My eyes widened for a second at the kid's words. Boobies. It wasn't very different from the man boobs I'd used to describe his pecs the morning he'd woken up on my couch. But there hadn't been dozens of people around. Just us. And now everyone's attention was back on Matthew. On his kind of visible chest as he threw his head back and laughed. Laughed? I pushed aside how very good his reaction made me feel. How much it warmed my heart that he didn't care or find offense. "All right, everyone," I said, clapping my hands. "How about we all stop ogling my fiance's pectoral muscles and continue about our business? We have things we'd like to discuss. In private." The usual murmur of chatter picked up, but not even half the heads in the sitting area turned away as Matthew crossed the shop to where I was. Gabriel sent Maria and Juniper away to rejoin the group of girls, and then leaned his elbows on the counter. His chin rested on his fists. I arched my brows in question.
"Oh, I'm not going anywhere."
"Please?" He made a show of thinking.
"No, I'd rather ask for forgiveness tomorrow. Sorry, you love me enough."
What is that supposed to mean? Matthew reached us, coming to a stop beside Gabriel.
"Hi, I'm Matthew, Josie's new man. Hi, hello. We missed each other at the game. I'm Gabriel, your newest best friend."
Gabriel winked. I panicked.
"Whatever you need to know about our Josie, you ask me. Any story, detail, or anecdote, no matter how crazy or intrusive. I'm your man. I know all the stuff, like that time she got so drunk she got her house confused with Otto's and fell asleep in his tub, or when she lost her
I croaked out a loud, squeaky laugh. "Let's take this into the back room." I rushed out, walking around the counter. "Matthew, please? And Gabriel, I'll see you later." My so-called friend sent me a dirty look. And when my eyes turned to my fiancé, he sent me an amused one. I wasn't amused, but I was standing close enough for my gaze to hopelessly dip down to his arms. Again. Ugh, they were very nice. I whirled on my heels with a silent curse and led my fiancé away, bowing to stop objectifying him. I stopped at the door we'd been headed for, took one deep inhale, closed my hand around the knob, twisted it open, and shoved Matthew inside. His back hit one of the shelves I knew stood between 3 and 4 feet from the door.
"What the?"
Matthew started. I shut the door behind me and raised my hand. The one light bulb above us lit up with a click. Matthew's frown materialized. He blinked.
"Did you bring me into a supply closet?"
Yes, and it seemed awfully small with Matthew in it. "So you wanted to talk?" Matthew stared at me. For 1, 2, 3, 10 seconds, at least. Then he released a long exhale, making some of my hair move. That was how close we were standing. I decided to ignore space and focused on how minty his breath was.
"So there's no back shop?"
he finally said. "I do have a back supply closet, though," I countered. "And a nosy friend who is no longer my friend, and very nosy customers. You wanted to have a word, so what is it?" Matthew's brows furrowed even more. It wasn't a scowl, but he still didn't look satisfied with any of the explaining I'd just done. "Listen," I said, shifting on my feet. My hip hit something, a shelf, making me move away. Warmth hit my other side. Matthew's warmth. "You made a very dramatic entrance into a packed establishment. It threw me off, and I did my best to handle the situation. I improvised with the back room comment to give ourselves some privacy, away from them, and especially Gabriel, to talk. Does it really matter that I don't have one? Everyone knows that anyway." He held his breath for like a second, then huffed out a laugh.
"Everyone knows that anyway,"
he repeated, and I gave him a nod.
"Do you really believe they'll think you brought me into a dark closet to talk?"
My lips parted with the realization. Oh. That was a very good point. I was terribly off my game lately. "We're engaged," I whispered loudly. "To be married. So it wouldn't be that strange for us to, want to sneak out and get each other's kettle meddled with, if you know what I..." His finger fell gently on my lips, sending my whole body into shock.
No cute euphemisms for sex, please. I'm trying my goddamn best here, Josie, but I don't think I'll be able to stay mad at you if you get all sugary sweet.
Shock melted away, giving way to a strange kind of warmth. And as much as I tried to ignore it, it only got worse when Matthew's hand shuffled to the side, his finger leaving my mouth and his palm settling on the side of my neck. "You're mad?" I breathed out.
You sent me an SOS,
Matthew explained, his brow nodding again. The urgency with which he'd stormed in returned to his eyes.
You can't text me an SOS when there's no real emergency. Do you have any idea how?
He shook his head.
I ran down here, from the lodge. I thought something was wrong. You wrote, "I need you."
The sensation in my stomach skipped, realization rippling. "So that's why you're wearing a slutty shirt and slutty sweats?" My voice turned to a whisper. "You were working out? You didn't leave me on red?" My heart plunked to the ground at my own words. I hadn't meant to say that, and hearing it left me a little off balance. Glass clinked together behind me, and our bodies drew closer together. Mine to move away from the rack, and Matthew's to stabilize me.
Why are you so surprised?
He asked, the heat coming off him, and the palm still at the base of my neck making me warm. "I don't know," I said, immediately realizing it was a lie. I did know. "I guess I assumed you were done with my dramatics. Most people don't take an all-caps message from me very seriously, so I assumed you'd call or text later." The breath he let out hit my cheek, and I shivered a little, even when it felt so incredibly hot in the tiny room. "You didn't need to drop what you were doing and come rescue me. Next time I text an SOS, just maybe put on a hoodie and calmly make your way down to me instead." His thumb moved, grazing the underside of my jaw.
You can't send me an SOS then, Josie. An SOS means I fucking run.
My heart skipped a beat. "You're being very rigid about this," I told him. And boy, did my voice come out rocky. "It was just a text."
I am rigid when it comes to important things,
he conceded. And he stepped even closer. I could feel more than his breath falling on my skin. I could scent the perspiration on him, the proof of the exertion. I could touch his skin, too, if I dared to. I could see how it felt under my fingertips. Damp, dry, sticky, as smooth as it looked.
There are rules for this, Josie. It's the first thing I taught my little sisters when they started going out. I don't take this shit lightly, and no one else should either.
His little sisters. Did he see me as such? Not as a sibling, but as someone whose protection he was responsible for? The thought both chilled and warmed my skin. "Is that why you didn't hesitate to help me that first night on my porch? When you didn't know who I was?"
"Oh, I hesitated,"
he answered. And I knew he was being sincere. His voice always went down.
"Believe me, I was tempted to turn around and run."
But he didn't. Because I seemed like I was in trouble, and he had sisters and took SOS texts very seriously. God, he was such a good guy. I wished we were under different circumstances, normal ones, circumstances that would allow us to... To what, Josie? I shook my head. "If it makes you any less mad, there is an emergency of sorts," I murmured, my chest suddenly feeling tender, soft to the touch, vulnerable. He'd run down here, run, for me. It's not exactly life-threatening, but it's almost as bad. Andrew's coming.
"Of course he is,"
he muttered under his breath.
"Is that what Bobby wanted last night?"
"I wouldn't know," I admitted. I kind of ignored her text. Yesterday was a good day, and I wanted that to last a little longer. Matthew's expression softened, and I didn't want to read too much into it. But I swore I could see a hint of smugness, as if he was proud of me for making Bobby wait. "Adeline offered to drive to Green Oak," I added, "to be with me." Matthew seemed to consider my words. Then he said,
Is she going to?
I told her she didn't have to. I bit my lip, musing over whether to admit I'd texted him before she offered. That I had you, I whispered. That I'd already called you. And here we are. His brows met. In concentration or determination, I couldn't know, because his thumb brushed my chin next, distracting me and sending a wave of awareness cascading down my body. It was strange that we'd had this conversation with his palm resting on the side of my neck, and my body had eased right into his touch. Now that peace had been broken by the way he was looking down at me. It was broken by the reminder that all that expanse of skin was a hair-thin distance from my hands. I wanted to reach out, and according to our rules, I could. Touching was fine, and I would have, if I was sure that wouldn't make me a little selfish or a bad liar, because me not being affected if I set my palms on his arms right now, it didn't seem possible. I flexed my hands at my sides, then asked, What are we going to do about this?
Can I be honest?
Matthew asked. I nodded my head, and he let out a little grunt. The sound hit me right in my belly.
I'm talking real honest,
he insisted, head dipping lower, body coming even closer. My back hit the rack behind me, and he regained the distance.
Blunt. Do you think you can take that, Josie?
Yes, I breathed out.
If this were my hometown,
he said, words tickling my temple. His hands rose, leaving me embracing on the rack at my back.
We'd ruffle your hair and come out of this closet pretending I've just fucked you against this shelf right here.
Whoa. My stomach dove right to my feet. An intense wave of heat climbed up my body before swooshing back down immediately. Images, many of them, bombarded my mind. Of Matthew, hands on the backs of my thighs, rack rattling me. A shaky breath exploded out of me. That seems unnecessary. His chuckle was amused and dark, sultry. He knew exactly what was crossing my mind.
Depends on who you ask, he said. We're sneaking off, aren't we? You're my fiancé. I would want to make use of the opportunity. You said so yourself.
I had. I really had. I was also envisioning it now, and my body was invested in the specifics. My mouth parted, and his eyes jumped to my lips before leaping back up. I meant, what are we going to do about my father? He's getting here today. For all we know, he could be waiting outside when we come out. I shook my head, slowly bringing my thoughts back to the real matter at hand. I never thought he'd show up so soon. Or at all, but I didn't say that. Matthew leaned back, to have a better look at me if I had to guess. I watched his smile dim but not disappear.
We could still ruffle your hair and come out of here.
Be serious, I told him with a soft pat to his chest. He snatched my wrist with his hand, and I swallowed at the soft contact of his fingers on my skin. His voice dropped.
I'm always serious.
You're really not, I countered. What are we going to do? He thinks we're... My voice cracked. Organizing a wedding. What if he wants to get really involved, while here? What if he realizes we have no intention of getting married at all? Did you see that planner Bobby sent us? It's absolutely terrifying. And it's filled with links and stuff, and who knows what else? What if Andrew wants us to actually organize a wedding? Now? Matthew's words took a moment to come out. But when he finally spoke, they made my heart speed up.
Then, we give him that.
Chapter 10. Andrew Underwood didn't show up in Green Oak alone. He'd arrived with a journalist named Willa Wang, who had done Andrew's piece for Time, and who dressed in a range of beiges and carried a little leather notepad she'd been tapping her pen on for the last 10 minutes. She was the woman who called me a misstep in a renowned magazine. Andrew Underwood was also late to a meeting he'd set up. But he belonged to a world where certain things couldn't wait. That had to be why the call he was taking in the room next to the living area in the elegant house he was renting outside Green Oak was more important than the 4 people waiting. I fidgeted with my fingers in my lap, trying to ignore the sound of both Bobby's nails tipping and tapping away at her phone and Willa's pen as it rapped against her notepad. I wondered if she actually scribbled in it or if it was just for show. Maybe it was some kind of trick journalists used to intimidate the truth out of their subjects. Although, that sounded more like an interrogation and not the casual chat Bobby had mentioned we were having whenever Andrew got here. Warmth enveloped my hand, making my breath hitch. Matthew, obviously. I turned my head, brown eyes meeting mine from his spot beside me on the burgundy couch. He held my gaze, a question in his eyes. "Sorry," I mouthed, deciding he was referring to the fidgeting. He frowned and shook his head slightly, a soft smile parting his face. He had such a handsome smile. My shoulders eased slightly.
"You look beautiful in this dress."
His gaze dipped briefly.
"Is this tulle?"
"It is," I admitted. My face was flaming. I didn't even know why, just that apparently I wasn't in control of simple bodily functions when this man called me beautiful. "And you look beautiful, too." Matthew's brows arched, then a smirk took shape. I lowered my voice a little. "But not too beautiful. You're presentable. The right amount of attractive. And I actually prefer you in your glasses." The brown in his eyes sparked with interest. His voice went down, and he must have been on a quest to distract me, because he said,
"I know that now. Sugar plum."
I wrinkled my nose at him before turning toward the other 2 women with a tense smile. Sugar plum wasn't a winner either. Bobby's eyes found mine from the settee she was perched on. Her lips were pressed in a line. She was still a little mad at me for ignoring her, and she probably thought my and Matthew's exchange was cringy. I gave her a nod, and she answered with more glaring. "So, Josephine," Willa said, snatching my attention. "How far along are the wedding preparations?" "They're far enough to be along."
"She means that everything's under control," Bobby explained, "especially now that the father of the bride is here."
I couldn't help but stiffen in the plush cushion I was sitting on. Was that why Andrew was here? Gosh, I wished I could pull out my phone and see one more time if I could find the answers in Bobby's magic WP of hell, or whatever she called it.
"I bet,"
Willa commented, eyes still on me.
"I hope that's not being tainted by all that is being said online."
My breath caught on its way in, and I felt Matthew's arm coming around my waist.
"I hear planning can be daunting."
"Daunting is one way to put it," I repeated with a smile. "So, how long have you been writing for Time magazine? Any reason in particular why you've decided to visit the beautiful state of North Carolina?"
"I've worked in the field long enough to know it can't be easy for you to be roped into something like this,"
Willa answered. She flung her pad open and scribbled a word.
"The public eye can be vicious, as I'm sure you've seen with your father. Then your sister, now you."
Her gaze bounced to the man by my side.
"Or the 2 of you, better said."
I wondered what she'd just written down. I wondered if I could see if I squinted my eyes. "That's nothing I or my fiance can't handle," I quipped. Matthew's hand at my hip squeezed, as if in confirmation. "We know how to keep busy, block the noise, and stay focused on what's important."
"Like the wedding,"
Willa concluded, making me think that Bobby wasn't the only person who believed that a wedding was the solution to every problem. A drop of sweat clung to the nape of my neck, and Willa scribbled some more in her pad. She lifted her head.
"Do you mind telling me a little about that?"
Sheesh. For such an aesthetically pleasing-looking woman, she was like a dog with a bone. Reminded me of Bobby, and we were only 10 minutes into this. "What about it?"
"Anything you're comfortable sharing."
She shrugged an elegant shoulder, her poise casual.
"Returning to your question, that's why I'm here. To learn everything there is about Andrew. We're working on a book, as I'm sure he's told you. I wouldn't call it a biography, but more of a recollection of all his accomplishments and failures.
We're still finessing the details. For now, all I want is to gain an understanding of his life. That includes you, Josephine. It also includes things like your fiance, the wedding, Andrew's role in that, or the hometown you two share. I blinked at the woman for a long moment. A book? A memoir from what she'd described. She was wrong. I was hearing about it for the first time, and the fact that the woman who had called me a misstep was writing it led me to believe she might consider me one of those failures she'd mentioned. I pushed out an awkward-sounding laugh. Well, if you're looking for the story of how I was conceived, I don't think I'm the person to ask. I wasn't really there that night, Willa. Bobby's jaw hit the floor. Matthew covered a snort with a cough. And I would have felt a prickle of pride if I wasn't busy trying not to be intimidated by the way Willa was looking at me. I'd like for you to show me around, Josephine, Willa said. Spend some time with you while I'm here. Besides shadowing Andrew. Sure, of course, the people-pleaser in me started, but I saw Bobby's head shaking. Or maybe not. Maybe... Bobby lifted a finger and signaled something I didn't understand. Maybe Bobby should? Yes, she's been here long enough to know her way around town, and I know she's been dying to socialize with someone who can relate to being away from home, so she should take you. Bobby's eyes narrowed. Thank you, Josephine, she deadpanned. I'm truly ecstatic to show Willa around this wonderful place. Matthew's hand moved at my hip, what had to be his thumb brushing my skin over the tool, the gesture tickling and warming my skin. It felt like a tiny reward, a distraction I deserved, and a strange sound left my throat in response. He continued, awareness bubbling in the most inappropriate way and moment. I wonder what's taking Andrew so long, Willa commented. He'll be here in a minute, Bobby answered. That thumb got a little adventurous, trailing up, tickling me further, and driving me even more distracted. I guess only Andrew would be late to the first meeting with his child, huh? Matthew's hand went still, his body too. Bobby gave her head one disapproving shake. Willa returned to her notes, adding something else. Sorry, I said, flustered. That came out worse than it sounded in my head. We've been face-to-face, through a screen, in the monthly Zoom calls. It's really not like he didn't want to come here. He's a busy man, and I get it. I'm mayor of town, and I own a business. I could have flown to Miami if I wanted to, but I was busy. I swallowed, my excuse feeling silly. Had I really compared those two things to Andrew's responsibilities? Anyone else struggling with this heat wave? Because this time last year, I wouldn't have been wearing this dress, I can tell you that much. Bobby chuckled, the sound as stiff as it was brief. Andrew has plenty of time for his children, she said before turning to the other woman. There's barely been a second to breathe with the news of his retirement and everything that it entails, much less to fly around the country. That's why we have the internet. I FaceTime everyone in my life. Her eyes landed back on me. That's completely normal. Despite the smile I gave her, a heaviness I'd more than gotten acquainted with had settled in my belly. Absolutely. 100%. I'm sorry I phrased it that way. With a long, worn-out-sounding sigh, as if he'd just lost some secret inner battle, Matthew dragged me closer to his side with his arm, right against him, and I couldn't know what it was about the gesture or the way he felt against me in that moment, but if he offered me a cuddle, even with Willa and Bobby right there, I'd take him up on the offer. Hey, he said, low, so low, almost hushed. And I didn't want to look at him because I was clearly on the verge of doing something silly. But I did. I watched his eyes as they roamed all over my face, searching for something. Then I felt his fingers close softly, yet tightly, around the tulle of my dress. He looked away. He'd better get in here in the next 30 seconds. I rolled my eyes at the muttered words, even if for myself. But all I could think about was how glad I was that Matthew was here, how absolutely relieved I was to have him with me. Even if all of this was nothing but an arrangement, and the ring on my finger was on loan, and we weren't celebrating that wedding everyone was so hyper-focused on. Even if I'd cornered him into helping me, Matthew had managed to be someone I could escape to for a second of respite, for support, just like Adeline had encouraged. Right this moment, I really was leaning on Matthew like I would on my partner, my fiancé, using him to bear some, if not most, of the weight I couldn't hold myself. And I didn't think he was aware how much I was doing that.
Josephine.
A new voice sounded. I sprang to my feet. I didn't have the slightest idea why, only that I did. My eyes landed on a 60-something man with striking blue eyes I knew well. They were my own. Unlike all the previous times I'd seen him, Andrew wasn't wearing a suit. Instead, he wore a collared sweater over a dark shirt that matched the color of his pants. Oddly enough, it somehow seemed even more formal than the suit.
Sorry to make you wait,
he said, looking straight at me, as if I was the only person in the room with him. I realized I hadn't yet spoken then, not even a hi. I also realized how strange it felt to hear those words coming out of his mouth. Sorry to make you wait. What a natural yet intricate thing to say for someone who was always making me wait. I knew he meant those 15 or 20 minutes that we'd been sitting here. But what about the 12 months since the day he called me to inform me he was my father? What about the lifetime I'd gone without knowing about him? Was he sorry about those waits, too? No problem, I said. I willed my mouth to give him a smile, ignoring the way the gesture made me off balance. So how was the trip? Tedious, I bet.
It's a 2-hour flight,
Andrew countered in the same deep voice he'd used during those scattered Zoom calls we'd had.
So it wasn't too bad.
It's just a 2-hour flight, I thought. And not for the first time. A 2-hour flight, but so much distance between us. Right, I chuckled, the sound matching the tightness in my chest. I knew that. It would be a different thing if you were on the West Coast, huh? Now that would be a hassle to come all the way over here for this. Changing time zones is one of my least favorite things in the world. Andrew's jaw clenched in response, something changing in his gaze. I waited for him to voice whatever that was, engrossed by how much the color of his eyes resembled mine. Or the other way around, perhaps. He moved, striding in my direction, and with those first steps, I felt my whole body go into high alert. Would he go for a hug, a handshake, a kiss on the cheek? I didn't know what I preferred. My father came to a stop before reaching me. Right on the other side of the coffee table that had been separating Bobby and Willa from me and Matthew. Andrew hesitated, and it was as if an invisible line was drawn. I felt a weight, soft but solid at the small of my back. It was what made me notice I'd taken a small step back myself.
You look just like her,
Andrew said.
Eloise.
I changed my mind. I no longer cared about whether I wanted a hug or a handshake or a kiss on the cheek from this man. I wanted him to take that back, to start this over. Not because it was untrue, but because I didn't think I could have this conversation right now. Not right off the bat. Not when we could have talked about Mom on any of those calls his assistant had scheduled for us. This was not how I'd ever pictured meeting him. We were supposed to make some small talk. Maybe I'd tell a joke and break through that hard facade. Maybe he'd laugh. Maybe we'd awkwardly hug each other goodbye. I'd been ready to try that, not this.
Liz,
Andrew explained, as if my silence could possibly mean I didn't know.
Your mother.
Both my thoughts and emotions scrambled. Liz. Mom. God, I wondered what she thought of this moment. I wondered what she'd like me to do, too. Or what she'd seen in a man like him. I wondered if she'd go off on that woman for calling me Andrew's misstep. No, she wouldn't do that. She would have laughed at how awkwardly I was smiling and said something funny to lighten the mood. I think you knew how I looked before entering this room, I told him, shoving everything aside. Clean slate, Josie. Second chances can't bloom without water. I pushed out a light laugh. And I do have your eyes. Mom's were dark, just like her sense of humor.
Right,
my father said. He cleared his throat.
Congratulations are in order.
His gaze shifted to my side, making me notice Matthew was right there. Solid, silent, his palm at my back.
Matthew, happy to see you. Andrew,
my fiancé replied in a voice I'd never heard him use.
Wish I could say the same.
Unlike me or Bobby or Willa, who I could see turning a page in her notepad, my father's face didn't register shock at Matthew's words, especially when he said,
Can't say I'm surprised. About what exactly?
Matthew asked. Andrew huffed out what I supposed was a laugh.
You, laying hold of one of my daughters after tagging along with this family for so long. I see you didn't waste time.
Bobby's eyes widened. Willa scribbled some more on her pad. I just watched, taken aback, as something passed between the two men. Something I didn't like. Almost as little as what Andrew had implied. My lips parted with a complaint, a defense, but Matthew clasped my hand in his. He squeezed.
Funny you should say that, Andrew,
he said, brown eyes flickering to the side to meet mine. He brought my fingers to his lips, laid a kiss on my skin.
Only a fool would wait when there's something so precious to be claimed.
My heart stopped in my chest. To anyone else, I was sure that sounded like a confirmation of Andrew's accusation that my fiancé was after his money. But to me, it meant him having my back. It meant he didn't care what anyone thought. It meant being seen, too. Because Andrew had waited a long time to reach out, and Matthew had called him a fool for it, to his face. And from the way he was looking at me right now, I could tell that it wasn't out of spite, but because he understood exactly how that made me feel. Because he could see what I hadn't told him. Was this part of the reason why he was helping me?
Well, this was wonderful,
Bobby intervened, snatching the attention from everyone in the room.
Great first meeting. Very insightful for Willa, I'm sure. Let's cut it short for now and pick this back up on Friday, during the welcome party Green Oak is throwing for Andrew. Josie is organizing it.
The what? I mouthed at Bobby, shock cascading down my back. Bobby sent me a look before turning her attention to a frowning Willa.
Yes, please, make sure to write that down because we'd love to have you there. Actually, do you mind if I have a look at what you've been scribbling? I'm a great fact-checker.
Willa threw the thing inside her bag.
I mind, yes.
Bobby glared at her before murmuring an, "Okay, fine." She turned toward my father.
Andrew, there are a couple of issues we should discuss. But before we leave, we should take care of that little thing we need.
Andrew Underwood shifted on his feet, looking uncomfortable.
I already told you it won't be necessary. I don't want Josephine to feel pressured into it.
Matthew seemed to go on alert again, as if he was hearing something I didn't.
Nonsense.
Bobby's attention jumped to me, her arm stretched in Andrew's direction.
Josephine, I'm sure you don't mind.
I don't mind what? I asked, genuinely confused. Matthew grumbled something under his breath, before speaking in that voice he'd used with my father.
Don't test me, Shark. Josie's not a prop you can...
Now,
Bobby interjected, smiling.
Everyone loves a family picture.
My blood swooshed to my feet.
And I think Josephine can decide whether she wants one on her own. So, Josephine, I have the perfect backdrop for a father-daughter shot.
Chapter 11. Interior. Filthy Reality Studio. Day. Nick.
I don't know, Sam. The picture feels a little forced.
Sam.
She's a stunner, though, and that dress, an absolute slay.
Nick.
Yeah, you're right. And I guess it's the timing of it all that's forced. But hey, at least we've gotten confirmation. Rich Daddy has packed his things and returned home.
Sam.
Unless he chartered a private jet to snap a picture and is planning to fly right back to Miami. You know how much I hate celebs who do that. If my carbon footprint matters, why shouldn't theirs, huh?
Nick.
Amen. Although word on the street is that Andrew Underwood is there to stay. Our little birdies managed to narrow the suitable properties available to rent in the area to 3. We made some calls, and one of them won't be back on the market for a long while. And before you ask, I'm talking long, not just a few weeks. This smells like wedding stuff if you ask me. Yum. So we shall keep an eye on that, but until then, we've got plenty to discuss.
Sam.
Oh?
Nick. Oh, indeed. Because we've finally put together a timeline.
Chuckles.
Oops, sorry. That came out a little loud.
Sam.
You're forgiven. Now gimme. Are we talking about the timeline of the exes? The infamous list of grooms that never were? The hearts that were smashed and stomped?
Nick. Laughs.
You sound like an Olivia Rodrigo song, and I love that because yes, we are.
Clears throat.
Okay, so first came Sean, and before you pointed out no, he wasn't a match, there's a Ricky, too, just like in the Ariana Grande song.
Sam.
Damn, I do love that song.
Sings Thank You Next.
Although I'm not thankful for my exes. Neither is small-town Era's probs. Now focus. Sean?
Nick.
I always loved your voice.
Chuckles.
Right, so Sean. Nothing special. Normal guy. Cute. Coffee barista, which we love. Runs a roaster. Still lives in North Carolina. They were young. Source said the engagement lasted throughout freshman year of college. Didn't make it to senior year.
Sam.
I think it's a reasonable run. I couldn't see myself getting married so young.
Nick.
You're in your mid-20s, Sam.
Sam.
Exactly. And do you see a hubby by my side? So, next?
Nick. Short-lived sigh.
Okay. Here things start getting interesting. Number 2 is Greg. Happened between 2 and 3 years after Sean. Former yoga instructor, and I say former because apparently, and brace yourself, he was so absolutely devastated after the breakup, or, well, being left at the altar, I should say, that he fled. Not the place, or the state, the country.
Sam.
Stop.
Nick.
I'm serious.
Chuckles.
He's in Thailand now, and he runs a retreat. We've checked, and it exists. These are facts.
Sam.
Oh my God. You're telling me the guy went full eat, pray, love?
Huffs with disbelief.
This is amazing. Addictive. I want more.
Nick.
Ricky. That's number 3, and boy is he a good number 3.
Sam. Laughs.
What does that even mean? And why are you making that face?
Nick.
Because he's a professional athlete, duh.
Sam.
Stop. What?
Nick. Clicks tongue.
Don't get too excited. It's not football. Or hockey. It's soccer. But the big leagues. MLS, I think it's called. Last name is Richardson for those who want to Google him.
Lowers voice.
That means you totally should.
Sam. Pause.
Dang, he's hot. Reminds me of like a European version of Joe Burrow. Does that make sense? Doesn't matter. I'm switching to soccer. Officially a soccer girly. How could she leave this? Wait, important question. Are soccer wives considered wags?
Nick.
I think they might be the OG wags, and I would have definitely put a ring on that too. Something must have been amiss. Our source told us the engagement was fast and short. Who knows? Doesn't matter anyway, result was the same.
Sam.
No, but seriously, Ricky Richardson, I'll marry you with paper rings. Unless, do we not have any dirt on them? It's hard to believe that she'll run without them doing anything. I'm a girl's girl, and I need to point that out.
Nick.
You always do point it out, Sam. But before tackling that, let's touch base on Duncan Aguirre. He's number 4, and the timeline places him a little less than 2 years ago. So recent. He's a politician.
Laughs with disbelief.
Who has gone all quiet on us after being so chatty the first time we reached out. He's running for senator in South Carolina, and that's probably why. This story has blown up, after all.
Sam. Snaps fingers 3 times.
Yes, it has.
Nick.
His office keeps declining any comment, but we'll persist. Hey, Duncan, if you're listening, pick up the phone. Answer our DMs. We know you want to.
Pause.
Until that happens, you can tell us in the comments what you thought of this ep in the Underwood affair, because Girly has surely been busy collecting them like Pokemon.
Chuckles.
Reminds me of a certain pop singer and songwriter I shall not bring into this because I'd like to avoid getting canceled.
Sam.
Hey, no TS slander. You know the rules.
Nick. And if anyone's noticing, we've skipped number 5. That's because we're saving the best for last.
Hypothetically, what do you think is our aesthetic? Matthew considered my question.
That depends.
I shot him a bland look over the dozens of papers, trays of snacks, and empty glasses covering my kitchen table. On what?
On how hypothetical the hypothetical aesthetic is.
I pondered his answer while I cringed at the mess. I'd tried so badly to channel Adeline. I even had color-coded binders and plastic sleeves with sticky labels. It wasn't working. Are you deflecting so you don't need to ask me what an aesthetic is?
Give me a little credit,
he said, before popping a kale chip into his mouth.
I'm a little better than weaponized incompetence, Snuggle Bear.
I narrowed my eyes at him, feigning that I wasn't impressed by his answer. Or distracted by his basic white t-shirt, the short sleeves slightly rolled up mid-bicep. That's the worst one yet. We haven't even snuggled. I could be horrible at it for all you know. Something sparked in his eyes. I wondered if he'd ask me to show him. It would technically be within the rules. And a part of me I was struggling to keep quiet was very aware of that.
Our aesthetic should reflect who we are as a couple,
he continued. I considered that, pretending once again I didn't love that answer. For someone who had organized so many weddings and been in this exact position so many times, none of the men who had preceded Matthew had ever given me an answer like that. That's correct, I conceded. And that's probably why I'm struggling with it. I can't envision something that doesn't exactly exist. His fingers brought an apricot slice to his mouth.
Walk me through your thought process,
Matthew instructed, before chewing on it. A little too hard.
Dump it all on me, and don't leave whatever has you frowning like that out. I want every messy thought.
I snorted. You don't know what you're asking. Have you met me?
I have.
He crunched on a new chunk of fruit.
And I know what I'm asking.
The determination in his voice made me pause. Hesitate. I knew he was trying to help, and I knew I had asked him, but why was he looking so sullen all of a sudden? Was this about what they'd said about me on the last episode of Filthy Reality? The idea made me a little more than uneasy. They hadn't talked about Matthew, but they had about me, in detail. I smiled at him. My, it's getting late, and you must be about done with all of this. I stacked some of the sleeves in a neat pile. I'll move this to my room and just pick whatever. Andrew's welcome dinner doesn't need to match the wedding aesthetic anyway, like Bobby is preaching, mostly because there is no wedding. I collected some of the labels and set them in a pile too. It'd be ridiculous to match anything to it. I just went into autopilot and forgot for a second. I made my smile even wider. I can handle Andrew's party on my own. Matthew occupied himself with the task of unearthing a tray with roasted nuts that had been buried in the mess.
I know you can,
he said nonchalantly, placing the nuts in front of him and falling back on the chair.
But you won't.
I won't what exactly?
Handle it yourself,
he pointed out simply.
You won't handle shit on your own. We will. And we're finding an aesthetic if that's what you need.
I'm used to it, I countered, eyes narrowing. I do it all the time. I'm the mayor of town, a business owner. I run multiple activities. I've organized a few of these. I swallowed. It's fine, and you can go. He threw a couple nuts into his mouth.
I have full confidence in your skills to handle anything that comes your way.
Then it's settled.
You're my fiancé,
Matthew said. My stomach dropped. Heart skipped. Matthew's eyes met mine as if daring me to negate that.
There's a ring on your finger. I don't care about the specifics. For all practical purposes, it means we're a team. We handle shit together. I don't care if you can do it on your own. You shouldn't have to.
I wasn't used to this. Usually people let me take the issue off their hands. And yes, that had included my exes. I didn't resent them for it. I'd been glad to handle things. It was something I did well. It just was a lot sometimes. Okay, I let out with a breath. Thank you. We'll settle on a wedding aesthetic so Andrew's party can match it, snack man. Together, even when there's no need. But don't say I didn't try to save you from this. Your window to escape is now closed. Matthew switched back to the kale chips, popping one into his mouth with a smile.
You love that I'm munching away at your food. I can see it in your face.
I did. So, I started. I usually make a list of favorite things, to pick an aesthetic. It's what represents a couple best. My determination to proceed with this wavered, but I persisted. Like, for example, Sean was obsessed with 1920s jazz, so we planned a vintage ceremony and a very laid-back cocktail party accompanied by the Hilly Jazzers, who were a little overrated but very popular back then, and it took me a great deal of bribing to book them on the wedding anniversary of the lead singer. Matthew kept popping in chips, not saying a thing. The gig was canceled, as you know, and I sent the singer a voucher for a romantic night at a spa for the trouble. The crunching came to a stop.
And what about that wedding fit your aesthetic? I think we should focus on that.
Everything, duh. My dress was beautiful. It was a very pale shade of gold, and so simple and elegant. I could still wear it if I wanted to. Matthew considered that for a moment.
What about your wedding to Greg, then?
Some measure of surprise must have shown on my face, because Matthew sighed.
I can remember a handful of names after hearing them a couple times. What details about that wedding were yours?
Yes, he could. The whole country could now. It was woodland wonderland. Towering trees, mossy detailing. It was important that we were connected to the earth, so we went with an outdoor ceremony in the woods. And Greg goes by Astro now, ever since he became a yogi master.
I want to hear about you now.
You're hearing about me, I countered. I'm telling you about me right now, my previous aesthetics.
You're really not.
He patted his hands over his jeans, as if he was done snacking, and it was time to get down to business.
You're telling me about them. I want to hear about you. Likes, dislikes, passions, fears. What makes you smile, and what makes you sad. Then I'll do the same. That's what we should know about each other. And that's what we should be focusing on if we want to find an aesthetic. And we're going to. Tonight.
I pursed my lips, trying not to give him anything. Not the big smile tugging at my mouth, or the happy laugh tickling my throat. Because, damn, the man was cute and sweet, and that determination was unexpectedly hot. Wildflowers, I announced. They make me smile. They grow free. Their beauty and defiance and the fact that no matter what goes on in the world, they still continue to bloom makes me happy. He gave one solemn nod.
Favorite one?
Pink shell azaleas, or blue thimbles, but I'm not picky. I love them all, and I won't normally pluck them unless they're already starting to wither. When Matthew spoke, his voice sounded twice as low. Intimate.
A fear?
Waterfalls, I answered easily. It's called cataractophobia, if you're wondering. A shiver ran down my arms. I'd rather jump into the open ocean and venture being eaten by a shark than walk under one.
It's clowns for me,
Matthew offered.
They terrify me.
A small smile touched my lips. They can be very scary.
What makes you sad, Josie?
Saying goodbye, I said. Throwing away leftover cake. Lonely people. Broken things shoved aside. There was a strange pause. Then something in the brown of his eyes changed.
Why didn't you tell me that it was your first time meeting Andrew?
I do recall sending an SOS text.
Josie.
I sighed, and all the questions I hadn't asked left me with the exhale. Why are you not freaking out over this? Page 9 posted our picture. That podcast is apparently saving you for last, whatever that means. Are you not scared? What is your family saying? Are they scared?
Would me worrying about any of that change anything? Would my family knowing what we're doing change a thing?
His answer made me sad. For many different reasons I didn't want to explain. So I didn't speak.
You should have told me, Josie,
he said.
About Andrew.
I shrugged a shoulder. Maybe. But it doesn't change anything either now, does it?
Andrew and I have never gotten along,
Matthew told me, that easy and intimate atmosphere around us wilting.
I shouldn't say this. Not again, but I just don't trust him. That's not going to change, even if I step back while you decide whether you want to give him a chance.
He talked like it was my decision to make, or like I was his to protect. But were any of those things true? The truth was that my relationship with my father hung by a thread, and I didn't think Matthew could do more than he already did. I'm done talking about myself, I said. I'm also done with me being the topic of conversation. I want to hear about Matthew Flanagan. A sigh escaped me. At least before everyone else does first. Let's start with exes. Past relationships? You know all of mine, so what should I know?
I've had fun,
he answered.
Fucked around, got my heart broken a couple times. Nothing worth discussing, really. I made work a priority during the last years.
Fucked around. He said it so coarsely, as if the word didn't trigger images he'd planted there during those moments we'd shared in the supply closet at Josie's. You had a ring, though, I observed, my gaze falling on my hand. I moved my fingers and watched the stone catch the light. I really loved when that happened. That usually means something.
A man can coexist with jewelry without imploding,
he said, his hand suddenly there, with mine on the table. His fingers touched the ornamented band.
So how do you want to play this out, then?
My gaze lifted, falling back on him. What do you mean, how?
Your exes.
Matthew's fingers skimmed over my skin now, his eyes still cast down.
You wanted to talk about me. So am I on good terms with the idea of them, or do I want to rip their heads off?
My mouth parted in surprise. Or maybe it was the way the pad of his thumb was still playing around with the ring, my finger, my hand, sending waves of goosebumps up and down my arms. I don't know, Matthew. Are you the jealous, possessive type?
Yes.
His brows met in thought.
I can be. But I'm easily swayed to be nice and proper.
He interlaced our fingers, and my heart tripped, tumbling down.
Do you have me wrapped around your pinky, Josie?
The skin under my blouse flushed. Belly, back, arms, it all lit up as a red-hot sensation climbed up my wrist and traveled all the way to the tips of my ears. We were holding hands, which we already had, many times. Too often for what we were, perhaps. But we could touch. Touching was part of the rules. Touching was fine. Yes, I swallowed. You're wrapped around my pinky, all right. Tangled up in there like a... Matthew moved, bringing our joined hands down, under my chair. He pulled at it, with me on it, and dragged it all the way to his side in one swift motion.
Like a what?
He said, his words now falling on my temple. My lips fell open wordlessly. The awareness, the sudden closeness of his body, and that basic white tee that didn't have any business looking as good as it did on him, robbing me of the capability of speech for an instant. Like, I finally managed to say, my voice rocky and bouncy and all wrong. Like Grandma's yarn? Matthew chuckled, a smile splitting that serious face he'd been sporting for most of the night, as if he hadn't been able to stop it, and... it was such a handsome smile, and it was so devastatingly close. So within my reach that I had to physically stop myself from reaching out and feeling those creases that weren't quite dimples with the tips of my fingers. I wondered how soft his lips were, how they would feel against mine. A record scratched in my head. Against mine? Against mine? Nope. No. Absolutely not, Josie. We should go back to the checklist, I told him, realizing my hand was still in his grasp, resting on the colorful chair cushion right beside my ass, while I'd been thinking of his mouth on mine. I wrenched my hand from his hold, setting it back on the table. There's so much to do. I fumbled with my phone, opening and closing apps until I found the right one. I made a show out of scrolling down and busying myself with all the work we were neglecting by playing handsies. Here, I swallowed. Let's do something easy. I wrote down some housekeeping stuff I came up with while I listened to that god-awful podcast. Things I don't know or things that should be done to cover all fronts. My finger tapped my notes app open. All right, what's your middle name? The man whose chair was still solidly planted right by mine didn't move an inch when he said,
Eugene.
Something in my chest immediately thawed. Dear God, like Flynn Rider from Tangled? Matthew's chuckle matched the feeling inside me.
Exactly like that.
That's... Ugh, I couldn't be going all squishy like this. Great, amazing middle name. Please congratulate your parents on my behalf. Oh, wait. What are your parents' names? I think I should know that. Your sisters, too, besides Tay.
Patrick and Pam,
he answered simply, curtly, straight to the point.
Dad would have you calling him Patty, though. And my sisters are Taylor, or Tay, who's the youngest, and Eve. They're constantly giving me shit. You'd love them.
I jotted that down in my notes, just to keep my mind from wandering and picturing stuff like meeting Matthew's family, or joking with his dad about those obvious Irish roots, or sitting down with them for Thanksgiving, or deciding where to spend Christmas. Boston or Green Oak? Should we have Patty and Pam come visit during the spring? It's my favorite time of the year and they'd love it here. I was being so silly. No wedding, but we stay friends. Emergency contact, I murmured, then said a little louder. Mine has always been Grandpa Mo, but do you think we should change them? I think we should change them. Let's change them.
Josie,
Matthew started. Okay, done, I squealed. I wasn't proud of how my voice sounded. You're set to my emergency contact. It makes sense. What if someone sneaks into our phones and checks? They could start asking questions, so better safe than sorry.
Sweetheart,
Matthew said, sounding so sweet, so unaware of my current state, that I wondered if I wasn't that bad of a liar after all.
I don't think anyone's going to check.
So we're back to the sweetheart stuff, I murmured. And when he didn't comment, I reached for his phone, which had been somewhere to the right. I held it out to him. It'd make me feel better if you set me as your emergency contact, too. I promise I'll be very respectful of the Flanagan SOS code and memorize all the rules you have for it. Matthew breathed out a laugh that hit me right on the cheek. My belly, too.
102704.
What's that?
My passcode,
he explained nonchalantly.
Change it. If it's going to make you feel better, I won't stand in the way.
You're giving me your passcode. Why?
You're my fiance,
he pointed out, again. And one more time my heart skipped a crazy, stupid beat.
And my emergency contact.
What if I find something on here? I said, reluctantly entering the code and tapping on his contacts. Something like bad mirror selfies or an embarrassing playlist, or worse, nudes from someone who... You have me as Josephine Moore?
I don't keep nudes from women I'm not seeing,
he stated. And my restraint broke. I looked at him then. Which means you've gotten them. My cheeks flushed with my words, but I ignored it. I wasn't shy or prudish. I never was. It just seemed like Matthew managed to alter my brain chemistry in a way I was unprepared for. Which is totally fine.
It also usually means I've sent them,
he offered. My whole body flushed. Properly this time. Sure, I breathed out. I mean, who hasn't? I hadn't, but he didn't need to know that. I have plenty of experience under my belt, and I've had very physical relationships, you know? Matthew's expression hardened. And there was a moment there, something that passed between us, some glint in the brown of his eyes that I couldn't quite understand. Was he wondering about that? Was he thinking of the nudes I never sent? Was his mind going through my exes, wondering who I was talking about? It had been Ricky.
I'm sure you have,
he finally said. I cleared my throat, glancing down at the phone. You only save your banker under their full name, or your accountant. I can't be Josephine Moore. There was an underlying disappointment that I ignored too. I had you as Adeline's former BFF, because I became her new best friend when she met me. Then it changed to something else. If Matthew was interested in knowing that, he didn't say. I was glad, because I didn't think he'd like that he was Matsy Boo on my phone. I also wanted to put off him seeing the picture that would light up my screen if he called me. It was the brush of his fingers against mine that made me notice that he was taking his phone from my grasp. One-handed, he tapped at it, then returned it to me. My contact was open on the screen. He changed it to baby blue, with a butterfly emoji. And shit. This was too much. Because I shouldn't feel the way I did over it, but I did, and I absolutely loved it. Because of my blue eyes? I asked, making every emotion inside me obvious in my voice.
I don't know why I didn't think of it before.
What do you mean? His voice grew closer, as if he was leaning forward.
It's what I called you. In my head. That night.
All that happy bubbling dwindled. When you thought I was some strange woman in a robe covered in jam? A gulp of air left the man by my side.
Hey, look at me, please.
I didn't want to, but I'd also been putting this man through the ringer since that night, so the least I could do was turn if he asked. Yes. Brown eyes bore into mine through the lenses of that pair of glasses I was growing so obsessed with. And then he said, serious, concerned.
Why are you disappointed? That I couldn't tell it was you right away?
My heart halted for a second. I had not expected that. Not the direct question or him noticing what I had felt that night. The answer to that makes me somewhat of a monster, I whispered. You won't like it.
Try me.
It made me a little sad. I let out with a sigh. You not being able to tell it was me right away. But also realizing that you were helping a stranger. I love that you're kind and good and just a great man. My voice almost left me then. But a part of me wished you'd be helping me, Josie, not just anyone. That's it. Matthew was taken aback by my answer for a long moment. So long I was sure I'd just ruined things I wasn't supposed to ruin. But then he moved, body turning in his chair. He scooted forward, close, closer, until his legs sandwiched mine. His eyes did that thing, bouncing around my face until setting camp on mine. When he spoke, his voice was low, and his words sounded like a confession, just like mine.
Maybe I would help any stranger. But it's you I'm going this far for. It's you, Josie.
The tension that had just taken shape thickened, filling the space around us. It's you, Josie. My mind was stuck, my chest filling with things. Stuff that had nothing to do with being relieved or glad to have him by my side. Stuff that shouldn't be there. Not this fast, and certainly not when we were the main characters in a PR hoax I'd asked him to be a part of. It doesn't matter anyway, I lied. It's not important now. More lies. It wasn't like I was dying to meet you or anything.
It'd be so easy to prove you wrong.
His answer surprised me. It also excited me, irked me, defied me. I made no sense. We didn't. There's nothing to prove wrong.
You thought about me.
Matthew pressed, determined. His gaze dipped down. I didn't know where. Mouth, chin, neck, a stain on my blouse. I had no idea. But when it returned, there was a challenge in the glint of his eyes.
Before I got here, to Green Oak, you'd given me shit in the group chat, or whenever you were around when I called Adeline. But you liked me.
I snorted, but Matthew's body moved. His legs pushed forward, my knees almost coming in contact with his crotch, and his hands braced on both sides of my seat, caging me. My cheeks flamed, rivers of awareness flowing down my body. I like everyone, I whispered. Ask anyone in town. The corner of his mouth tipped up in a smile that should have sent me running for the hills.
Yet I'm the one sitting here.
My first impulse was to argue. I hadn't pulled Matthew into this arrangement out of some selfish plot to get him naked. But I knew he knew that. He was baiting me. He was trying to prove a point only because I refused to admit it. Because I'd opened up, taken a step outside my cocoon of safety, and then gone right back into it. But didn't he understand how terrifying it was for me to peek my head out, especially when it was him on the other side, especially when he saw so much, knew so much, was so deep into the tangle I was, especially when he was a little right. Thing was, every step I walked forward could be run right back. I was excellent at that. So what if you are? I told him, raising my hands and watching them cross the space between our chests. Two could play this game, and he should have known that. Softly, I placed my palms on his shoulders, then dragged them down his arms, slowly, deliberately, my fingernails grazing first the fabric, then his skin, making him shudder under them. Maybe I wanted you to help me, but I would have asked any stranger walking by. My tongue peeked out, wetting my bottom lip. Are you not familiar with my track record? Matthew's brows came down in thought, but his gaze was unfocused, distracted.
Stop talking about yourself like that.
I let my fingers slip inside his sleeves, then dragged my hands up, basking in the way Matthew's breath caught. Like what?
Like you're some selfish monster,
he said, voice deep and rocky. My determination wobbled, and Matthew took the chance. His hands moved from their spot on the chair to my sides. He pulled my body closer. Our noses almost brushed.
I know what you're doing.
My heart raced. The closeness of his face, our bodies, too much too soon and too little all at once. And what is that?
Distracting me,
he said.
Hiding.
And in response, in rebellion, my hands moved against his skin, rounding his arms, holding on to him, as if he was going to stand up and leave now that he'd called me out. The quality of his gaze changed, the sharpness softening.
But that's all right, isn't it?
He whispered, voice tender, the hands at my waist trailing up gently, as if he was soothing me.
We'll hide behind your rules. I won't break any until you ask me.
That deafening flutter in my belly rioted at his words. Ask him? My chest heaved, the feel of his skin under my hands, the feeling of him filling the space, the weight of his words overwhelming me. A throat cleared. We both froze.
Your hands cold, Josie?
Grandpa Mo grumbled.
Because you can wear mittens if that's the case. You don't need to probe 'em like you're searching for lice.
I snatched my hands back with a sigh, then turned to look at Grandpa. He was standing under the doorframe, in a robe, holding an empty bottle of rosé. Lice? I deadpanned. Really?
Yes, really,
he answered, before shooting Matthew a warning glance. Matthew's hands fell off my waist.
Smart choice, kiddo.
Matthew nodded his head, but not with shame or reluctance.
I'll be better next time, sir.
Both Grandpa and I arched our brows, the same two words causing the same reaction for vastly different reasons. Next time. As if me sitting on a chair in the cradle of his legs while having my hands all over him would happen again.
You walked here?
Grandpa asked Matthew. He nodded.
I'll drive you home then, if you're done with whatever you were doing.
He shot me a pointed glance.
I'm done with my show, and my rosé doesn't have any alcohol in it anyway. She's been sneaking me fizzy pink watered-down juice.
Gee, I let out. And here I thought the fact you run through it like we have it on tap meant you liked it. Matthew stood up, his body unfolding before me, sidetracking me. I leaned my head back to look at him, finding his eyes on me.
We wouldn't have an aesthetic,
he announced.
Beautiful things shouldn't be boxed. It eventually dims their light.
My lips parted with 100 questions, and in the same heartbeat, Matthew's head dipped. He brushed a kiss against my jaw.
I really had to,
he whispered.
In case I don't survive the drive.
And then he was off, joining Grandpa at the door. I should have been concerned with so many things, really. Like how I wanted to grab his arm and stop him from leaving. How I'd wanted to ask him to kiss my cheek again. Stay a little longer. But I couldn't. Not when I was trying to decipher what he'd just said. Beautiful things shouldn't be boxed. It eventually dims their light. Had he meant me? Or us? Chapter 12. The hammer slipped out of my hand and hit me on the foot before dropping to the ground. Fudge nuggets, I muttered, climbing down the ladder and picking the tool up off the ground. With a sigh, I walked back to the bench Robbie had set outside the barn. Then I sat on top of it with a little jump. I'd done enough of these to know when it was time to take a break. Being perched on a ladder for an hour straight, hanging string after string of lights until my fingers were numb, usually was a hint. I snagged the apple I'd brought as a snack from the corner of the bench and pulled out my phone to check my notifications. There were a few messages from Bobby, all of them different variations of, "Are things handled for Andrew's welcome dinner?" The answer was, duh, although not in the way she imagined. So I replied with a thumbs up and moved on. Next was a message from Grandpa. He'd sent me a link earlier today, after he'd been alerted of a new post from page 9. It was a filthy reality teaser, announcing something was dropping tonight, at midnight. The drama of the internet never ceased to amaze me. Almost as much as how quick of a study Grandpa was with new technology. He was asking me how to create a burner account. I snorted at the screen and typed an answer. Josie, you don't need one of those. You're already anonymous. And where did you learn that? His answer was immediate. Grandpa Mo. Thumbs up. Ugh. I should have never taught him how to create, let alone use an Instagram account. God knew what he was plotting now. I brought the apple to my mouth, taking a bite and debating whether I should be worried or at the very least press Grandpa for more details than that thumbs up. But a message came in the group chat. Cameron.
Adeline's feeling under the weather. Won't be able to make it to Andrew's thing tonight, sorry.
Josie. OMG, is she okay? And don't even worry about it. It's nothing special. Just our midnight farmer's market at the barn, but repurposed. The only thing you'll miss is a banner that says, "Welcome home." The thought of the banner made it a little hard to swallow the apple I was chewing on. But just like I told myself when I pulled out the paint can, tough shit, Josie. This was still Andrew's town, much as it was mine. And I was mayor of it, besides being his daughter, so how could I not make him a sign? Matthew.
Shit. Is it the stomach bug she mentioned the other day?
Cameron.
Yes, it's gotten a little worse, so I've made the executive decision to sit this one out. She's sleeping, otherwise she wouldn't let me counsel. Was sorry, but she needs to rest.
Josie. Ugh, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Please give her a hug and stop saying sorry. Tonight's thing is not that special. The only one who needed to learn that was Bobby. But I'd take one battle at a time. I thought about this long and hard. I knew my town, and no one would have attended a stiff, fancy dinner. The midnight farmer's market, on the other hand, it was a hit ever since we'd hosted the first one. And I couldn't think of a better way to welcome anyone than this. Matthew's words from a couple of nights ago in my kitchen returned. We wouldn't have an aesthetic. Beautiful things shouldn't be boxed. It eventually dims their light. They'd been stuck in my mind since then, together with everything that had preceded them. Together with Matthew, his eyes, the feel of his skin under my hands, the way he made me feel. Want. It had all inspired me to go rogue, to escape the cage of control that Bobby had snapped around my life. She wanted a welcome party for Andrew to impress Willa Wang, and so I was giving her my version of one. My phone buzzed, recapturing my attention. Matthew.
Tonight will be special, though.
Matthew.
Because you'll be there, at Baby Blue.
My cheeks flushed. I snorted. Josie. Did you really just text that? Matthew.
Too much?
Cameron.
Yes, and I'm leaving. Bye.
Josie. Let me know if you need us to help with anything, though. I could drive down later, check in on Adeline and help with whatever. Grandpa opened Josie's today. I have time. Cameron.
Absolutely not. And you don't have time. You have enough on your hands.
Josie. Maybe soup? I can send Matthew down there while I handle things up here. Matthew.
Yes, she can.
Matthew.
Boss me around at Baby Blue.
Flames emoji. Cameron.
We're fine. And I'm really leaving if you don't stop that. I'm still pissed.
My face fell, together with my stomach that had just dropped to my feet. A message immediately popped up in Matthew's chat. Matthew.
He's fine. He's just being Cam. He's not mad at you, and he shouldn't have said that.
Josie. It's okay. It really was. And I deserved that. I was lying to them, after all. We were. I couldn't pretend like everything was fine, and we were two couples texting in a group chat. Matthew and I weren't really one. Matthew.
Where are you?
Josie. At the Vasquez's. Matthew.
Why are you already there? It's not even 10 in the morning. Is that why Maurice opened Josie's today?
Josie. Grandpa Mo opens for me when I can't. I won't be here all day. I was taking care of last-minute stuff for the midnight market. We have it handled. Matthew.
We?
Josie. The Special Events and Parades Committee. It's still a town event. Matthew.
I'm calling you. Don't let it ring and then text. Pick up.
My eyes widened. Wait, what? My phone rang. With a puff of air, I brought it to my ear. Yes, dear?
I thought I was clear last night.
I suppressed a smile. You're not the only one with excellent selective hearing, you know. He huffed out a surprised laugh.
Why am I not with you? Jog my memory.
His words made my stomach flip-flop. But they were just that. Words. I don't know, I said. The laws of physics, time, space. It was something about all of it being relative and depending on who you ask, but I can't be sure. There was a pause. Then
I'm coming over.
My chest filled with crazy, stupid butterflies. Almost everything is done.
Then I'll keep you company. Bring you snacks. Don't make me beg, Baby Blue, because I will.
Baby Blue. The flutter multiplied, pulling at all the strings tangled around my heart. I considered what to say, how to say it, whether I should be stubborn and say no, or naive and believe none of this meant a single thing. But then something occurred to me. Maybe Matthew was lonely. A rug had been swept out from under his feet, and he was in a new place, alone. And I'd been so set on what we were doing and on bothering him as little as I could that I'd overlooked that. I could use anything fuzzy and fruity. I jumped off the bench. No blueberry, though.
You got it.
His voice was happy, and that made me feel good. Like I wanted more.
What else?
Maybe something sweet?
All right.
And something savory, too. A pretzel would be nice. It's today's special at Josie's. The rumble of laughter that left him felt like butter against my ear. It also made me smile in return. You asked, I told him. You brought this on yourself.
I guess I did, yes.
There was a beat, a moment of silence in which neither of us spoke. Hey, Matthew? I asked.
Yeah?
How's the job hunt going? I ventured. Is there anything I can do to help? If you're busy with whatever you're doing, you don't need to come. I know you're freelancing from home, so...
I'm not busy,
he said.
I'm never too busy for important things.
There was a pause. Some of the color returned to my face. Important things.
And I haven't found anything yet.
Okay, I answered. Okay, yes. Will you... tell me when you do?
Yes.
The pause that followed that was longer still. Then he asked.
Hey, Josie.
But before he could say more, Robbie's shape materialized in the distance. He was walking toward the barn with a face I knew well. One that was never, ever good news. "Uh-oh," I murmured into the line, distracted by the intensity of Robbie's scowling at the ground. "Robbie's walking over. I think there's some kind of issue. I gotta go. Talk to you later, Kay? And don't worry about the pretzels." A muttered curse made me look down from the ladder I was once again perched on. I lowered the banner I'd been nailing to the outside wall of the barn and glanced down. Matthew. He was standing at the foot of the ladder, his hands braced on the side rails. The terracotta shirt he wore was again rolled up, as if he loved those sleeves to strain around his forearms. "You're here," I said, realizing only then that my mouth had parted with a smile. My eyes trailed up his arms, chest, neck, chin, searching for... "Oh my God, what's wrong?"
"What's wrong?"
he repeated, sounding as displeased as he looked, right as his own gaze found mine. The frown that had been knotting his brows dissolved. His lips parted. He hesitated. "Matthew?" I tilted my head. "Are you okay?" He swallowed as if needing a minute. Then he grumbled.
"Do you know how unstable these things are?"
I arched my brows in surprise.
"Can't anyone spare a minute to do whatever you're doing up there? Or at the very least spot you while you work? Where is Robbie? I could have come earlier if you needed me. You should have just said."
I blinked at him for a moment, taken a little aback. But then a fizzy feeling tickled my rib cage. He was all growly and grouchy over me being up here. Over something I could do with my eyes closed. I'd done it so many times. I bit back a smile. "Gee, you're grumpy." I slipped my hammer back into the tool belt. "I can't decide if you have a problem with ladders or me," I continued, turning around on the step I was perched on. Matthew's jaw clenched. "Did you drink enough water today? 1 gallon a day keeps the grouchiness away, you know." His face scrunched down. I knew he'd find that funny. I knew he had. But he was trying to stay mad.
"Will you come down now?"
he pleaded with a sigh.
"There's something I want to ask you, and I can't do it with you up there."
"But I'm not done," I complained, using my sweetest voice. "And I can talk while I work. Today I've spent more time up a ladder than on the ground." That didn't seem to reassure him. "It's fine, I promise," I insisted. "I can multitask. You can ask me while I nail this sign. Oh, and then I need to check on the orange slices we're hanging off one beam. I have Robbie sewing them together on a string. It's going to look amazing." I braced a hand at the top and stretched my body so I could peek inside the barn. "He was right there inside. You can go check. I'll be here." Matthew cursed. I leaned back and glanced down at Matthew. He looked like he was about to climb the ladder and join me up here. Or, I don't know, lift the thing with me on it and run into the forest circling the property. It was so cute. "You're looking so cute right now."
"Oh yeah?"
he grumbled. "Uh-huh."
"So you like watching me suffer?"
he asked, still as grouchy.
"That it, huh?"
I shrugged a casual shoulder. "Not necessarily. Did you bring the snacks?"
"They're in the car,"
he said, sounding miserable. My lips popped open.
"No, I'm not going to grab them and leave you up there because you're fine."
I rolled my eyes, and a disbelieving laugh huffed out of him.
"You're not risking your neck for a goddamn welcome sign, so tough shit, but I'm not leaving your side, period."
I pursed my lips in thought, debating whether that had been hot, coddling, or sweet. "Period," I repeated. His nostrils flared.
"Period."
"Okay," I shrugged. His expression relaxed. "I guess that's a good thing, then, when I'm about to do this."
"Do what?"
I jumped off the ladder with a squeal, incapable of keeping the expression of pure joy off my face. Matthew stiffened, and sure, maybe his soul left his body for like a second, but just like I'd anticipated, his reaction was immediate. His arms captured me in the air, easing me against a hard chest with an ease that made the flutter in my belly even more prominent. Warmth replaced adrenaline as my body acknowledged all the ways I was pressed against him. My chest heaved against his, my legs hiked around his waist, while 2 strong arms held me in place. Much like the day at the game, only there wasn't shock this time. There wasn't reticence or hesitation, just butterflies. "I've always wanted to do that," I whispered, my words falling on his lips. Awareness danced in the brown of Matthew's eyes in response as he rearranged me in his arms with a little bounce. The daisy I'd slipped in the front pocket of my overalls brushed his chin. Our faces were so very close, and he looked so very handsome in this moment that the words toppled from my lips. "You're wearing your glasses." The corner of his mouth twitched.
"You're a reckless woman. You almost gave me a heart attack."
"Well, you lied," I murmured, officially distracted by the glint in his eyes.
"Remind me about what?"
"It's not clowns that terrify you the most." I lowered my voice to a hush. "It's clearly ladders." Matthew's chuckle was a deep and rich sound, and it grazed my lips.
"Maybe it is,"
he said, that frown knotting his brow again.
"Or maybe it's seeing you hurt."
Whatever amusement I'd been feeling vanished, the little space between us filling up with something else. Something a little somber, but something sincere. Matthew lowered me to the ground slowly, a muscle in his jaw jumping when my feet touched the ground. One of his hands left my waist, coming to pluck the daisy out of the front pocket of my overalls. He slipped the wildflower into my hair, right above my ear. And when he said,
"Beauty and defiance,"
a breath caught in my chest. He remembered what I'd said that night in my kitchen, a few days ago, when he'd asked me what made me smile. Wildflowers, their beauty and defiance. "It was lying on the ground," I murmured. "It must have been dragged all the way here by one of the wheelbarrows. It's far from perfect with so many petals missing. But it made me sad to see it lying there. So I picked it up." Matthew's smile was soft.
"Perfection is subjective."
That's a beautiful thing to say. And I loved that he thought so. I loved that I did too. "You can be so articulate for someone who occasionally sounds like a caveman." I lowered my voice to imitate a masculine tone.
"Me, Matthew, me protect, ladder bad."
"Can you blame me?"
he asked, tilting his head.
"You mentioned Robbie and dropped my call."
"What does that have to do with—" I stopped myself, my brows arched. "You can't be jealous of Robbie." Matthew's lips thinned.
"He gets your muffins."
"Everyone does," I told him. But what my mind was blasting at max volume was, he's not denying it. Matthew is jealous and he's not denying it.
"Not me."
A shoulder was shrugged.
"I don't."
I laughed, properly threw my head back and laughed. Matthew's expression went lax for a second before puzzling itself right back. "You've gone through most of my pantry. Several times. All my kale chips, gone."
"Does that mean only I get them?"
More laughter left me. "Are you for real?" His face said no. His eyes said yes. "Yes, Matsy Boo, you're the only one who gets my kale chips." He smiled. "No one else likes them, though."
"Fools, all of them,"
he said, his expression filling up with something that told me he was about to do something crazy, something he wouldn't do now. Bobby's unmistakable blonde bob jutted out from one of the stands already assembled around the barn. She was on her phone, her hand slicing through the air. "Bobby's here," I said, just as she spotted us. "Ugh, she's also coming this way." Matthew's expression hardened, and he stepped back just as the woman in question appeared in front of us.
"This is chaos," Bobby announced, locking her phone. "You should fire your event planner."
I sighed and adjusted my blouse sleeves in an attempt at not appearing as bothered as I was by the comment. "It's organized chaos, and there's no event planner to be fired. Our Midnight Farmers Market is organized by Green Oaks Special Events and Parades Committee." Bobby arched her brows.
"Excuse me, what?"
"Our midnight—" "No," Bobby interjected.
"This is supposed to be a dinner, a welcome party, for Andrew
Why am I hearing the words midnight and farmers and market? Out of the corner of my eye, I felt Matthew stiffening, so I made sure to sound appeasing. Because you asked me to organize it, and this is Green Oak's welcome party for Andrew, and there's nothing more Green Oak than our famous midnight farmers market, so this is not what we talked about, Bobby scoffed. Did you not read the description I added to the planner? She pitched her voice down as if reciting something from memory. Casual dinner to celebrate Andrew's return and launch wedding preparations. Ideally should match wedding theme, preferably in a local restaurant, alternatively with catering service that showcases the town's cuisine. Objectively, a smooth reintroduction of father of the bride into community with mingling potential. It's clear enough. I swallowed. Well, I'm afraid I've gone a little rogue. Dark, scowling eyes held mine for a tense moment. Is this rogue thing supposed to explain why the barn looks like a rainbow hurled all over the place? Who runs this committee? I need to talk to them. Her expression hardened. Is it Roberto? I'm in charge, I told her with a smile. I'm chair, deputy chair, secretary, and treasurer of the committee, and I think the barn looks fantastic. And hey, I added, pointing at the spot above the ladder, we'll have a welcome sign for Andrew and a sitting area for whoever wants to eat any of the amazing local produce, so technically, almost everything you asked for is here. It's all a matter of perspective. You played me, Bobby stated. You played me first, I countered with a little scoff. You sprung this thing on me, in front of Willa Wang, and I'm a little done with being ordered around. Maybe it's time you see how we do things in Green Oak, you know? Bobby's eyes narrowed. I'd be annoyed if I weren't a little impressed. She tilted her head. No, I'm definitely annoyed. You don't play, Bobby Shark. She glanced at the man to my right. And what are you smirking about, Blondie? Just quietly happy. Seeing my woman handing you your ass is all. My brows shot up. That is not what I'm doing. I'm not handing anyone any ass, I promise. Bobby appraised us, or maybe me, for a few seconds. Okay, she finally said. Do it your way. She turned around. I can do the same. Chapter 13. I would never dare to call myself witchy, but I had a way of knowing when something was about to go awry. It usually started with a sign. A freshly done nail that split right before an important event, or a pull on a dress minutes before leaving the house for a date. Silly things that could happen to anyone. Things that are objectively fixable, but made you pause to ask, why tonight of all nights? Why right now? Tonight, it had been the zipper of one of my ankle boots. They were lilac and new, and I was pairing them with jeans and a matching cardigan covered in daisies. I'd been saving these boots for a special occasion, and decided they'd be my lucky pair. But one didn't snap the zipper of their new lucky charm. That's why I'd shook my head, determined to deny this was one of those signs. And then my tummy dropped. And I was talking a roller coaster takes your breath away for a sec kind of drop. Exactly the one that always, always followed these little omens. Penny for your thoughts, Matthew said, offering me a raspberry from the box he'd just bought at one of the midnight farmers market stands. I declined with a sigh. Do you believe in magic, juju, premonitions, ghosts, fate, the power of manifestation, the Yeti? Matthew pondered the question. Oh, absolutely. I watched him, gauging how serious he was about his answer. To be completely frank, I'd only added all those things to make light of the gloomy feeling in my gut. You do? He gave a serious nod. That's all? No remarks, no comments about how out of the blue that was? Not even about the Yeti? I asked you for your thoughts, he said matter-of-factly. One raspberry went flying into his mouth. Why would I complain about you sharing with me? Another one. And if you want the remarks, he continued, meticulously closing the bag and pinning me with a glance as if he was about to get down to business. The world would be boring without magic, so I choose to believe it exists.
Regarding the juju matter, well, I'm fully convinced I was cursed at least once in my life. Premonitions are tricky, but there have to be people with a direct line to all those things we normies can't really see. Ghosts are objectively probable. Fate explains things that would go unanswered otherwise. Manifestation is scientifically proven. And the Yeti just makes sense.
I blinked at the man who had just called himself a normie with a serious face. I was many things right now. I was surprised, for one. I was also determined to ignore that fluffiness I felt in the middle of my chest, as if my heart were about to start levitating and float out of my mouth. I was also a little...
You're incredibly turned on,
he pointed out with a knowing smile. My cheeks flushed.
Do you want to grab my ass?
A strange-sounding laugh left me. What? I'm not grabbing your ass. I looked around, spotting Willa Wang's set of cold eyes right on us. She was standing next to Andrew, and although she hadn't approached tonight, she'd been watching us. I cleared my throat. Sorry to bring you down from whatever cloud you're on right now, but talking about the Yeti doesn't exactly do it for me.
Oh, yeah?
Matthew leaned a little closer, until all I could see was him. I swallowed at his nearness, then tried to stay in the game with a cold face. Yep, I said, going up on my tiptoes to glance over Matthew's shoulder. Willa was murmuring something to Andrew, and he was nodding his head. God, he looked so out of place, so foreign, as if he was crashing a party instead of attending his own, as if...
You're breaking my heart,
Matthew murmured, his nose almost brushing my temple. My body stilled, my mind quieting. Why? I whispered.
Because I'm trying to flirt, and you're not paying attention to me.
I tipped my head back so I could look at him. His smile was a contrast to the deep, hushed tone those words had been whispered in. You're smiling too much for someone heartbroken, I told him, feeling that fluffiness return, expand. And is that what you want to do? Right in the middle of my father's slightly awkward welcome party? Flirt? For me to grab your ass?
Of course,
he said, lips inching even higher.
I'm your fiance. Isn't that my role here?
I licked my lips. Everyone was watching. Almost the entirety of Green Oak was here. Our midnight farmers market was popular, but it had never attracted this kind of crowd. Maybe my assessment of the dinner we were supposed to be having instead of this had been wrong. Even Diane, who had always complained about this event being held on a school night, and Otto, who claimed Coco's bedtime was more important than some market, had showed up. The only people missing were Gabriel and Isaac, who were down in Charlotte for the night. As if manifested into reality by my own mind, Diane's high-pitched voice grew closer. Anxiety started bubbling inside me.
Eyes on me,
Matthew instructed. That silky sensation in my chest thickened when my gaze obeyed, meeting his, and I quivered when he grasped my hand. He tugged at my arm, bringing it around him. I arched my brows in question, wondering what he was doing and why. He arched his own suggestively in return, in that goofy way that always managed to make me smile. Then he slipped my hand into the back pocket of his jeans. He hummed.
So much better now.
I huffed out a laugh, and his eyes sparked with amusement and... something a little huskier than that. For you or me?
Hopefully both.
Definitely both. If Grandpa Mo catches us, he'll get us that huge box of hand warmers he threatened me with. It's already in his cart. He showed me. You're reckless doing this. A chuckle rumbled out of Matthew's chest.
I'm not breaking any rules.
Our rules, not Grandpa's. We don't get married but stay friends. We kiss if we must. We can touch. I swallowed. I guess you're not. This can't be uncalled for ass groping if it's you moving my hand to your butt.
I have a great butt, too,
he told me, eyes glinting with something I really liked.
Some might say it's a magical one. I think you should touch it more often as you can, in fact. It's something we can do.
It was so hard not to smile, so hard not to notice what he was doing and how much I loved that he was doing it. You're distracting me. He nodded his head and took one step closer, keeping my hand in his back pocket. To anyone looking, we were an engaged couple having a moment. He was joking, she was smiling. There were hushed words. The memory of the last time they danced and stood like this, so close together, noses almost touching. To me, it was a story someone had fabricated. Me. It was a girl standing in a barn, a bad feeling in her gut, and a man who was trying his best to keep a hold of the mess she always made of things. "I'm so sorry, Matthew," I said. His gaze filled with concern. Shock, too.
"For what?"
he asked, and there was frustration in his voice. Well, I was frustrated too, and I did silly things when I was under stress. Perhaps this was one of them, saying more than I should.
"Josie."
He stopped himself, his eyes shifting behind me.
"We'll talk about this later."
I turned, finding what he was looking at just as the clinking of something metallic against glass sliced right through the chatter in the barn. The groups that had gathered around the stands quieted. The chairs of those who had taken a seat to eat or drink something scraped as they turned, and every head in Green Oak's midnight farmer's market twisted in the direction of the noise. "What is Bobby doing?" I whispered.
"Does it even matter?"
Matthew answered.
"She's standing on a stool and everyone's looking at her now."
Bobby cleared her throat, then waited a moment. A beam of light flickered to life, illuminating her from bob to combat boots.
"A little off with the timing, but we'll talk about that later, Roberto," she muttered, before a smile parted her face. Her voice rose. "Hello, people of Green Oak!"
There was a pause, as if she expected the crowd to respond. No one did.
"I guess I can't blame you," she deadpanned. "It's 1 a.m, and we're here, in a barn, surrounded by vegetables and goat cheese. It doesn't exactly scream party."
There was another pause, smaller, judging by the way her lips parted to continue. A goat bleated. Brandy, if I had to guess. She sighed.
"Okay, whatever. Thank you for giving Andrew Underwood your warmest welcome in his return to Green Oak, the town that saw him grow up as a young boy, and the place he's been looking after and advocating for even from the shadows over the decades." Gasp, gasp, applause, applause. Now I'll give the stage to a very special person to Andrew and the town who I know would love to say a few words. Josephine Underwood Moore, or future Mrs. Flanagan, as I'm sure many are already calling her.
Every head in the barn turned to look at me. My whole body had gone slack. I felt like my name had just been picked out of a jar and I'd somehow been selected as tribute in some strange version of the Hunger Games. Only, it wasn't my name. My name was Josephine Penelope Moore. No hyphen, no Underwood. And I wasn't the future Mrs. Flanagan. I was in shock. Like proper, paralyzing, petrifying shock. A gentle tug at my hand, followed by a weight at the small of my back, was the only warning I got before I started moving. Matthew's scent wrapped around my senses, the warmth of his shoulder against mine as we apparently navigated the sea of staring eyes. Bobby smiled tensely before leaning her head down.
"Why does she look like that?" she whispered. "She doesn't have a speech. The planner."
She was somehow shoved aside. Matthew occupied my field of vision.
"You want to do this? Yes or no?"
The speech. It took me a beat, but I nodded my head. What was the alternative? Looking like a fool? As suddenly terrified and intimidated as I was, this was my town, my community. They loved me, cared for me, looked up to me. I had a responsibility. Matthew gave me a wink, and it wasn't a playful one. It was a reassuring one. "You got this," it told me. "You can do anything." My body moved toward the stool. My boot slipped. Hands seized me by the waist. Matthew picked me up and planted me on top of it. I trailed off. Matthew stood below, head at the height of my hip as if guarding me. But from what? This was Green Oak. I was their mayor. I could do this. I've faced much worse. Phew, I said with a strange-sounding laugh. I wasn't expecting that. Bobby's scoff from the back was obvious. I mean, I certainly wasn't expecting that wonderful speech from Bobby. That'll be super hard to follow up. I studied the crowd before me, looking for what I didn't know. Not until I stumbled upon a set of blue eyes that looked exactly like mine. Andrew arched his brows as if in question. I squared my shoulders. When I was tasked with organizing a welcome dinner for my father, a part of me rebelled at the thought. Some murmur picked up, but I pushed past it. A dinner somehow didn't feel like the best fit for something like this. If you'll allow me to be blunt, I was a little scared that not many people would show up. Andrew's brows arched. Let's be honest, the man is a stranger. My father's lips thinned. But strangers can be turned into friends with a smile and the right amount of effort. And Andrew's efforts to preserve and improve the town he once called home can't be ignored. The farm we stand on tonight is an example of that. Although his support was always from the shadows, like Bobby said, I believe it wasn't from a place of shame, but from deep in his heart. And that is why I thought there couldn't be a better way to welcome him than to show him what Green Oak has become in his absence. With his help, a piece of our soul and potentially a new beginning. The hardness that always accompanied Andrew's features seemed to momentarily crumble. And for the first time in the short time I'd known him, I was pretty sure I was seeing who I suspected was the man behind the mask. A man capable of showing tenderness, nostalgia, a man whose eyes glinted with emotion, and perhaps even hope for just a few moments. I tried to stop the satisfaction from swelling inside me, from advancing and eating away at everything, anything else that had been there a second before. But I failed. I was never good at managing big feelings, no matter how good or bad they were. Someone clapped. Quickly more people followed, the resounding applause breaking through whatever I'd momentarily fallen into. In the same breath, Matthew's hands were at my waist again, lifting me off the stool, and Andrew was stepping forward, effortlessly parting the crowd around him. Matthew's hand clasped mine, just as Andrew reached us.
Thank you, Josephine,
my father said, voice booming across the barn eaves. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bobby approaching, doing something with her hands. But my father continued.
I don't think there's a better chance than this to share the good news. I'm happy to cordially invite everyone present to my daughter's and Matthew's union on December 1st in a ceremony that will take place here at the Vasquez farm.
The blood in my whole body froze. Andrew chuckled as if happy with himself.
And to the joyful 4 weeks of celebration that will precede the wedding.
The barn blinked out of existence for a second. Every face, every moving hand as they clapped excitedly, every stand, every detail I'd personally decorated, even the welcome home banner I'd painted and hung outside, I was sure had disappeared. It all went poof, black, for a second or two. Good, I thought. Great. I wanted everything to disappear. The warmth at my hand squeezed, tugged. Matthew. But I didn't want to face him. I didn't want to have to explain or comfort. I couldn't. I was barely managing to do that myself. I wished there was a way everyone would just forget what my father had said. And as if summoned, the whole place quieted. There were phones pinging, chirping. Then Grandpa Mo was in front of me, granting me my wish.
Josie,
he said. My stomach dropped, just like when the zipper had snapped.
There's a video,
Grandpa explained.
Of your wedding.
I noticed the smartphone in his hand.
To Greg.
He didn't need to say more. I knew exactly what he meant. Chapter 14. As a teenager, I never smuggled alcohol out of Mom's cabinet. She'd sat me down at some point in my early teens and told me that if I ever felt the need to try or was curious about getting drunk, she'd rather be there with me. That Thanksgiving, I tried wine and sipped Grandpa Mo's bourbon. I liked neither, And I remember thinking that day that some of my friends were crazy for risking getting grounded for something that left such a bad taste on your tongue. Well, things had certainly changed since then. At the ripe age of 29 years old, I found myself risking something far worse than being grounded for drinking the only booze in the house. A bottle of rosé, the real stuff, not the placebo wine I gave Grandpa Mo after his stroke. I hadn't meant to hide it, but when I noticed it had somehow been misplaced after I did the swap, I decided to keep it in the laundry room, right behind the big bottle of detergent. Because a secret stash, even if accidental, always came in handy.
Josie!
Grandpa Mo called from his room, bringing me to a halt in the middle of the hallway, rosé behind my back. Yes?
You still up?
Yes?
I can't sleep either,
he admitted. That ball of lead taking up all the space in my chest doubled in weight. I know. There was a pause, and I knew exactly what he was going to say next.
You sure you're okay?
Another careful pause.
We can talk. I can make you a grilled cheese.
My fingers tightened around the neck of the bottle. I'm okay, I lied. Plus, it's past 2 a.m. That's a little late for grilled cheese. Silence followed, long enough that I started moving. But then Grandpa said,
I love you, honey. So you holler if you need me, okay?
It took me a second to speak through the lump in my throat. Love you too. Good night. Closing the door behind me, I didn't waste any time plopping down right in the middle of the bed and placing the bottle on my nightstand. I still hadn't decided if I wanted to open it, but I dragged it a little closer, just in case. I settled back against the headboard and blinked at the cream wallpaper in front of me. Then I glanced at the sun I'd painted one day, all these years ago, and never covered because it made me smile. It didn't tonight. It made me the opposite, and I didn't have the heart to dissect why. I didn't want to think. I wanted to be blank, to be numb, to turn into an inanimate object without overwhelming emotions. I could be a vase, hold flowers, bring joy into a room, breathe that last wisp of life into something meant to sag and shrivel. That thought had a dark aftertaste. I didn't like it, but sagging and shriveling seemed to be in the cards for me after all. A frame from the clip that half the country had seen now waltzed across my mind, and I shook my head, shoving it away with a scoff. I eyed the stack of books that had accidentally piled up at the foot of my bed. A spooky thriller, the autobiography of a pop star that promised all the 2000s goss, and a couple of spicy romance novels I'd been dying to read. None of that called out to me right now. I wasn't exactly in the mood for getting spooked. Gossip was a definite nope, and romance should be the last of my priorities right now. My gaze flickered to my dresser, the top drawer, where I'd decided to lock my phone. It had been blowing up with so many messages, so many reminders of all the things I didn't want to think of, so many people asking if I was okay. I wasn't, and I didn't want to talk about it. I'd never done this, ever. I wasn't the kind of person who needed to retreat after a blow. Not even after Mom's passing, and definitely not after I'd run away from any man I was supposed to marry. In those instances, the people I loved brought me the comfort I needed. But not tonight. Tonight, I didn't want to see Grandpa's sadness, or hear about Adeline's and Cameron's concern, my father's and Bobby's disappointment. I was even struggling to face Matthew, struggling with the concern and the protectiveness on his face after Grandpa had shown us the video. The absolute but silent refusal to go back to the Lazy Elk after we'd driven here. He'd wanted to stay. I'd seen it in his eyes. I'd seen all of that, all of this, overwhelming him too. Matthew had waited for me to ask him. I wasn't a fool, but I'd let him leave. Why stay? I didn't want to be checked in on tonight. I wasn't ashamed or embarrassed. I just felt ugly. Inside. All wrong. Like I wanted to crawl out of my skin and hide under my bed until the world outside my door disappeared. A sigh erupted out of me, my gaze drifting to the drawer again. Had Matthew texted? Called? Was he at home, watching the video of me making my way up an aisle in a wedding dress, leaving a gasping wedding party and a shocked groom behind on repeat? Could he tell that I'd been losing it as I ran that velvety rug that separated a sea of chairs? Was he finally realizing that I had issues, that I was messed up? Who did that anyway? Sprint as fast as one can away from someone you were about to promise to love in sickness and in health for the rest of your life. I did. And he'd known. Matthew had. Everyone had known. But it was different to watch it happen. It became undeniable then, written in stone. Ugh. Was Venus in retrograde? Was that why I felt so yucky? Why all my past relationships festered in a way they never had? I should draw a bath. Yes, at 2 a.m. With a new surge of energy, I headed for my ensuite and started the water. As hot as possible so the steam could purge all the bad thoughts. I snatched my bath box off the rack and started concocting the perfect recipe. Lavender bath bomb, wild berry salts, peppermint essential oil. The tub filled and I basked in the delicious scents, the change in the atmosphere, the mirror steaming up. Oh, the rosé. I snatched the bottle from the nightstand and a pink mug that would have to serve as a glass from the top of my dresser. I turned around. My feet stopped me, rooted to the floor. My phone was inside the dresser. I told myself to leave, get in the bath. But the temptation was too strong, and my willpower had always been so weak, so easily overthrown by curiosity. That was why I'd hidden my phone. I sighed, squared my shoulders, whirled back around. In a blink, the phone was in my hands. My gaze fell on the one name in the sea of notifications. I tapped on it. I couldn't help myself. Matthew.
You up?
I chewed my lip in thought. He'd texted only a few minutes ago. Had he been trying to give me space? Was that why he'd only texted now? Was that why he wasn't asking if I was okay like everybody else? God, Josie, I muttered, stopping that. I was giving myself a headache. I could ignore the text. The reasonable thing to do right now was that. Then the bath, then sleep. Phone in hand, I padded back to the bath, set the bottle and phone on the side table I kept by the tub, and undressed. I slipped in, making up my mind. I wasn't going to reply. I'd soak in my scalding hot water and let all these essential oils melt everything away, including Matthew's text. The screen of my phone lit up. I peeked. Matthew.
Knock, knock.
I stuck my hand out of the tub and snatched my phone. Josie. Go to sleep. Matthew.
You go first.
This was ridiculous. He was ridiculous. Josie. I'm busy. Matthew.
Doing what?
Josie. Taking a bath. Matthew.
I'm calling your bluff.
With a scoff, I snapped a picture, making sure to get my feet peeking out of the water so he'd know it wasn't a fake, and sent it. The 3 dots danced on the screen for so long that I wondered if I was getting a whole paragraph in response. Or maybe nothing at all. Matthew.
I'm coming over.
I straightened, water splashing with my sudden move. Josie. What? No, why? Matthew.
Because you left me on red. Because you're drinking. Because I'm worried. Because you didn't ask who's there, and that tells me you're really not okay. Because you didn't ask me to stay with you tonight.
Everything in me softened, melted, broke. Because you didn't ask me to stay with you tonight. And I had no choice but to ease back into the water and take a deep breath. Josie. I'm sorry. Josie. I didn't want to leave you on red. Josie. But you can drop the car keys and slip back into bed. If Grandpa catches a boy sneaking into the house at this hour, I can't be responsible for what he'll do. Matthew.
I'm your fiance.
Matthew.
Not a boy.
I didn't answer. Not right away. I didn't know how. Not when my eyes were caught on one specific word, and I was feeling this way. Josie. Knock, knock. I held my breath, waiting, and when his text came, I smiled, a little relieved. It was a small one, probably a sad one, too, but it still felt like a reprieve. Matthew.
Who's there?
Josie. Dwayne. Matthew.
Dwayne who?
Josie. Dwayne, the wine and the bathtub, I'm drowning. Glug, glug. Matthew.
That's not really reassuring me.
I chuckled. I thought it was pretty funny. But just as it came, it went away, both the sentiment and my smile dying off, leaving me back in the same place. Josie. Tonight was weird. I'm sorry. Matthew.
I don't want or need an apology, Josie.
Josie. What do you want or need, then? Matthew.
Don't ask for something you're not ready to hear.
Josie. That's a good line. Smiley face. Kinda hot. Matthew.
I'm finally being noticed. Yay.
Josie. I've always noticed you, Matthew. When his response took a few moments to come, I shifted in the tub, wanting to take that back. Matthew.
Talk to me, baby blue. Please.
The nickname caught me off guard. It was almost as if I could see him, hear him saying those words. That concern shining in the brown of his eyes, making it darken, just like it had earlier tonight. I started to type, and suddenly I couldn't stop. Josie. I don't want to talk. I locked my phone in a drawer when I got home because I was scared you'd ask me to explain myself, ask if I was fine, how I felt. But how I feel right now isn't important, not in the big scheme of things, so it's not what I want to be thinking about right now. Because then I'll think of everything else, like the reason why I ran that day, or all the other times I was a coward and ruined things, just like I might be ruining everything now, and I'll be left with nothing, with no one. So no, I don't want to talk. We'll dissect the absolute wreck that I am tomorrow. You can fix me some other day, but not today, not tonight, and not after you called me baby blue like that. Matthew.
Josie.
Matthew.
You're important.
Matthew.
You have me.
Matthew.
And there's nothing about you I want to fix.
Matthew.
There's nothing about you that needs fixing.
I stared at my screen, my heart now pounding, drumming in my ears, making my chest rise and fall. Heaving. I was heaving, and I couldn't believe he'd just told me that. Josie. Stop that. Don't be nice to me. Matthew.
Do you want me to be mad? Because I am, but not at you. You don't need to hide from me. Give me everything that's making you feel this way. I meant it when I said we would talk later, and I said that before anything happened. That video doesn't matter.
Josie. Of course it matters. Matthew.
It doesn't to me. The only thing that matters right now is you.
The only thing that matters right now is you. I blinked at the phone, incapable of making sense of the ruckus he was causing in my head, the wreck in my chest. And once more my fingers were flying over the screen, and I was once again talking just like he wanted, just like he asked. Josie. I wish you wouldn't have said that. I wish we could go back to what we were doing, to what we know how to do, our rules, meaningless jokes, touching and it not meaning anything. You talking about magic or demanding that I grope your ass. I wish you'd wanted to flirt and distract me, say those things that made me blush, or, I don't know, ask for something outrageous like a nude, just because it'd take my mind off things. Matthew.
Nudes, jokes, a distraction. My dirty mouth. Is that all you want from me then?
No, I didn't. Not even close. I didn't even know why I'd typed that. Only that I needed him. Matthew. Not because he was goofy or flirty, but because I desperately needed him in a way I couldn't explain. In a way that made me scared of losing him if I got too close, too fast, if I gave him a little too much, if he saw me on that stupid video in such a low moment. But he'd been right. There were things I wasn't ready to hear. Or perhaps I simply wasn't brave enough to admit any of this. Josie. Maybe I do. Matthew.
You mean that?
The air was sawing in and out of my lungs now, my skin burning for a reason that had nothing to do with the temperature of the water or the steam clinging everywhere. Matthew.
Do you mean that, Josie?
My heart doubled, tripled its pace. Josie. Yes. My phone buzzed in my hand. Matthew was calling. I picked up. Hi, I breathed into the line. Matthew's answer was immediate, his voice deep, intimate in the silence of the night.
I'll give you what you need.
I swallowed. Matthew.
How much wine did you have?
My laugh was strange, strangled. Not really a laugh. None? His sigh was deep and relieved. Also a little sad. I started, but he cut me off.
Stop apologizing. I'm not sorry. Not with you.
My lips parted with a question, but he beat me to it again.
Ask me what I'm wearing, Josie.
My skin flushed warmer still. I hesitated, just for an instant. But this is what I had asked for, hadn't I? I'd all but begged him to distract me. Guilt sprouted. He'd already given me so much, and I kept...
Ask me what I'm wearing, baby blue.
He repeated. His voice had changed, turned a little lighter, easier.
You'll like my answer, I promise.
The guilt started to recede. What are you wearing?
Sweats, no shirt.
He answered. Fast, diligently. My pulse sped up.
Ask me more.
Are you in bed?
Yes, more.
A soft puff of air left me. Tucked inside or over the covers?
I'm sitting, back against my headboard, covers at my feet.
I hummed. That was a nice visual. I liked it. A little too much. Are your glasses on? Matthew's husky laugh came through the line, the sound curling around my ears, easing me and awakening a specific part of me.
Is this a kink I should know about?
Maybe, I told him, voice soft. There was a pause and an audible swallow.
Tell me what you see.
My knees, I answered. They're peeking out of the water, which is pink, and there are bubbles.
And what do you smell, huh? I'm sure something nice.
Essential oils, lavender, berries, and peppermint. He hummed, the sound appreciative, and something else. Something that made me shift in the tub, anticipation starting to climb up my spine.
What can you feel against your skin, Josie?
I wetted my lips. I can feel everything. He let out another hum, encouraging me. The steam and sweat clinging to my shoulders and face, the bubbles bursting against my arms and chest, my legs, slippery when I move.
Does it feel nice?
He asked, voice tickling my ear. It was so deep.
When you move inside that tub you filled with all those wonderful things?
Yes, I answered. And God, I could feel my blood pumping at an increasing rhythm, rising to my face, dropping to my feet.
Where are your hands, Josie?
My stomach dipped. One holding the phone, the other one in the water.
Where exactly? Describe it to me. Is it on your thigh, belly, chest?
I swallowed, my eyelids fluttering shut. We were really doing this. He was doing what I'd asked for, and the knowledge, the close approach of the line we were about to cross made me breathless, heady, hesitate. Matthew, I whispered. That's it. That was all. His name.
Where?
He repeated. A demand. It made all that doubt melt away, almost completely. It also made me want to ask him to please bark more demands. Take the reins I didn't know how to hold.
Close your eyes,
he said. And the way he'd somehow guessed, known, read me, even through the phone, almost made me want to weep, laugh.
Now.
My eyelids shut, and I leaned my head back onto the tub rest. He let out a strange sound as if he could see me. Obedient, eyes shut.
Now tell me, where's your hand, Baby Blue?
Baby Blue. On my thigh.
I want you to bring it up,
he instructed, pulling an exhale out of me.
Can you do that?
Yes, I whispered. Where? Another broken breath left me. How?
Drag it slowly up your body, letting the tips of your fingers draw a line on your skin, all the way up to your hip, belly, stopping at the swells of your breasts.
My blood swirled at the clarity of his instructions, the hardness in his voice, how much I loved hearing it. I moved, dragging my hand impossibly slow, every touch, shiver, and caress feeling twice as powerful with my eyes closed and Matthew's breath in my ear.
Is it there?
Matthew asked, and I nodded my head with a soft hum.
Good. Now I want you to take your breast in your hand and do whatever makes you feel good, Josie. I want to hear a little moan. Think you can give me that?
I want to. I can try, I murmured. But when I did, I just...
What's wrong?
Matthew asked. I think we should skip this part, I said, unsure of what to do or how to do it. It's not.
Do you want to hear what I'd do? If I was there with you? If it was my hand and not yours?
Yes. A low grunt left him.
I'd start with my mouth on your jaw. Just a quick nip, a graze of my teeth.
A pause.
That's not really breaking any rule.
My lips parted with a yes. A no. I wasn't sure.
Then I'd drag it down,
he continued, a shiver curling down the imaginary line.
Right along your neck, nipping at your collarbone, right until every inch of skin on your chest tingled and those nipples hardened under my gaze.
My blood swooshed down, gathering, pooling, flooding me with need. My thighs pressed. I'd like that.
Like, huh?
He asked with a strange sound.
What if I'd close my lips over that glorious peak? Just a little. Just enough. Just until you're shaking. Would you like that too?
My hand moved up, following his lead, imagining it was him. Yes.
That yes right there. Only when you said that would I lift my head and watch your face.
A strangled breath left me at the thought.
Rewarding every one of those with a soft pinch. Wanting a little more.
The words, what they painted in my mind, the sensation of my hand, extricated a whimper from my throat. Matthew rasped out a laugh.
The idea is killing me too, sweetheart. It's making me mad with need.
I wanted that, I realized. I wanted Matthew mad with need. My body aching with that same urge, the hunger in his voice.
Keep going,
he grumbled, rustling of clothing in the background.
Don't stop making it feel good, Josie. That's what I'd do. Drive you closer and closer to the edge. Drive us both desperate for more.
My lungs expelled a rough breath, my emotions obedient, my need growing. Matthew?
I'm here.
He wasn't, though, and that felt so unfair. Something coiled inside me. I need more,
Pull your hand down.
A whimper escaped me.
Right between your legs. Do that for me.
The command in his voice had me moving, obedient, letting my hand glide down, right where all that pulsing need swirled and gathered. The tips of my fingers brushed the apex of my thighs, and a rocky breath broke out.
That's not the spot,
Matthew said.
I want to hear you squirm with need. Try again for me.
Squirm with need? Without him here, touching me? I'll get there, I told him, moving my hand tentatively over my folds. I want to hear you.
You're going to be a good girl and let me work for those moans.
My belly cartwheeled, the pulsing under my fingers doubling. I moaned.
That's a good fucking girl.
Oh, God.
Now a little faster,
he instructed. His voice took on an edge, and I moved faster, hearing fabric ruffling. Matthew grunted.
I'm the one getting you off, understand? My voice, the idea of my touch.
The motion of my fingers turned more confident, tracing one rough circle after the next, moving quicker, just the way I knew would walk me closer and closer, just the way he wanted me to.
Yes or no, Josie?
Yes.
Now give me what I want,
Matthew commanded. And boy, the way his voice broke tipped me a little closer to the edge.
Slip those fingers in,
he instructed.
Make us both feel good.
My fingers glided right in, a loud moan toppling from my lips.
That fucking sound,
he all but growled.
The things I'd do for it. The things I'm doing, Josie. The things I'll do if you ask.
Matthew, I called, feeling my cheeks burn, my body heating impossibly high, the sound of water splashing. Oh, God, My words cut off, need building up, climbing, rising, feeling like too much.
Keep going,
he rasped, a groan escaping between gulps of air.
Thrust a little deeper.
Sweet baby Jesus, was he stroking himself? Oh, God, Matthew grunted again.
Touching is good, isn't it, Josie? No rules are being broken. Now give me what I need. Let go. Give your fiancé a little scream. Tell me who's making the fucking world disappear.
Give your fiancé a little scream. Tell me who's making the fucking world disappear. It was that, all of it, all at once, that made the tension gripping my body break. Say my name. My eyelids fluttered closed, and that wave of heat I'd been riding crashed. Matthew, I expelled, spasms traveling through my body. Oh boy, oh man, I was flying, coming so desperately hard that
Josie?
Came with a knock. My whole body flinched, my hands flying up. The phone, loose in my hand, slipped, dropping into the water. No! I yelped.
Josie?
Grandpa Mo repeated.
Is something wrong in there?
Everything's good, I shouted, fishing my phone out of the water. The screen was black. Shit! Crap! I'm taking a bath, I explained, jumping out of the tub and wrapping the device in a towel. I'm relaxing? I shook my head. Affirmative, I am relaxing. Why? There was a beat of silence.
I heard you talking.
I was talking to myself, I answered quickly. I squinted my eyes closed, silently cursing. Rambling, singing. Singing? Did you need anything? Grandpa Mo grumbled.
Just checking on you is all. I saw light under the door.
I sagged with a breath. I'm all right.
You sure you're okay?
Grandpa Mo insisted. I will be, I admitted. Maybe once I brought my phone back to life and texted Matthew before he panicked and thought I'd died, victim of the incredible orgasm he'd just guided me through. Or maybe I wouldn't be okay at all. Not when it dawned on me what Matthew and I had just done.